Yeah, I guess not. So.
Move my chat box over. All right.
Chat box.
All right. Looks like we are live. Where is my little sound thingy? All right. Sound is working. Good.
All right. We are back. Yeah, speaking of chat box, I'm not reading the chat today.
That is a good strategy. I think it's you've upped your game a little
I
bit.
learned my lesson.
So yeah, talking about normativity and steelmanning the presup position.
Oh yeah, I know. But before we get to that stuff, can I just mention something? Someone emailed me and asked me a question about you, actually. Um, I forget who it was, some person. But they said that they saw you talking with Jack Engstrich, I
Yep.
think,
Yep.
on the rule following paradox or argument or whatever. And they asked me what I thought about it. And I hadn't seen it, so then I had to watch it, and then I was going to respond to them, but then here I am. So I figured maybe they'll see this, and then I will have to type a bunch of words. But yeah, so before I say, do you mind if I say something about
Sure.
that, or
Go for it.
how did you feel that went? You listed it as a dumpster fire, and
Because of
said
all of
that he
this,
was this.
there was a bunch of screaming people in the background, so it wasn't just me and Jack. There was a bunch of
Okay.
cursing and screaming and stuff. So dumpster fire.
Because I think that the rule following argument is related, like the normativity stuff that we're talking about. So I think they're closely related. In
Okay.
fact, I think Kripke kind of has like an assumption about the normativity of language in the background, which kind of generates the whole idea. I don't think he thinks of it as an argument against physicalism. That's a different thing, what you guys were talking about. But anyway, so besides that, how did you think? What do you think? You feel like your response was?
I don't even
It
remember
was
it,
good.
so I
You
imagine it
don't
was
even
fine.
remember? Because I just recently listened to it. So you guys were talking about, the rule following argument. You came up with this analogy of the CD. The CD has some physical information, but it's not. You don't know whether it's XP or Apple until you put it in the disk drive. And so, I mean, when I was listening to that, I was like, yeah, basically what you were saying is Kripke's solution to the paradox. So I was wondering if you knew that or were aware of that or if that was an accident.
I
By
was
what
not
I
aware of
mean
that.
is that,
I don't think. Maybe I was. I don't know.
okay. I mean, that's because basically Kripke's solution, the skeptical solution to the paradox is that we only count as following rules in a community of persons where there's a practice already existing of following that rule. And so I can say I'm following the rule because I'm, just sort of what you were saying. There's a community. I was taught things in school. Everyone around me says we're following that rule. But, so you have to appeal to those external community facts, which many people already see. I mean, so you guys are arguing about physicalism, and I'm not really talking about that. I'm just talking about whether there is meaning and, normativity and stuff. But many people already would see that as already giving up in a way, because Kripke thinks that's the skeptical solution. You can't say, for example, that a person on a desert island follows a rule, that their words have meanings, that they can say meaningful things. Robinson Crusoe can't speak to himself or do logic. Would be a conclusion of that sort of thing. So I was wondering if you would follow that all the way out and endorse that, or if you thought you were saying something different than the skeptical solution.
So I definitely think that Robinson Crusoe can talk to himself, no problem. I think that just
Oh,
having
well, then
a
you can't say the CD thing you said.
well, so my position, I think, was that the physical neurological structure in the brain is arbitrary. So it could be if you took a brain from somebody who lives in the desert and a brain from somebody who lives in a rainforest, they could have exactly the same structure, same patterns in their brain, identical, and there's no way to tell which one is which. Um,
Yeah.
but they do. There is a difference in the fact that what those neurological shapes correspond to is different because the thing that the neuron corresponds to is arbitrary. It can be latched on to desert or forest. Either one is fine. So
But hold on. So there's one neural state, call it N, And N in community C1 means what, forest or whatever. I wasn't listening to your specific example, but forest, I think you said. And that same brain state in a different community would mean something else. So what the meaning of the state is, or what it represents, or whatever, however you want to put it, is determined by the community it's embedded in. And without that, you can't say it has any determinate meaning.
Well, I'd say the neuron is determined by the environment it's in, not necessarily the community. So yeah, if you're born in position X and you see forest, then that's...
Hold on. Hold on. Can we back up? Because
Sure.
you're skipping all the stuff. So remember so maybe we should refresh your memory about the rule following argument.
Sure.
So I like the Quest version, but you can do it with anything. So you come and add some numbers and say you're doing addition, and I say, how do you know you're not doing Quest? And I give you the Quest rule, addition up to some number, and then anything else 5 or whatever. You make up some ridiculous. And you say, oh, I know I'm not doing it, the Quest thing. And the skeptic says, oh yeah, well, all your past behavior and things you thought and so forth are all consistent with either one of these rules. So how do you know which one is guiding your behavior? So that's the first step, is that there's a question about whether the rule is guiding what you're doing, whether it's the rule itself, the addition rule, which is sort of like guiding you in the inference that you're making, like this plus that equals this. Okay, so your response to that, now he was trying to say there's no physical fact of the matter which determines in the brain of the person all by itself which one it is. And I guess Kripke does say things like that. There's no fact of the matter of any kind. So that would be the problem, I think, with Jack's conclusion about non-physicalism. I don't think something non-physical there doesn't answer the problem, actually. And it's just that Kripke is a skeptic in the sense that there's no fact at all, which can tell you whether you were following plus or quest. So then you say, well, here's an analogy. There's a CD. It has something encoded on it. And it can be read by one operating system, and then it's Windows. And it can be read by another operating system, and it's Apple or whatever. Right?
Yep.
And you say that solves the problem. But if it really is the same physical information on that CD, then the CD all by itself does not determine what the meaning of those things are. It's only in the relation to the CD drive, the reader, all that other stuff, or the community, the practice, that it has any meaning. And that's what you were saying in answer to him. And so you can't really say that and also the thing that you just said, I don't think. Or at least I don't see how you could.
Well, yeah, so I'd say the meaning would be like a camera or a picture doesn't have any meaning until it's actually photographing something. So the meaning would come from the thing it's photographing. But I don't think there's any meaning there. It's just that it's reflecting.
We're talking about addition.
So in the addition analogy, my argument is that you could know if you're doing addition or quest by looking back into your history and seeing which you were taught or something like that, I think.
Right, exactly. So then the only way to know is by the community. And so you could have the same exact brain state and be the product of one community, C1, where they taught you plus, and the exact same brain state and be the product of C2, where they taught you quus. So the brain state all by itself cannot have an independent objective meaning, independent of the practice, the community, which interprets it or reads it out, in other words.
Right. So I would say the image on a mirror, the mirror itself doesn't have an image on it. It's reflecting something. So the thing it's reflecting is where it gets the image.
Right. But you said you could look back and know which one you were doing by knowing stuff about the community. So there's nothing about the state itself which tells you what your community you're in. And so just knowing only about that, you can't know whether you're doing plus or quus without looking back and seeing what you were taught and blah, blah, blah. So in other words, the rule is not guiding your behavior.
Right, right.
You are
Because in the
simply
debate,
saying everyone else does it this way, so I'm doing it this way. I hope it's right.
right?
But
Because
that's really what you think you're doing when you do addition.
well, my response to Jack was for the idealism. He says no physical fact can differentiate. And said yes, there can. It could be a past physical fact instead of a physical
No, there
fact in the brain.
can't. Which physical fact differentiates?
The past culture would be a physical fact.
Oh, right. Okay. But no physical fact about the state
Right.
itself.
So the only
So the state in isolation has no meaning.
So I'm trying to understand my debate with Jack and how we're translating it into that our conversation right now. So in my debate with Jack, it was just about, is there any physical fact? Can any physical fact explain this? I'm like, yes, a past physical fact. Doesn't need to be in the brain.
Right.
And so that would refute his...
And that's Kripke's answer, which is the skeptical answer,
right,
which
and
contradicts what you said a second ago about Robinson Crusoe.
I don't...
There's nothing for him. What community is he a member of?
His own. He is him existing as a community. So like a community doesn't need to be like someone teaching you X. Like you could literally
yes, it does. Otherwise, you can't say what you're saying.
No, you can learn from experience. Like you can hit a tree and the tree has now taught you something, whether it was a teacher or not.
We're talking about plus. We're talking about addition.
So like if you came up with a meaning for it, that would still count as a community.
If you came up with a meaning for it, that would still count as a community. The whole idea here is that nothing you do would have any meaning without reference to already a community which existed with certain practices in which interpreted in which the things you did had meaning. Otherwise, it would just be images on light on the mirror. So you can't do what you're saying you can do. Actually, that's kind of the conclusion of this argument. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess if you are the origin of all terminology, then it probably would be in your brain. Like if you look at your past history and say, I made up this definition for that phrasing at this point in time, we could go back in time and see what I made up that definition to mean. I don't think there would be a problem with that.
Well, how could you do any of that?
Well, there's no difference between a tree and a teacher. Like if you hit a tree and you get a sensation and then you associate that sensation to this neuron, that's no different from a teacher saying X is this sensation and then you associating that sensation to the neuron. So your experience would be a community.
So you then do that, right? And then you say tree. And I say, oh, I pop up and say, what are you talking about? And you're like, oh, I'm talking about trees. And I'm like, oh, right. So tree is that kind of thing if it's 4 feet tall, but if it's over 4 feet tall, it's not a tree. So you weren't talking about trees, actually, I say. And you say, no, I was talking about trees. And I say, no, actually, you weren't. Because, in fact, your past behavior is consistent with the thing that I just said. Everything that you said is true of trees under, however, this island you're on, let's say every tree is under 50 feet tall. So then you've never made up a rule. You didn't formally define a rule for what happens tree 65 feet tall. So all your past behavior is consistent with you actually meaning this other thing. So how do you know that's not what you meant? In the past, not right now, in the past.
Well, I imagine you could look at the neurons and know exactly which ones are firing and know exactly which things would fit into that category.
How would you know that?
By just looking at the brain. Like this category that you've made up would have
the brain state is the same, remember. So that's the whole point of this. The whole point of this is that the physical state is the same as someone in a different community where they mean the thing I'm talking about. And you're saying, no, in this community, it means this. And then I come along and say, no, actually, you're wrong. You've been wrong this whole time. You've been trying to talk about tree, but you've been talking about this other thing.
Right. So we look at the things that are... So we can look at the external world and see which things are being activated by the particular sense experience they're having and saying, so those things...
Yes, and they will all be things under 50 feet tall.
Sure.
Because that's all that there is on your island. So I'm talking about what I say... there's a 65-foot tree, and you want to say it's a... Wait, so how would the analogy work? So you say you mean by tree those kinds of things over there. And I say, no, you mean those kinds of things if they're under 50 feet, but otherwise they're grass. So then you say, no, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that even a 65-foot thing that looks like that and is biologically like that is a tree, not grass. But which physical thing in your brain determines that?
So the argument is that I say there is this class of trees, and you would present me this thing, which I would say is not in the class of trees, by my definition.
No, it's so you say that tree is nice. I show up on your island. You're like, this island's great. There's that tree over there, and you point to this thing. And I say, oh, that's a. What do you mean by tree? I ask you, and you say, well, I mean those things right there, or whatever. And then I say, oh, okay, so those things are all 50 feet or whatever. So then I ask you, so what would happen if there was something like that, but it were 65 feet tall?
So who is rejecting that would be a tree? Am I rejecting that would be a tree, or are you rejecting that would be a tree?
I'm saying that's grass.
Okay.
That's grass. So suppose I show you this picture of my home island, and I'm like, oh, these trees you have on your island are nice, but on my island we have wonderful grass. And then I show you a picture of trees that you would think of as trees that are 65 feet tall or whatever. And then I say, actually, we call these shmarees. Let's even call it, let's make a new word up for it. So these are, instead of grass, right? Because that's maybe too confusing. So these are shmarees. A shmaree is a tree which is under 50 feet tall, or this thing that's over 65 feet tall.
Okay, so I would look into the both people's past, and when this one ran into a tree that was 65 feet tall, they made up a new label, and so this neuron is this new label, and this person who didn't, ran into the 65-foot tree and made a different label for the same neuron, so even though they have the same structure, they just have different labels.
Right, exactly. So the same structure has different meanings, and the meaning can only be determined in relation to the community.
Sure.
Therefore, you don't know whether you meant tree or shmaree. I mean, the plus edition is just easier to keep track of all the things because we can understand them. But you don't know whether you meant plus or quas on your island. There's no way for you to know that. So you keep thinking that there is, but I keep wondering why. And you just say there's some fact about the community, but there isn't, because I just gave you how you could stipulate whatever facts that you want. There will be something that isn't talked about by that stipulation. So suppose you've never added numbers above 100. So then you say, I'm doing addition. I say, no, you're doing quaddition. And you say, no, I'm not. So yes, you are. So how do you know that you're doing one versus the other? You say there's some past fact that determines, because I made up this rule. Here's the addition rule. But the addition rule, it doesn't apply. You haven't applied it to cases larger than 100. So you don't know if you were following that rule or a different rule in those cases. There's no way for you. All the facts are the same. So I don't understand why you say there's some past fact which you could appeal to.
So yeah, I'm not following. So if I made up a system, 1 + 1 = 2, that system, since I made it up, we're saying that system suddenly is going to change pattern. Where does this
No, we're saying that there's no way for you to know whether you were in the past following the rule system that you think you made up, or some other rule system which agrees with it up to a certain point, but then diverges at the point where you stopped applying it.
Diverges at the point where you stopped applying it.
Yeah, you're a finite system, right? So
yep.
Even if you write down some axioms, you're never going to actually write down all the truths there. You're only going to add some finite subset.
I'm having difficulty imagining this. So if I said 1 + 1 = 2, 3, 4, and just that presumably go on forever.
Say what?
Even just basic addition, 1 + 1 = 2, + 1 = 3, + 1 = 4. And you're saying this hypothetical system would stop working at some point. There's a new system.
No, I'm saying there's a different hypothetical system, which has a different set of rules, and you don't know which one you're following. So there's a set of rules called addition rules. And there's a set of rules called quaddition rules, and they are different rules. So there's this rule, and it says what you just said. and there's this rule, and it says the quaddition thing. It works up to 57 and then 5 afterwards. They are different rules. They are perfectly formally definable. You could write them down, and they're just rules, right? You can make up whatever you want. It's a rule. So there's this rule and there's this rule.
Okay, so I could hypothetically.
The claim is the first step in the.
One second. If I made up a system of math, I can write all of the rules that I made up. Here are all of the rules. And if you make up a system of math, you can write all of your rules.
Of course. The question is whether the rules guide your behavior. The question is not whether you can write down rules. Everyone knows you can, and everyone knows what the rules will say. That's not the question.
Okay, what do you mean by guide your behavior?
The question is not, are there rules and can they be written down? The answer is yes and yes.
Okay.
The question is whether you know the rule that you're following, whether the behavior that you have is guided by the rule or by something else. Like, for example, you know, take a simpler example. So my dog doesn't pee in the house very often, but so there's a general rule: don't pee in the house, maybe. But the dog doesn't understand the rule, and the dog's behavior is not guided by an understanding of that rule. The dog's behavior is guided by fear of consequences or desire for reward in the form of praise and a treat from me or my family members when the dog does what it's supposed to do, and, you know, being put outside and spoken to harshly when the dog doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So the reason that the dog does what it does is because all this community stuff, not about the rule, right? Nothing about the rule, like don't pee in the house on the floor, I guess I say, because the toilet's in the house technically. Anyway, so don't pee on the floor. There's nothing about that rule which guides this animal's behavior.
Okay, so
the claim here is, if that's what you want to say about addition, then that's a very strange thing. It doesn't, and that's not what you're saying. You're saying you can know it, that the rule is important to doing what you're doing. But
right. So trying to clarify here. So both histories, we can go back and ask the community to write down all the rules. They both write down all the rules. We can say, okay, that one's addition, that one's quaddition, because they wrote down all the rules, right? We could compare.
Yes.
Okay. And so you're asking, in the present, we're doing math, and we want to know which of these are following.
No. We're asking about in the past, whether there is any fact, anything which you can point to at all, which would tell you in the past which rule you were following.
Okay, so if we're in the past and we ask both of them to write down all the rules.
No, we are in the present now, right. And we're asking about your past behavior. So we have time T1. Time T1 is you are on the island by yourself.
Okay.
And then you write down some rules. And then, because you're bored, you just start doing a bunch of math. And you're like, 5 + 2 is 7. Isn't this fun? And 9 + 10 is 19. And you're just like passing the time doing simple arithmetic. And then I show up on my boat, and I come over to you. And you say, hey, I've been doing addition. I wrote down these rules, and I've been following them. And I say, oh, you think you're doing addition? No. You've been doing quaddition this whole time. You see, look at all these numbers that you just added up over here, right? They're all under this number n. You haven't added past that number. Well, the quaddition rule says, past that number, it equals 5. So actually, you were following in the past this whole time. You were mistakenly believing that you were following the addition rule. But in fact, in reality, you were following the quaddition rule. That's what I say, the skeptic. I say that to you. And you say, what? No, I wasn't. I was following these rules. And you point to them. And I say, well, how do you know that? And you say, what? There's nothing in your past, anything, which would determine whether or not you would have done the next thing, which rule you were actually following. Everything's the same.
So hypothetically, if we could go back into the past and we did the experiment, so we added past 100, we would then hypothetically be able to figure out which one we were doing, right?
No, because you would just do the same thing again. By the way, you're frozen in a mean face.
On my screen,
I don't know if that's a real thing or not.
On my screen, I'm good. Is it? Can you?
Yeah, no, I see you as frozen, but maybe I'm sure it's probably my internet's acting funny.
All right, you could probably refresh. It should fix it hypothetically.
It's fine.
All right.
But so we can't go back in the past. So the question is, like, right now, do you know you've been doing addition or not?
Well, so if they're the exact same
Do
up
you
until
know
the
you've
point, then they're not separate systems. So if they have some
They
set
are
of
separate systems. What are you talking about?
if there's
Hey, come on, man, that's not true.
well, no, so if they have the exact same rules up to a point, then
Yes.
you're doing both, because both are just arbitrary systems we've made up. There's no like objective system there.
You're not doing well. So you're fine saying you're doing both.
Yeah, systems are just arbitrary labels we give to a set of patterns. So if you're just doing this set of patterns and we label it X or label it Y, like whatever, it doesn't actually become a different system until there's a different pattern
So if you're
there.
doing both, then there's no fact of the matter about whether you're doing addition or quaddition. That's exactly it. So
Sure, I can grant that. Yeah, these are just labels that we've made up to describe a pattern, and we're doing the pattern X.
All right. Well, then, so as addition, so with all meaning. So there are no facts about any meaning.
I don't know what that means. Haha.
Bummer. Well, it means what you just said. You just agreed.
So I'm not.
I don't even know what you meant just now, because according to you, none of your words have any meaning. Like, I don't even know how to talk anymore to you.
Well, I don't understand.
Everything you say is meaningless.
Well, so if we do a pattern, a system of pattern, we can label that quaddition or addition and say quaddition is this system plus some different stuff past 100, and addition is the same stuff past 100. Those labels don't seem to mean anything.
You don't know which one you were doing, and you can't tell which one you were doing, and so you can't say that you know that you were doing addition. You can't say that you know you mean by cats. You can't say that you know that you mean by water. A bunch of stuff goes out the window when you say what you just said.
I don't see the problem here, so I say we're doing pattern
So maybe
X.
you're fine with that.
I mean, like, so if we're doing a pattern, we do some pattern.
There should be a fact of the matter about which rule you're following, and what you just are saying right now is there isn't.
Well, if the rules are themselves different and they lead to a different conclusion, and if we pass that whatever point that is, then the conclusions will diverge. Then
the rules are different because they are different rules.
They must lead to a different conclusion. If there are different rules, they must necessarily lead to a different conclusion at some point.
Right, so but you don't know. You've never reached that point. Of course, you've never reached that point. That's the point.
Okay.
That's why it's a skeptical argument. Right? It's like all your evidence is consistent with either one. So how do you know which one you're doing? Well,
so at the time you're following the rule, you could write out all the rules you're following and know the answer, right?
Well, how do you know you're following it? I would say you're schmallowing it, right? You can play this game with anything you want. So you think you were following the rules. I say you were schmallowing the rules. To schmallow the rules is to follow them when it's under 100, but to do quaddition after that. So you can do this, and he does all day long. So
I'm not understanding the problem here. I'm not understanding the problem here. So I'm following a set of patterns and doing math, either quaddition or addition. I don't know which one. And while I'm doing this, I could write down the rules I'm following, right? Here are the rules I'm following, and I'm now following them over here. They say,
how do you know you're following them over
there? Well, hypothetically, that's how I'm doing it. I'm saying, so 1 + 1 = 2.
How do you know? The question is, how do you know that you mean by addition? So you're saying.
Well, I'm being more specific here. I mean that we're just making very specific rules. Add 1 to another one, you get 2. Add 1 to another 2, you get 3.
How do you know you're following those?
Because I've added to 3. Add 1 to 3, you get 4. Okay, I've added to 4.
How do you? I say that you've schmatted, that you haven't added. To schmad is to get 1 + 1 = 2, but then to get 1 + n = something else. So I say you weren't even adding then. See, you're not really getting how the game works.
Well, so I'm only saying.
You can't just say I was adding. The whole point is you don't know if you're adding.
So I'm saying the rules I'm following only apply to the past tense things I have done in the past. So I'm saying rule. No,
you don't know
X.
If they do or not.
No. So we don't know if it's addition or quaddition or whatever, addition or quaddition. We don't know which one it is. So there's this rule I'm following, which is add 1 thing to the previous thing, and I've added it up to 4 so far. So
I say you've been schmallowing the rule, which is not following it. So how do you know which one you've been doing?
What would be the difference?
The difference is that schmallowing the rule is to follow it if it's 1 + 1, but to do something else if it's 1 + some different number. and I could pick whatever number I want and say blah, blah, blah. And there's no way for you to know whether you were following, applying that rule that you see right there, or schmallowing, doing this other rule.
Right, because I'm only applying it to the past tense. I'm saying the rule I'm following is literally just the things I've done in the past and literally nothing else.
You don't know if you were following those rules in the past is the point.
Don't. What past? I mean, like within the last 5 seconds. I'm
exactly.
saying at
so
this.
You don't know if you followed the rule while you're following the rule. You don't know if you're doing it.
Okay, I don't understand at all what you're saying now. Like, this doesn't seem like a serious thing at all. Like, we follow the same pattern, and you're going to label the pattern something different with a new consequence in the future. If it's the same pattern, it's the same pattern.
How do you know if it's the same pattern?
Or I know if it's this, because you're saying it in the argument. You literally said that the same pattern.
You say same, I say it's shmame. So you say it's the same pattern. I say, no, it's not. It's the shmame pattern. The shmame pattern is this other thing. So you don't even know if it's the same pattern. So you just keep making up these things that you know, but the argument applies to everything you're saying.
Right. No, so I'm just saying,
that's why
here's
it doesn't
the
work.
Words that you're, from your own argument, you're saying these are in the past identical. They are the exact same phenomenon up until some unknown point that we haven't crossed. If they're the exact same phenomenon, there's no difference. You can claim no difference until that's crossed. There's no difference.
That can't be true.
How so?
You don't really believe that.
How so? Like there can't be a difference if it hasn't been crossed yet. There can be no difference.
The difference is in whether you're following one rule or the other rule. That's the difference. So then what you're saying is there's no fact of the matter about which rule you're following at that time, because if there were, then you presumably could say which one it is.
Right. But, so if the system of rules themselves have one difference, and I must know this difference to implement it, then if they both have the same rules up until a point, and then there's a change in the future, then
but that's not what addition means. Addition, see, I mean, you could make up anything you want, I guess, but addition doesn't mean this 1 + 1 thing. It means the thing you said. There is a successor function for all x. 0 is not the successor of any number. For all x, if x a plus b equals the a plus the successor of b. So you define the axioms. That's what addition is. Those are the rules for addition. So you cannot say you were just, there's no fact of the matter for some finite subset, whether you were following the addition rule or not. The addition rule is this recursive, iterative rule, which goes out to infinity. So there should be a fact of the matter about whether you were following that rule, and whether if you added past 57, you would get a certain number, or whether you were following a different rule, and whether you added past the got past a certain number, you would have quadded it. So the fact that you haven't got there yet shouldn't matter to which rule you're following if you understand what the rules are. The quaddition rule, the addition rules are these this recursive thing that goes over and over, so that they will give you all of that stuff. There's no doubt about what the addition rules are. The question is about whether there's a fact of the matter, whether you know whether your word addition has any meaning or not, and whether you're, yeah. So saying the things you're saying doesn't really address the problem.
Well, again, this is not about.
Unless you bring in the community stuff, and that's what you were saying to Jack, and that's what Kripke says too. Is like, so if you're in one. If you show up and there's a community of people who follow this practice and they are doing the addition practice, then you mean addition. If you're in the other community, then you mean quaddition. If you're by yourself, then there's no way to determine it.
So in the Jack context, I understand what we're talking about. What you're saying, is it possible to do physically or without physicalism? I don't understand what the problem is in the context of the conversation we're having. Why is this a problem? What does this mean to anything? What is the issue with one side versus the other?
Well, whether there's meaning. seems kind of.
Try to expand on that. Why does that matter one way or the other? What is this meaning thing you're talking about?
Suppose that you want to engage in an argument with someone and they say, for example, that there is a God and that they know it. And you say, for example, that there isn't a God and that you doubt their reasons for thinking that there is a God. And then you say, here's an argument. And the argument has the form modus ponens. And you say it's valid or something like that. And then they say, I see the premises are true, but I reject the conclusion. So you would like to be able to say they're reasoning poorly or doing something wrong, or that they made a mistake or something bad about what they've done. And that depends on them trying to do modus ponens and not some other thing. So therefore, it actually is very important for understanding all of our rational practices, including asserting facts, arguing with each other, making requests, coordinating efforts. Meet me at 4 o'clock. Okay, so I have to know what meet means, and you, and 4 and o'clock. So meaning actually matters quite a bit for all of those things, one might think. And if there is no fact of the matter about any meaning at all, if there are no meanings, then we can't do those things. And we certainly can't add.
Okay, so let's say if I say this is my coffee cup, I mean this object right here.
Well, I can't see what you
coffee cup. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm holding.
So what do you mean by objects? Because like this is the Quine thing. So do you mean like extended 3-dimensional object that exists through time, or a temporal slice of it that exists instantaneously? Do you mean temporal parts? So if you get the same sorts of questions, you can't just say this is what I mean and point at something, because the question is like, what does it mean to say that?
What does it mean to say that?
Yeah, what are the words that you're saying? Do the thoughts that you have, the words that you say, do they have any meaning or not? That's the question. And the answer to the Kripke paradox that I thought you endorsed, but it's turning out you weren't, I guess. But the Kripke's skeptical solution is, well, it looks like the only answer is that, yeah, those things all have meanings, but only in like given a community, given that there's already people doing something. And then the things we do can be interpreted in light of that. But absent that, there's no fact of the matter about whether you were doing modus ponens or something else. There's just no fact of the matter. So before you can even go to like the presup stuff about the foundations of logic, it would be nice to know if like I was doing modus ponens or some other logical pattern in my brain, whether I was following that rule or a different rule.
Okay, so let's say that by coffee cup, I mean all of the sense experience and usages I have for this, plus all of the ontological facts of the matter that entail it that I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. And
so that's my meaning. I have applied meaning. I say I have sense experience of this thing and I have a use for it. And so
and then I say everything that you've done in the past is consistent with that, but also this other meaning. Schmaffy schmup, which is all of that sensory stuff that you just pointed to, plus some other stuff like that. When you aren't looking at it, it turns into a unicorn or a butterfly, or
okay, let's go with that.
Dancing.
Let's go with that. So,
I say that actually you weren't talking about coffee cups at all. You were talking about schmaffy schmups your whole life. Till now.
So my definition entails all of that. It says all of the ontological facts about this object that I don't know are also entailed in my meaning. So if this coffee cup is technically a god and will turn into a unicorn, that's entailed in my meaning. Because I mean,
so in other words, you're saying whatever this is.
Yeah. So I know some things about this. I know what it feels like. I know how I use it, and then there may be lots of other things I don't know. And whatever those are, whatever the ontological fact of the matter about this cup is, when I say this coffee cup, I also mean those things. So if it turns out to be a unicorn, I also mean that. It's still my coffee cup.
Okay, well then I misspoke. So you've been talking about schmompy schmups, not schmoffy schmups. Schmompy schmups are all the sensory experiences that you've ever had while looking at coffee cups. Plus uninstantiated sensory experiences not had by any mind, which exist when you weren't looking. And so you've been talking about those things. And that's not metaphysical. So I can't put it in the other category.
What do you mean by experience here? So I'm not following, because mine is just...
I mean, when you see the cup.
Sure.
Yeah, that.
So I have this experience, and I assume this is an existing thing outside of my mind. And I think
I'm just talking about experiences here.
Okay, just talking about experiences.
Yeah.
So when I say the coffee cup, I don't mean the experiences. The experiences are just a way to try
You
and label
mean the
the
experience
thing.
plus whatever's out there that isn't an experience.
Uh, I think the experience itself is different than the coffee cup, obviously. But I think my experiences shape what I believe the coffee cup to be.
Yeah. So.
So I say I'm holding my coffee cup. By coffee cup, I mean
I
this
say no.
thing.
You're schmolding your schmuffy schmup.
Okay, but I need to understand what that means. So I say I'm holding my coffee cup. Right? And we're only talking about the coffee cup here. The holding is irrelevant. It's just the coffee cup. You say coffee cup. So coffee cup means this. I'm by that I have this meaning, and this meaning is shaped by my sense experiences. I have all these sense experiences that are correlated to this object that I am referring to as the cup. And it has some kind of ontology to it in reality outside of my sense experience. And when I say cup, I also mean all of those things that I don't know. And so what is the
Yeah.
difference that you're adding in? So
So a schmompy shmup is all of that, plus in your unattended regions of your sensory experience, there are after images that you don't notice of the opposite colors that your coffee cup has. So that's what a schmompy shmup is. It's all of that experience that you've had, plus these unnoticed things. And you've been talking about that this whole time.
plus these unnoticed things.
Yeah, in your experience though, so you can't include it in the like ontological stuff. So you think you've only been, so coffee cup for you means this experience plus whatever it turns out in reality to be. So I'm saying, no, actually you've been talking about this other thing, which is a completely different experience that matches the one that you think that you've had, but is different.
Completely different experience that matches the one that I think that I have. So what would be the consequence of that? What would be the difference there?
The difference is that you don't know if you're talking about coffee cups or schmumpy shmups.
So when I'm talking about
So
cups, I'm talking about
meaning you
this
make
object
up, look,
I'm holding.
The point, Tom, is very simple. Whatever thing you make up, whatever you say meaning, this is the meaning of this term, whatever it is, a skeptic can come along and say, your whole life you haven't really been using the word with that meaning. You've been using it with this other meaning.
Okay, what I can say right now in this
And
very
there's
present.
no way for you to get out of that.
So let's just go with the meaning. Meaning in this very present moment, I don't care about the past at all. I mean this. This is my cup. So I have meaning.
Yeah, but that's not how that's just question begging. The question is whether there's a fact of the matter about whether in the past you meant cup or shmup.
Okay, well, forget the past for a minute. Just say, can I have meaning in the present? By cup, I mean this.
Can you have meaning in the present?
Yes.
No. How could you?
Well, it seemed to, like, I'm using the word cup and I'm using it to refer to this thing which causes a specific set of sense experiences.
And I say, nope, actually you're using the word shmup and you're schmufferring to something. So you think you're following one rule, using the meaning of the term in a certain way and referring to a certain thing. But I say you're not. You're schmuffering, which is a different thing. And you're using a different meaning altogether. You're talking about shmups. So there's no way for you to know right now at this moment whether that thing you just said was one talking about cups or shmups.
I don't, because I'm the one using it, so I determine it. I'm the ultimate authority here. I get to tell you this. I mean cup. This is what I mean by it. End of story.
But
you don't
how
get
do you
deny
get to
that.
determine this? Because this is kind of all related to the Wittgenstein private language argument, which is how Kripke came up with all this stuff.
Right.
So it is kind of exactly that premise, which is the target of this whole argument. So basically all you're saying is, look, I question beg the argument by saying I can do this thing that the argument shows I can't do.
So the argument says I can't have meaning. That's the conclusion essentially, right?
The argument is that
the conclusion,
the only meaning is in a community, a practice that already exists,
right,
or something like that.
So the conclusion is I cannot have private meaning to words, something.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a private meaning. This is a cup.
Yeah.
How does that not work?
How do you know what the meaning of the terms are?
I just made them up. I invented them, so I know them.
And I say you invented a rule which you're misapplying, and you're actually correctly applying this other rule that you don't know about, that you didn't make up. You know, people make mistakes all the time. You know, sometimes they they add two numbers and they get a weird answer. Like they add 765 plus 98, and they get some answer that's not the actual answer, but because they made it, you know, they didn't carry the one or whatever, they think they got the right answer. So then we would say, you weren't following the addition rule correctly. You made this mistake. But the skeptic comes along and says, no, actually, you were following this other rule correctly. You just don't know which rule you're following. So you say, I know which rule I'm following because I just made up this rule. But the whole argument is, how do you know you're following that rule you just made up? You can make up all sorts of rules. How do you know that's the rule you're following? How do you know that's the rule, which when you did what you just did was the thing which guided your behavior and produced the results? I'm getting very excited for some reason, but
well, I'd say that there can't be other rules.
Stuff.
There can be no other rules other than the rules that are made up by your mind. So there can't be some supervening rule that you could alternatively be following other than the one you just made up.
What, you're the only person that exists? Because I come from a different community. Remember, I sailed over from
right. This is hypothetically you're alone on your island kind of thing. So remember, the argument is, or the conclusion is, you can't have meaning on your own without a community. So I'm on my own. I have no community. The only rules that exist are the rules I've made up. There are no other rules.
No, they're not, because there's another community across the sea you've never met with totally different rules.
And that those would somehow supervene over my rules somehow?
No, they don't supervene over anything. The question is, how do you know which rule you're following? They're just two sets of rules. Each rule predicts a certain outcome. Each rule says, this is the result of this operation. So your rule says, if you do this, this should be the outcome. Their rule says, if you do this, you should get a different outcome. So they're just two different rules that predict different outcomes. And the question is, which rule were you applying when you added this number over here?
Well, if I never...
And you can't say, well, I made up this rule and I don't know about those other rules, because the whole point is you could accidentally be following a rule that you don't know about.
Could accidentally be following a rule that I don't know about.
You could be like, you could be like the skeptic comes and says, you know, like, you were following this rule the whole time. You just didn't know it. And you say, no, I wasn't. And they say, yeah, you were. And then you say, but, and then what do you say? But what? I made up a rule. And they say, yeah, you made up a rule and you've been incorrectly applying that rule this whole time, because really you've been following this other rule. You haven't been following this rule that you think that you made up. That's your special rule. You haven't been following it at all. You've been following this other rule.
So what
and you say, no, I haven't. And you say, no, damn it. And so forth. But in virtue of what is it true that you were following one and not the other rule?
So what do you mean by objective meaning here? Because I mean, meaning is the thing that you're doing, whatever it is, that's meaning. Doesn't matter if you know it's rule X or rule Y. You have meaning whether you know it or not. Meaning is there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. So you don't know which meaning you're following, which rule you're following.
So you can have meaning. You don't need to know which rule you're following. You still have meaning.
Well, we're only talking about the first step of the argument, which is there's no fact of the matter which tells you which rule you're following. That's the first step of the argument. There's a whole separate step, which is therefore, and then the conclusion, which is there are no meanings except in communities or whatever. But all this whole thing is just aimed at this first step, which is just, can you say that you meant one thing versus the other? And you keep saying, yeah, I made up these rules, but that doesn't mean that you're following them, because that's the you made up a rule. Great. So how do you know
so let me see if I labeled something cup, and then I created rules to try to describe the fact that I labeled it. The fact that I labeled it, the meaning is there. Like I mean cup, I say cup, I mean this, and then I'm going to say, well, why do I mean
there is
cup?
A meaning there. You don't know if you meant it.
You
made up a meaning. The meaning is there is a thing called cup.
Okay? Right. So I say this.
You don't know
this
if
is
that's
a cup.
what you were thinking.
So I said this is a cup, and so there is something. There is meaning there. I meant something by that word. Cup.
No, that's the whole point. How do you know? How do you know that?
Well, I don't need to know it. I literally by saying cup, I meant something. That was the point of the word.
How do you know that you're applying the rule, the point? How do you know you're doing it right?
I don't need to.
Well, then you do, though.
No.
So basically, you're saying you don't. So first of all, are you saying that you can't know that you're doing it right?
I don't need to. For my argument here, it doesn't make a difference.
But are you saying that you can't know that you're doing it right?
That's not part of my conclusion yet. So we haven't
But
gotten
are
there.
you saying it though? Are you saying
I don't know.
that
I
you
don't know.
can't
I haven't
know?
gotten there yet. I don't know. So I'm saying
That's the
that.
whole point. So can you get there?
So I'm saying whenever I say that is a cup, there is meaning in that sentence, whether I know it or not.
No.
Why do I need to know it for there to be meaning?
Well, we haven't got to that. The first step is, can you know what you meant?
Why do I need to know
we
it?
We haven't got to that.
Why do I need to know it? Why is that relevant?
Well, first, we're not going to go to the second premise till we talk about the first premise. So we're still talking about the first premise here.
Well, I don't understand.
So we'll get to the second premise after we're done with this. The whole point is this first thing comes first. Then the second thing comes second.
I don't understand the relevance here. So like.
But then you shouldn't care. So you should just say, fine, I don't know which rule I'm following.
Why? I don't know if I can care or not because I don't understand it. So if we're I have to start with the conclusion. The conclusion is that you cannot have personal meaning. Okay, that seems obvious.
How about this? Start with this conclusion. You cannot know which rule you're following.
I don't understand the rule thingy at all here. So I don't know how to answer that.
Well, then
that's why I asked about the conclusion. Like I need the conclusion.
The conclusion
here.
only follows from the premises.
Right.
So if you don't understand the premises, then the conclusion of what they're talking about, the conclusion is irrelevant.
Right. So the way I address an argument is if I don't understand the premises, I say, give me the conclusion. I'm going to refute the conclusion.
The conclusion is you can't know which rule you're following. That's the conclusion.
I don't understand that. So you'd have to give me something like what is the consequences of this? What?
It doesn't matter what the consequences. That's all I've been arguing for this whole time. You cannot know, independent of a community, which rule you are following. That's the only conclusion that's been under consideration. This other thing that you're talking about is a different step.
Yeah, I don't understand that. That makes no sense. That's completely incoherent. So in order to make that coherent, you have to explain to me what the consequences of this is.
What's incoherent about it?
That you can't know which rule you're following. I don't understand what this even means. So suppose
what it means is that when you think you're following the rule, you might be wrong.
That again, completely incoherent. It doesn't help me at all. So I need more details.
It's actually very coherent, actually, Tom. So saying it's incoherent is
incoherent.
I mean,
okay. So I'm going to keep saying it's completely incoherent. You need to explain.
Yeah, you
it
could
more.
Keep making yourself. I mean, you're making yourself look a bit silly, I'd say.
So you need to explain how this is relevant. Like, what is this?
Relevant to what? It means you can't know something. That's what it means.
Can't.
That's all it means. It means you don't know what plus means. That's what it means. That's it.
Don't know.
You don't know. You don't know what the word plus means. You don't know what the word cat means. You don't know what the word dog means. You don't know what the word means. You don't know what the word no means. That's what it means. So it means you don't know the meanings of those words. That's what it means. Or to put it differently, that the knowledge of those words isn't the reason why you're saying the things you're saying. I guess that's a better way of saying it.
Say it again.
You can know some meanings of words, I guess. Like in this system, plus means this. And in that system, plus means that. But which one are you doing? And which one did you mean? I guess that's the relevance. You can't know what you mean. Yeah. There. Is that more relevant?
I can't know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I'm not
like, you don't know when you say the word plus, you can't tell if you mean addition or quaddition.
And by addition, you mean just a sequential adding in perpetuity. And by quaddition, you mean it changing at some point. Well, yes. I can say, I mean a perpetual adding in perpetuity. That's what I mean.
Yeah, so in virtue of what do you mean that?
I just told you.
In virtue of what? So I say, no, you don't mean that actually. You mean quaddition.
In virtue of what? So I'd say that if it ever did quaddition, that would be wrong. That's not what I mean. I mean the one that keeps going. It doesn't make that difference.
But how do you know that? So you could say lots of stuff, but how do you know that you're right? So like all of your past behavior is consistent with the other rule. So how can you say that I meant this one and not that one at any time, ever?
Well, in the present, I can feel it. I can say that this system of rules is right. This system of rules is wrong. Yes, I can feel that quaddition is not what I'm doing here. I'm doing addition. I want addition. Listen, I want not quaddition.
You didn't really get my So I'm sorry I keep interrupting you. But
So
look, hold on. Suppose I have a list of 10 numbers and I add them all up and I get some number at the end. And then you check it and you say, nope, you're wrong. And then I say what you just said. Nope, I'm right. It just felt right to me. As I was doing it, I could tell I was getting it right. That would be a silly thing to say because I made a mistake possibly. So even though I felt like I was getting it right at each step, possibly I made a mistake. So if someone came back and said, oh, you see how you didn't carry the 1 or you blah, blah, blah right here. But it felt right. So when you say, well, it feels like I'm doing addition, it's the same thing. No, you could be mistakenly doing quaddition. Well, that's just like I mistakenly thought I was doing addition when I made the mistake in my 10 numbers. I wasn't doing addition because the result of addition is not that number. I was mistaken. Well, so you could be mistaken in your feeling too.
I don't think so because I think the feeling and the meaning are synonymous. They can't be different. They are the same exact thing.
But I felt like I was doing addition and I wasn't.
Then you were doing addition. You couldn't not be doing it. If you felt like you were doing addition, you were doing addition.
So whatever the answer is, so addition doesn't tell you what the answer to any problem is because you can do it and get whatever answer you want.
So for meaning, the meaning is the feeling. The feeling is the meaning. So to have meaning, you need the feeling.
So therefore, I was doing addition. If I add 67 and 194 and get 7,424, according to you, if it felt right, I was doing addition. I added those numbers and got the right answer.
Yeah, if you made up a system of rules and you're following that system
of
rules.
No, I'm talking about addition. Like I'm talking about addition. You can't just make up a system of rules. We're talking about addition. It's already been made up. There is a system of rules that governs addition. They've been axiomatized, set theories developed. We have piano axiom. We have addition is already a set. We already know what the addition rules are. They've already been written down. Like we already know what they are. The successor function has already been invented. So we don't have to make up. You can't like the thing.
Okay, I'm getting lost. You need to stick with the guy on the island. So a guy on an island.
No, I don't. I'm talking about you right now. That you said make it relevant. So I did. The relevance is that right now you don't know what you're talking about. That's the conclusion of the argument.
I don't. So I am making up words to describe things that I feel. And those feelings are the words meaning. And that's inherently what I mean.
Well, then addition can give you any answer that you want.
I didn't say anything about addition.
It doesn't matter about what addition means or who's doing it, because we're all doing it. And even when we make mistakes, we're still doing it. And even when we get drastically different answers, we're still adding.
I'm completely lost on the connection to math here. I'm completely lost. So just meaning in general. Meaning of words is, I can grasp meaning of words. So I mean by camera, the thing that I feel the camera is, and nothing more than that.
Okay.
Why does that not have
how
meaning?
Do you know that's what you mean by it?
The feeling is the meaning. They are synonymous.
So suppose, it's the same thing. So suppose you had a hallucination and you said, this camera is fucking awesome. And you were not holding a camera. So the meaning of the term is hallucination camera plus real camera. It's just, the meaning of the term is camera experience, according to you. That's not what people think that they're, and you can't tell which one it is actually. So you're not really taking seriously the argument, which is fine because I guess you don't understand it. So you can't take it seriously if you don't understand it. But the whole point is you can make up whatever rules you want. No one is denying that you can make up rules and that within a given set of rules, things have meaning because they're defined to have meaning. So there are rules which define meanings for words like cat. I would say that part of the rule for the word cat is that it applies to things which are non-experiential, like animals, mammals and shit like that. But whatever. So there's some rule that it says cats means this. And then normally we would just write cats in quotes means cats, like the stuff out there, cats. Okay. And then so that's a rule. Cats means cats. Here's another rule. Quote, cats means those things if they're under 1 year old or trees. So now let's call that schmats. So now you go around talking about cats. There's a cat, here's a cat, everywhere a cat. And then I come along and say, actually, you've been using the word cat, and you think that it means this thing, cat. Cat means cats. But actually, this word cat has this other meaning, schmat. And you say, no, I've been this whole time using my word. And the skeptic says, well, how do you know that you've been using this other, not this other word? And you say, well, because I made up this other word. Well, but that's not the point. The point is, how can you tell? You say, well, I just felt like when I had this feeling, when there was a cat in front of me and I said, that's a cat, the feeling is where the name came from. But how do you know that feeling isn't associated with schmats?
So anything that causes the feeling is the cat. The cat is the feeling is the cat. Anything that causes me to associate with the cat is the feeling, is the meaning. So if trees cause me to feel that feeling, then that would be a cat. If trees would not cause me to cause that feeling, then it would not be a cat. So the feeling is the meaning.
You're talking about metaphysics, dude. I'm talking about epistemology. So we are talking about knowledge. We are talking about whether you can know something, not what things really are.
Right.
So telling me like what things really are is not the point, because the question is, can you know? Can you know? can you know?
So can I know that if I saw a tree, I wouldn't have the feeling of cat? Or can I know if I saw a cat, I would have the feeling of cat, or something like that? So it's asking like, how do I know if? So I label this subset of cats to this feeling.
Well,
how do I know?
The feeling actually makes it harder, because maybe phenomenal consciousness you can't do this with. I mean, that's a whole separate question. But because no one is going to say that there are rules for like feelings or something. So I don't know.
Well, I don't see any difference between rules and feelings. I think they're the same essentially. So I don't see the difference.
But that's ridiculous. Rules are things that we write down and then we try to follow. And then we say, you know, like you go into your typical logic class and they'll say things like, you know, you've been reasoning this whole time, but here's an argument form called modus ponens. And sometimes you follow this rule. And when you do, you reason well. And sometimes you mistakenly don't follow this rule. And then you don't reason well. And so that the whole idea is that, you know, we sort of say, this is the good case and this is the bad case. And then we want to know which one we're doing, which rule we're following, not what feeling. So those are not feelings.
I see those as feelings. I see somebody had a feeling for modus ponens, and they wrote down the rule to try to describe their feeling, and that's it.
How is that a feeling? It's a rule. It's not a.
It started as I think that it was all started as a feeling. They had a feeling when they played with some numbers and some logic stuff. They got a feeling, and they tried to instantiate that feeling with the sentence that made them feel that, essentially. And so
great. And so how do they know that they were doing it right each time when the feeling shows up, that they weren't implying some other rule which they haven't made up?
It's only right if it causes. It's right if it causes the feeling. If it's wrong if it doesn't cause the feeling. The feeling is the meaning.
No, because there are two communities with the same feeling and different ways of describing it and doing things. So the feeling all by itself doesn't tell you anything. That's the whole setup. So unless you're saying they're doing it wrong when they have this feeling and they say, we call this addition or cat or whatever. And then you have the feeling and you say, I call it schmat. So the feelings are the same.
Okay, I'd say they're both right because the feelings are arbitrary. You can make up whatever feeling you want. Just the word that you use.
Exactly. So then there's no fact of the matter about addition or smaddition or quaddition, and you can do whatever you want and great. And what's the point of arguing or having a rational conversation or like, I mean, maybe in the community, right? In our community, we can say, well, we're doing modus ponens and stuff like that. But it's not like you can't say we're like really rational or that we understand the rules. All you can say is like, you know, we're like trained like the dog.
I don't see why that follows or why that's a problem. I don't understand the relevance.
Well, it follows straightforwardly from what you just said, which is that it's arbitrary. You could do it anyway, and they're both equally right.
Yeah, meaning.
So there's what do you mean?
Meaning is arbitrary. You can make any word mean anything. Just natural ambiguity of language. There's not like an objective meaning to words.
When two people disagree about which meaning you are using, you just said it's arbitrary and doesn't matter.
Right. So like the word, what does the word cat mean? It doesn't, there's no objective definition, but you do mean something by it. That's why you're using the word.
How do you know you mean something by it?
because it's a feeling. You have a feeling, you use the word to represent the feeling. So the feeling is the word, and you're having a feeling, so you must mean the feeling.
So great. When I add wrong, I have a feeling like I'm doing addition. So I really am doing addition. So therefore, the rules of addition have this as the answer. That's clearly absurd.
I don't understand. I'm not understanding the connection to addition here. Addition is a bunch of feelings of a bunch of people over the course of time. Like addition is a system that has been made up by billions of people over the course of tens of thousands of years. So it's a collection of things, and we're saying the majority of people we agree upon is the correct definition because they've been using it for longer. So I don't understand how this would refute your ability to make up your own definition on your own island.
You could. That's not what it refutes, and I've said 1,000 trillion times that's not what it refutes.
Okay.
You keep misunderstanding the argument. That's not the point of it. You can make up any definition you want. I've said that about 6,000 times. You can make up any definition. Let me say it again. You can make up any definition you want. The question is, how do you know you're applying it correctly as opposed to misapplying some other, how do you know you're not misapplying this definition you just made up as opposed to correctly applying some other definition that you don't know about? Which in the land over yonder is the way they do things. So how do you know you're not following their rule? Now, simply saying you made up a rule doesn't answer that question.
Again, I'm totally lost here. Like, I mean the feeling, nothing more. I don't, like, there's no objective definition. Like, you could...
Okay, so that great, but look, they mean something else.
I don't care what they mean.
Same feeling
I don't care what they mean.
How do you know which...
It doesn't, like, literally, they mean nothing. I can have meaning. Their meaning is irrelevant. My meaning is still my meaning by my feeling. My feeling and my meaning.
Says who?
Says me.
Well, that's called question begging.
Why is this a problem?
So
like,
your meaning is not your meaning. You haven't. Which part of the argument do you reject? You can't just say, yep, but the conclusion is false. The argument's not invalid.
Well, again, I don't understand the premises, so I can't say, like, gibberish and gibberish is like, I don't know. I can't reject them. I don't understand them. I can reject the conclusion, say meaning on your own is fine.
But it's not gibberish. That's insulting. But that's all right. I'm used to you talking that way, I guess, but not to me, I suppose. But anyway, so it's not gibberish. It's in fact very clearly stated multiple times that you can make up a rule, but you don't know whether you're applying it or some other rule. And saying, I know I'm applying it, doesn't answer the question of how you know you're applying it. So how do you know that you're applying the rule you just made up, which I already said you have the power to do? You can make up any rules you want. How do you know you're applying that rule correctly as opposed to misapplying some other rule? How do you know?
Okay, so I'd say the rule itself is nothing. The rule is just your guess at what the feeling is. That's it. Your feeling is
right. So then you just admitted, like, logic is nothing, math is nothing. They're all just guesses about feelings.
Sure. And the feelings are the objective thing. So we have the feelings, and the meaning is that feeling, and then you try to describe that feeling with a rule. The rule doesn't matter. It's the feeling that matters, and you're trying to describe the
same
feeling.
People could have different people could have the same feeling.
Okay.
And define it differently. So the feeling all by itself is meaningless, has no anything to it. So you can't do, like, if you want to give all that stuff up, I guess that's fine. But it seems to me like a high cost to pay.
So different people can have the same feelings and label it different things. They can have different feelings and label them different things.
Right.
And this is a problem.
Because you don't know which one you're doing.
Well, I must be doing the one I'm feeling. I can't be doing the thing I'm not feeling.
No, you can't be doing. You don't. You have the same feeling as they do. So there are two people, Tom and Richard, and they have the same feeling. And I label that feeling addition. And you label that feeling addition. So we are both doing addition, right?
Sure.
Okay. But my feeling in my community is associated with this function called quaddition. And your feeling in your community is associated with this function called addition.
What do you mean by associated?
So the feeling all by itself doesn't tell you anything about which one you're doing or which one. So whether you're applying the rule from the other person's or your own rule. There's just... I don't know how else
What do
to
you mean
put
by
it.
associating?
You
For
don't know
me,
which.
the feeling is the core thing. There's nothing prior to the feeling. The feeling is it. There is nothing. The feeling is the substance of all of the meaning. There isn't like associated to some other thing. It's just other things can cause the feeling, sure. But to me, the feeling, there isn't anything more core to meaning than the feeling. Like, what is the order of operations here? Like, where is the where does this rule thingy come in? It seems like
The
there is
rule
a
thingy
feeling.
comes at the point where you say there's a feeling,
Sure,
and then I'm going to label it this way,
sure.
and then you try to apply that label to the feeling. And the question is, do you do it correctly or incorrectly? And how can you tell? And the answer is, you haven't given me any reason to think you can tell. So you don't know if you're doing it correctly or incorrectly, which just seems like you've admitted several times.
So I have a feeling and I label it X. How can that be incorrect?
Because the same feeling was labeled in a different way by different people, and you could be following their rule accidentally, unbeknownst to you. You could be misapplying. So this thing should be labeled that way, but you're misapplying it with your label. So you don't know which label, whether you're correctly applying your label to the feeling or incorrectly applying your label to the feeling. We both agree you're applying your label to the feeling. The question is, are you doing it correctly or incorrectly? Which rule are you following, in other words?
So the rule is a third
and what
thing.
we're asking is how you know which one you're doing.
So I have three things here. There's a feeling, there's a label for the feeling, and there's a rule. So I have a feeling and I label the feeling. Now, the rule I haven't made any rules yet. There's just
that is the rule. That is the rule. The rule is this feeling has this label. That's the rule. What do you mean? You just instituted a rule. You said, I mean by this, that.
Okay.
All right. So
this is just naming, like the different languages use different words for different objects.
Well, you were talking about feelings. I mean, I was talking about meanings.
Feeling could be about sense experience.
Yeah, we're talking about meaning. So I say meaning is more than feelings. I think it has to do with reference and objects in the world. But you talked about feelings, so I was just talking about that. But
okay, so
whatever meanings are, that's what we're talking about.
So yeah, I'm including feelings as in sense experience. Those feelings, sure. So sense experience of a tree.
So, but look, there are two different camps of people. They both have the same sensory experience.
Yes.
One camp labels it whatever. The other camp labels it hamada blah blah, whatever. So, excuse me, then you come along and you say, by X, I mean hamada blah blah.
Well, no. That part isn't in my argument. So my argument is just literally the only individual thing, the feeling itself, and literally nothing else with literally no other additions ever is the thing I'm labeling this feeling.
The feeling is in common between the two groups. That's the stipulation. So
Sure.
So you have to grant that.
Sure.
The feeling is in common.
Right. And there's literally...
Then group one labels it whatever, and group two labels it something else.
Sure.
So then how do you know that whenever you've had that feeling, you're correctly labeling it as opposed to incorrectly labeling it?
So this is just like names for a tree. Why is a tree and not the Japanese word for tree? They're arbitrary. That doesn't make a difference. So tree itself.
The question is how you know. That's not about arbitrary. It's about how you know which one you're doing. So the arbitrary point is already factored in. That's part of the whole assumption. So it's not an objection to say it's arbitrary. We know that. The question is, how do you know which rule you're following? Like when you say tree, how do you know you mean by tree trees and not something else? How do you know that? And you say, well, there's a rule and it says trees means tree or something like that. Or this experience I label with tree. The other group labels that experience something else.
So like if I accidentally said the word that they're using and didn't realize it and thought I said my word kind of a thing?
Let's just say you're both using the same word.
Well, I'm trying to understand the difference here. So I have a feeling and I label this feeling something and they label this feeling something else, X and Y or whatever. And I say, this is X. This feeling is X. I'm just using the word X to mean the feeling. I can't be wrong about that.
And then they yes, you can. That's the whole point. Then they come along and say, no, you're mislabeling that feeling. It's really Y.
So are they saying...
You say, no, I know which feeling it's... I'm using my label, not your label. And they say, where in your past history of anything ever is there a fact which determines whether you were using your label or my label? That's the argument. And then the point is that there's no thing you can appeal to at any past point if you define the way the other community uses it in the right way, because there will be a common overlap.
Well, I mean, I know I'm using the word tree because the sounds tree are coming out of my mouth. So I know.
But the question is, do you know what it means?
Do I know what
it
means? So yeah,
sure, you can make a sound. Great. Is that what you're doing when you do addition? You're making sounds, or do you know you're doing addition?
Yeah. So I have a feeling, and I'm making sounds to represent the feeling. I want to get away from math.
And then the other camp says you're mislabeling the feeling.
Mislabeling.
Yeah, you're incorrectly following our rule, they say.
But it sounds like you're saying, well, you've just mislabeled the word dictionary. That's not, the wrong dictionary. Dictionaries does not mean that. Like, dictionary means whatever you want it to mean. It's arbitrary. So
great, then addition means whatever I want it to mean. Great.
I don't understand.
But that's not what it means. People have an agreed on definition. It means this set of axioms and the successor function. So it's not the way you're saying. It's the other way. There's a thing out there. We think we're saying addition and that we mean by it this function of addition. We say cat and we think we're meaning by cat. The word cat has the meaning cats, like those animals out there experience whatever you want to say.
Right, and that comes into the community. This is the correct version of math because this is the community's definition of math. But I don't see any problem with
so then you can't appeal to it without the community.
Right, but there's no problem with a guy being on an island and making up his own math. He just comes here and he just has a different definition of math.
He can make up whatever math he wants. The question is whether when he's doing it, he's following those rules he just made up, or she, or some other rules. So the question is not about what you can make up. I've already said that like 6,000 times.
Again, I don't understand
any set of rules
here
that you want. The question is whether you know which rules you're using after you make them up.
I don't understand. I don't understand where the rules come in here. So I've made up a word, tree, to describe the feeling, and he's made up a word, tree, to describe either the same or a different feeling, or a different word to describe the same feeling. I don't care. There's no issue here. There's just language.
There clearly is an issue here. The issue is whether you know that you mean your label or the other label. That's the issue. It's about knowledge.
My label.
So do you know what you mean? You say, no, I have this feeling and I labeled it X, so I can't be wrong. And the other side says, yes, you could be wrong. You could be misapplying the label Y. You think you're applying the label X, but you're really misapplying. You're following this. You're correctly following this other rule and misapplying your own rule. Right? That's the way it's supposed to go. So you have the feeling. You then say, by this I mean tree, or okay, great. So that's a rule. What's
the rule? The rule is every time I have this feeling,
this experience means tree, or like the word tree means this experience, or like whatever you think the meaning of tree is.
Okay.
That's why it's clearer in the mathematical case, because we know what the meanings of these terms are, and you can't play these kind of games. That's why we usually talk about plus and not trees, although the point is perfectly general. Everyone knows what plus means, or supposed to. It means the successor function and the axioms governing this formal system called addition. That's what plus means. That's what addition is. So it's a lot clearer there. It's not so clear what tree means. So usually we just say, quote, tree means trees, or whatever, but it's a lot less clear what we're actually doing there. But the point applies equally the same. So you can make up the rule. My word tree means this, and you have the experience right there. So that is the forming of the rule. So you have the experience. You say, I will call this tree. You have formed a rule. So no one has denied that you can do that. You can. You just did. You formed the rule. I
have a question. One sec. I thought of a question real quick. So like if we go back 10,000 years or whatever, and somebody's doing addition, but it's completely different from our addition, you're saying he's objectively wrong or something? His meaning is incorrect, even?
No, I mean, the conclusion of this argument would be that, well, I'm not sure what say that again. Let me just.
So like if there's a guy, the first guy who made up math, he made up the addition sign. He used it differently than the way we're using it today. And you're saying that he was wrong. His meaning was objectively incorrect, and our meaning today is objectively correct. Something like that.
No. What I'm saying is there are rules which we can make up and write down. Like any rule we want, we can make it up and write it down. So yeah, the question is not about whether he's objectively right so whether the rules are objectively right or wrong. The question is about whether when that person says, I am doing addition, there's a fact of the matter about whether they're correct. So the first step in that argument is that, well, they can't know whether they're doing addition or not.
So like,
and then a bunch of stuff happens after that. But that's the first point is like, you sort of have to, there are things you could say. I'm not saying that Kripke's obviously right, but I never say stuff like that. But
so just to understand, so like
things you're saying don't address the point.
So like a blind man saying he's drawn a cat or whatever. So he has the idea of a cat, and he's drawing it, but he could be drawing something completely different and not realize it, right? Is that essentially the argument, that you might be drawing something that's not what you envision in your head to be the thing you're drawing?
The argument is just that people make mistakes. So in any given case of a rule following, you don't know if you're making that mistake or not, or whether it's a mistake in a rule, misapplying a rule, or correctly applying a different rule. That's just all there is. So there's just a bunch of rules. And to make it concrete, you have these different communities. So in one community, when they say the word cat, they mean something. In the other community, when they say the word cat, they mean something else. Okay. They have the same word, right? So the same word has these two different meanings in these two different communities. So any given person who says, I mean by cat what my community means, and not what that other community means, has got to refer to the community to make sense of the thing having any meaning. Because if there really is no physical difference between like this guy and that guy, but yet their things mean different things, then the rule, which rule they're applying, is underdetermined. And how would they know which one they're doing? There's no thing they could point to in the past which would say that shows conclusively I was following this rule, not the other one. Except for the things you talk about. They were taught, the community said, this is bad, that's good, no, do it this way, blah, blah, blah. So a bunch of facts about the community come in, which is fine, and I'm not against that, but I don't see like how you go from there to the single person case, where the person thinks they're following this rule that they made up, but may in fact be following a different rule. They may not be applying the rule they think they are. So how can they tell which rule they're applying? So the math case is so much clearer. So they are doing all this adding. 2 + 2 is 4, 2 + 3 is 5, 2 + 4 is 6. And they stop at a certain number n. And then they say, look, I've been doing addition this whole time, but it's consistent with everything they've done that they were doing this other thing, quaddition. You say, I've been meaning tree this whole time, but it's consistent with everything you've done that you were meaning shmree, not tree. So what facts determine which one it is that you meant at any given time, whether you were right or wrong, whether you were doing it correctly or incorrectly? What determines that?
So the math thing just confuses me more, so it doesn't help at all. So just saying there's a blind guy drawing a cat. He could be drawing something like an elephant or something and not realize it, but he says, I'm drawing a cat. And suppose he could see everybody else's drawing and they can see they're drawing a cat. So yes, that's a cat. Or he said, that's not a cat. And everybody else is drawing, even if he doesn't know his own. Why can't he still understand what he's trying to do, even if he's doing it wrongly?
Oh, dude. Okay, fuck. All right, look. So there's a blind guy, right?
Yep.
Suppose he means by cat the following thing. cat experience whenever it's orange, but let's see. If it's a kind of cat he's heard about, well, see, it's hard to come up with the right kind of definition for the cat thing here, but there is a way to do it. So the blind guy thinks, look, by cat, what I mean is this experience of these things like that are the same as you when you experience cats. Or 75. So that's what he thinks cats are. He thinks the word cat means this. It means experience as of a cat like everybody else would have, or 75. Okay. So then he says, you know, cats are my favorite animals. And you say, great, can you draw me a picture of a cat? And so he draws you a picture of something that you would think of as a cat. But he means something completely different by this. Maybe he writes down the number 75. You're like, that's not a cat. He says, yeah, it is. And you say, no, it's not. Cats just mean these animal things. He's like, oh, no, no, no. So you're mistaken. You've been talking about schmats this whole time, which are the thing I mean. So how do you know who's right about which word you were using when you said, you know, that's a nice cat, and you point at the picture that got blind man drew? And he said, suppose he draws the number 75 and says, that's a cat. And you say, no, it's not. So who's right? Who's right depends on what the word cat means, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, I'd say they're both right.
Okay, good. Okay, so then there's no meaning to the word cat.
Yeah, there's no objective meaning to the word cat. But I'd say...
Right, so then there's no objective meaning to anything.
Sure. I think so. So yeah, I'd say that the plus sign doesn't have an objective meaning outside of human imagination. I would agree with that.
Right, but that's not the... So see, that's why you keep confusing the issues here, which is sort of frustrating. We're not talking about whether things have objective reality outside of your mind. We're talking about knowledge. Knowledge is in here, dude. It's a mental thing. We're talking about knowledge. Can you know what you mean? That's what we're talking about. Can you know whether by cat you meant the animals and only the animals, or schmat, the images of animals which normal persons would have, or the number 75. So who's right when they point at that thing the guy draws and says, that's a cat? He says, I'm right. And you say, no, you're wrong. Actually, that's not a cat, because you're misapplying this rule. And he says, no, you're misapplying the rule. So how do you know who's applying what rule at this point? How do you know what the meaning of the word is? In other words, the word cat.
So could you apply it to particulars? Say, let's get rid of all rules. I don't care about rules. There's just only this particular thing.
It's
and
called
nothing.
the rule following argument. So of course you cannot get rid of rules.
Well, I'm trying to understand how it would relate, if it would relate to particulars. Say, I don't want a rule. I want a particular. Object X is object X. I'm going to give it a label, and there's literally nothing other than that, with no changes at all.
Well, then you would switch to a different argument. That's called, you know, Quine's inscrutability of reference and indeterminacy of translation. So Quine had an argument which was supposed to conclude, the conclusion of which is that what you said isn't correct. That's a different argument. So that's rabbit gavagai thing.
Yeah, the rabbits thing. So, but
so once again, you don't know which one you meant. I mean, I guess I could see why you think it's similar. But
in the case of the gavagai thing, does the guy pointing at the rabbit, does he know what he means when he points at the rabbit and says gavagai?
No, Quine says radical indetermination begins at home. So yeah, the conclusion ultimately is no. There's just Quine's conclusion is there's no meaning. He calls meanings creatures of darkness. So you know, I mean, but this argument from Kripke is a different argument. It's a kind of private language inspired Kripke version of it. It's different than the Quinean indeterminacy inscrutability stuff, which is why switching to particulars is a different question. Although I think you can give like a different kind of argument for something like a similar conclusion.
Right. So I'm saying that in the rule following argument, if the conclusion is we can't have meaning of rules.
No, that's not the conclusion.
Right. So we can't have meaning, right, at all.
It's that words can't have meaning.
Right. So that would also.
No. I mean, sorry, you're skipping ahead. The conclusion is just that you don't know what the meaning of your words are.
Right. So I'm saying, can I give a meaning of a word for a particular with no rules? There are no rules here. It's just this particular and nothing else. I have a word for a particular and nothing else. I mean, that's
really you'd have to have a. How do you say dogs are brown in this language?
You wouldn't.
There's only particulars in your language. I mean, it's like this dog has this brown.
Yeah, this language is only of particulars with no rules at all.
Right. So then there's no way to do anything with it. What do you mean? There's no language if there's no rules.
It can have meaning. So that particle is that particle.
How does it have meaning?
It refers to the particulars.
Then that's a rule. Look, do you not understand what a meaning here is? A meaning is something that associates some symbol with like a thing.
Yeah.
It's a rule that associates this syntactic thing with a interpretation, a structure, a meaning. So you can't do what you just did without invoking a rule.
Okay.
Except you're just saying the rule applies only to one case, which is a really boring rule.
Okay, that's fine. Boring rules are fine. I'll keep the boring rule. There's literally no extensions. You literally cannot mean anything but that exact particular with no differences ever. And that's the only option.
You could. What are you talking about?
In this language, you can't. You just can't do it.
All right. Well, then how do you know you're using that language?
How do I...
You could be using this other language where the rules are different and they don't apply just to that particular, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the question is not, can you define some set of rules or define a language? Of course you can.
So the question is whether
you know you're using it or some other set. How do you know you're using those rules? Is
the question about my intention at the time? Like, at that time, did I intend this particular thing or did I intend this other thing?
That would be one way of attempting to try to answer the question, but the intentions don't really work. I mean, the same thing, because the same argument's going to be applied. How do you know you were intending instead of schmatending? So that's the whole point, is that anything you say about what you were doing can be interpreted differently, and therefore, how do you know you were doing what you said as opposed to this other thing? Well, in a community where everyone's doing this and that and the other thing, then of course there's a perfect answer. Everyone's doing this, and I was trained by them, so of course I'm doing that. But the problem is there are other communities that do it different and have commonalities up to a certain overlap boundary. So how do you know in any given case which one you're doing? That's always been the question. How can you tell? So you say, I was intending to follow this rule. I say, you were intending to small the shmul. You say, no, I wasn't. I was intending. I say, no, you weren't. You were intending. So how can you tell which one you meant? How do you know you meant intention versus schmintention?
How do I know I meant intention?
Yeah, like I intended to follow the rule. How do you know you meant that as opposed to something else?
I'm not sure. So if we just got rid of all language and I hit my hand or something and it hurt and I made a noise. And so now I associate the noise to the pain.
Yes. Great.
Okay. So I now have meaning with no words.
Okay, but someone else comes along and says, oh, that noise, you weren't really yelling, you were schmelling. To schmell is to do something else. It means to do the thing you did in the case of having a pain or this other thing. So you don't know if you were yelling or schmelling. So the moves you keep making, they fall prey to the same.
No, this only applies to that, only that exact particular. It only applies to the particular and literally nothing but that one particular and nothing else. Literally, exactly. It cannot apply to anything else.
You don't know if you were following that rule or not. That's the point.
Well, the rule can't apply to anything but that particular.
Of course, but you don't know if you were following that rule as opposed to a different rule. So I know that rule applies only to one case. I get it, man. I do. But the question is, were you following that rule correctly or incorrectly following a different rule, which applies to that case plus some other cases? So how do you know which rule you were following? Saying this rule only applies to that thing doesn't answer the question about which rule. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so like worked up about this. But I don't see what you're not getting about it. I'm frustrated. But I'm frustrated at myself, not you, because I must not be articulating it right, because you said it's gibberish and incoherent. And these are, it must be my faults. That's all I can conclude, because they seem, I don't know. So there's a rule. There's rule 1. There's rule 2. Rule 1 applies only to this thing. Rule 2 applies to that thing and a bunch of other stuff. So which one are you doing? And how do you know? Just saying there's a rule that applies to one thing doesn't answer the question. There's another rule that applies to different things. How do you know which one you're following?
So let's say it doesn't apply to anything in the future. It's like, I had experience when X happened. It's a description of the past and nothing else.
Yeah.
So in that case, there's no rule there. It's just an experience, right?
Say that again.
It's just it's just a description of the past. There's no rules. No rule about the future, no rule about labeling, just a description of the past.
You can't describe anything without meanings. What do you do? How do you describe something when there's no if you don't have rules that assign meanings to the describing things, the things which are doing the describing? There's got to be meaning to them, right? Otherwise, they're not descriptions.
Meaning. So, like, I'm in the brain envisioning it in the past or something. I just literally am thinking about the thing that just happened, a memory, essentially. Would a memory qualify as meaning or not meaningful?
A memory is a memory. I mean, meaning is usually like we think of thoughts as having meaning, words as having meaning. So memories, do they have meaning? Personal meaning, maybe, I don't know. But like if I remember the meaning, like I'm not sure what you mean by a memory. So you have an experience. There's an experience, right?
Yep.
Okay. So then what do?
You think about the experience you just had. You have a picture of
But you get how this is like private language related, right? Because like you make up a rule, it's private. So how do you know you're not making a mistake? There's no one that you can appeal to except yourself. So, I mean, that's the more Wittgenstein way of putting it, but I've been putting it in the more Kripke way. But you say I'm not making a mistake, but how do I know you're not making a mistake? I say you are. You're wrong, dude. You're wrong. You haven't been talking about cats. You've been talking about schmats your whole life. You haven't meant plus. You've been doing schmus. This whole time, you've never talked about God. You've only been arguing about schmod. So where in your past history is there anything which proves that I'm wrong and you're right when you say, I've been using the words in this way and not that way, and all my past assertions are about addition, God, and not about schmod or quaddition? Like where? Like only in the community. Like that's what you keep saying. Yeah, that's the whole point though. Only in the community.
So, like, try to apply it to memory for me. Just might help.
Well, memories aren't syntactical structures that are associated with meanings.
What's the difference?
What do you mean, what's the difference?
So, like...
an experience is an experience, and a syntactic structure is something that can be arbitrarily interpreted in different ways.
Well, like, I have a memory that describes a past event.
In terms of its form.
So I have a memory that describes a past event, like me hitting my hand against a tree, and I can have words that describe the past event. They both describe the past event.
Right. So you say, and I say, you are incorrectly describing the past event.
Well, can the memory...
So the question is, who's right? Right. You say this description is the correct interpretation of the past. And I say, nope. This other description is the correct interpretation of the past. So where in anything you've ever done, thought, felt, or anything like that, is there something which tells you that I'm wrong about what you meant in these previous cases?
Well, so the dream, what the dream meant. So we're saying that there's, you can have a dream that was meant to describe the past event, and you have words that were meant to describe the past event, and you're saying you have a different dream or something. How
no,
would...
I'm saying you're misapplying your words, is what I'm saying.
So I'm saying there's no words. It's a dream. It's just a dream. You have a visual representation of the past, which is different from a verbal representation of the past. So I have a visual representation of the past, and there's no words. But the visual representation is supposed to mean something. It's supposed to refer to the past, or something that occurred in the past.
How? What do you mean? Says who?
It's a memory.
Experiences don't have meaning in the way that we're talking about. Experiences, memories can be accurate or inaccurate, veridical or but that doesn't mean they have a meaning. I don't think my memory means anything. It doesn't have a meaning. Words mean things. Thoughts mean things. People mean things. Signs mean things.
Well,
experiences don't mean anything. They're experiences. I'm not sure what you mean.
So I can say that the memory refers to something else. It's talking about something else.
What?
Like the past.
Okay, a past experience is what the memory refers to.
Right.
So I don't think that that's a correct application of the word refer, but that's all right.
Okay.
Whatever. In the good case, refers. I think something a person does. A person refers by using words, or you could say a word refers. That's sometimes what people say, but no one would say. I would think that an experience refers to anything. They could be caused by something. And you might have a causal theory of reference, but it's not going to be like a perceptual. It's going to be a different kind of anyway. So the whole argument we're talking about doesn't have anything to do with experiences. It only comes in once there are meanings. When you try to say something, do something according to a rule. When you try to follow a rule. That's when the things we're talking about kick in. Just having a memory, I don't see why that. No, that's not.
Well, the memory refers to a past. That would be a rule. It's just one caused by your brain, not by your choice.
That's not a rule.
What's the difference there?
What do you mean? What's the difference?
Memory refers to the past. For it to be memory, it has to refer to the past.
Who's following that rule? The brain?
Yeah. The memory, yeah.
The brain doesn't follow that rule because most memories don't refer to the past. They are inaccurate. So the brain doesn't follow that rule. But that's not a rule. I mean, that's just like you're saying so you could define up a rule as says when a memory is accurate, I will say that this memory is veridical when it's caused by something in the past and it accurately captures some aspect or something like that of it. And then you have the memory and you say, this is a true memory or something. Then you can apply a rule or something like that. But until you do something like that, like you just have an experience.
Okay. So the memory and I'm still like, so if it doesn't apply to memories, I mean, I just say labels can be the same as memories. Why not say that they're the same? There's no functional difference.
Because there's no question of whether you are doing one thing versus another when the memory shows up. What do you mean?
I see the same thing with meaning. Like, there's no question about the memory trying to refer to the past. There's no question about what you mean when you say the word cup. Or what, like, I don't know what you mean, but the word, you definitely mean something.
There's no question about what the memory, there is big question about that actually. But the reason why you think there is one is because there's a causal connection between some event in the past and the brain state that exists currently. Causal connections are not rules. They are causes. So we are talking about you trying to do something, not about, like when you fall down, you're not trying to do something. When you jump over a hurdle, like for example, I've been trying to relearn how to skateboard. 30 years off a skateboard, and I just like in the last month picked it up because my son told me, yeah, right, you never rode a skateboard. I was like, fuck, I got it. So I've been out there busting my hump. And you know, when I try to like perform a trick, like I was practicing kick flips today, And there's a certain like procedure that you should do. You put your foot on the back, you angle it at a 45-degree angle, and you kick up and forward, not out to the side. So there's a procedure which I am trying to implement. Not successfully. I could show you my shin and show you how I didn't land any of these. I'm getting closer though. But anyway, so I'm trying to do something according to a certain, like there's a procedure which I'm trying to match what I'm doing to that. Like there's a thing, like first do this, then do that, then kick out, then land right here. And I'm trying to make my actions match that. And I'm doing it on purpose. I'm doing it on purpose because I know what a kickflip is. And I want to actually perform that trick. So like there's a procedure, there's a me doing something, and then there's a recognition that the procedure is the right way to do it, and I'm trying to follow it. First this step, then that step, then the other step, right? So that's in the case of like, you know, a skill like kick flipping or something, we can understand kind of what's going on there. So the question here is, when you say I mean addition or whatever, or I mean, you know, this is what I mean by tree. The way we typically think of that is sort of like what I just said, that there's a meaning of the word and you're trying to use that word with a certain meaning to communicate to the other people that you're, so you mean by tree this. I say, that's a nice tree. Okay, but the question is, how do you know that your production of that sound, the states in your brain, all of that stuff, how do you know that you were being correctly guided by the rule you thought you were? Right? So you think you're following that rule. You think you're like, that's the rule I'm following. The rule is tree means this.
So the thing you're trying to do is follow the rule, like the thing you're trying to do is the kickflip.
Exactly.
Okay, so in the kickflip, we can know you do it right because your physical state matches the physical state of the YouTube video, essentially.
Right, I land the trick.
Right, so...
It's not, in other words, it's not private. What counts as being right is public. If I said, nope, if I fell and you were like, oh, you didn't pull it this time, I was like, no, I did. I actually did do a kickflip. You would be like, no, kickflip means this. And you would say this procedure thing. And I'm like, nope, kickflip means this other thing. And every time you've used the word kickflip, you've meant this other thing. And you've just been wrong this whole time. You thought you meant that thing you just told me. But unbeknownst to you, incorrectly, you've been following this other, you've been incorrectly following that rule, but correctly following this other rule, doing a trick called a schmick flip, which is to land a kickflip when no one is looking, but as soon as someone looks, you fall. So I did that. So I correctly performed a kickflip. And you say, no, that's not what it means. And I say, how do you know that? And then the whole argument starts all over again. Because the question is, how do you know when you say the word that it means what you think that it does, as opposed to something else? It's a skeptical. It's like, how do you know? That's why it's a skeptical challenge. You say, look, my word has this meaning, and I think I know that. And the skeptic says, why do you think you know that? Just saying there is a rule which correctly describes your behavior doesn't guarantee that you correctly applied that rule.
So like in the case of a kickflip, like how do you know what you mean by a kickflip and you envision the YouTube video, like it physically is this thing, so it's not...
Right, there's a community.
So why couldn't I mean kickflip on my own on my private island, have a skateboard and do a kickflip and mean the same thing?
You could make up the word kickflip and say it means this thing and define the procedure. And then the question is whether you were correctly using that word that you made up or incorrectly using this other word, which sounds just like it, but it means something different. So how do you know which word you were using? That's the question. So in the quaddition addition, we make up a new word because the two people are both saying they add, like that, like plus. They're both saying they added these words, but one means addition, the other means quaddition. So you say the word kickflip, and you say there's this procedure for doing a kickflip. And then I say, oh, actually, you've been wrong the whole time. Every time you thought you were talking about that thing that you just defined, you were actually talking about this other thing, which is called a schmick flip or whatever. And so the question is, how do you know, or what differentiates how do you know who's right? You say, no, I meant, when I said I was doing a kickflip, I meant that thing. This thing I just told you. You do this, you do that, you do this. And then I say, no, 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 no. You actually meant this other thing the whole time. You just didn't know it.
Okay, what is...
And all your behavior is consistent because the definition of my other thing includes everything you've ever done related to kickflips, plus this other stuff which you've never done.
Okay, what is your solution that you say to him? Maybe that'll help.
Well, what do you mean? My solution is there is no good solution. It's the skeptical conclusion is that probably only in a community is there any kind of meaning to these things, or you have to say there's some kind of primitive semantic facts which are not physical or something like that. But actually even there, I don't think you really get an answer to this puzzle, because even if you took like, you know, Engstrich's line, which is there's some non-physical fact which determines whether you're doing plus or quas, I don't think you can know whether you were applying that non-physical fact correctly.
Right,
so
right.
I don't think so I don't think the physicalism dualism had anything to do with the things we're talking about. That's why I think he was confused, actually, the way he was using the argument.
Yeah, it's the same as being...
No, I could see why, and I shouldn't say that, that's me. What I meant was, yeah, actually, maybe that's what I meant. Anyway, sorry. The question is how you know which rule you're applying, not whether there are rules. It's about whether you're following the right rule correctly or the wrong rule, excuse me, whether you're following the right rule incorrectly or the wrong rule correctly. So remember my addition example. I add up a bunch of numbers. I get the wrong answer, but I feel like it's the right answer. And I turn in my paper and I get a big red X on it. This happens to me like left and right. And it always was, I forgot a minus sign. I didn't carry a 5, whatever. So it's like, okay. But I thought I was following the addition rule every time, but I was not. I was incorrectly following the addition rule, but it felt like I was following the addition rule. So how do I know that I was incorrectly following the addition rule as opposed to correctly following some other rule, which would give the answer that I wrote down? My whole past behavior is consistent with both interpretations. It's only when you bring the community in that you get any kind of difference.
Okay, and you're saying that accepting that words, all meaning is just completely made up by humans and nothing else, leads to a problem because why?
Because you don't know whether you're applying those made up words correctly or applying those made up words incorrectly, or applying some other made up words correctly. That's why.
Okay, let's assume that's true. Every single use of every single word is using different rules incorrectly or something. This is a problem. Why?
What do you mean? It's a problem because you can't say that a person all by themselves on a desert island has any meaning or to their words or thoughts, that they're following one rule versus another, that they're doing addition versus quaddition, that they're thinking about God versus not God. You can't know any of that stuff independently of a community doing things in a certain way where there's already a practice established about what these things are doing and how to carry on the next step and which rule. But independent of that, I mean, it's a skeptical situation. So it's like, you know, what are you going to do? It's like, what you can't do is simply say, oh, I know which rule I'm following because I made up the rule. Because the question is, how do you know you're following that rule, the one you made up? Not can you make it up, but how do you know you're following it? And so the reason why so I'm not a person like this, but a person who's more like nefarious than me will then take, if you grant this conclusion, well, gee, then there just are no facts of the matter about, you know, whether my argument is good or bad, or whether I met modus ponens or something else, or whether I've asserted something contradictory, or whether I have good reasons to deny it. And so if you end up in this position, then no one should listen to anything you say because you don't know what you mean. No one else knows what you mean. So, you know, at least I think that's what the way the other side typically argues is like, at least we have a source or a foundation that answers like these questions. Although even then, I'm not sure that it really does, because even if you bring a God in and God stipulates the ultimate rule, addition, how do you know you're following that rule?
Okay, so let's
That's the same problem over and over again. It's like whatever you say, the question is, how do you know that's the rule you're following?
so let's take that nefarious person's position, say that we can't, we shouldn't trust or listen or speak to anyone ever for any reason or something like that.
Yeah.
So let's say I wanted to install a new light bulb and I asked someone to install a new light bulb and they gave me a light bulb from the hardware store and I plugged it in and it worked. Now, apparently none of that had meaning, but I got the goal.
No, in the community, it does have meaning. The conclusion is the meaning's relative to the community. It's relative to the practice. It's like there's already stuff that's been done, and it's been done already for a long time. And then so I come along and I get trained in one way, so I do it that way. So my words have meaning in my community. I mean plus, I mean addition, I mean cats by cat and so forth. So the question is not whether we can have meaning or not. It's like whether there's any like objective meaning, whether there's any facts of the matter about who's doing it right or wrong, getting it correct.
So let's take it to the guy on the island. He doesn't obviously he wants to scare away the animals, and so he makes loud noises, or whatever, and it scares them away. How is that different than me going to the hardware store?
How does he know he wants to scare away the animals?
That's the feeling he gets. Is that something that he doesn't know?
How does he know that he's correctly labeled that feeling as fear?
Fear. I don't.
How does he know he's correctly labeled that feeling?
Well, you didn't label it in this one. He just wanted to get the yelling, and the yelling has the meaning of getting the things to go away.
How does he know he wanted anything?
How does he know he wanted anything?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say that's like primitive in the brain. Just you feel things, you feel desires, whether you even know it or not. Like you.
How do you know that what you feel is desires and not schmadires? There's a feeling.
Yes.
How do you know it's correctly labeled one way versus another way? How do you know it's desire and not schmadire? How can you tell? You say, well, by this feeling, I simply mean. But how do you know you're doing that right? That's the whole point.
Well, I didn't label the desires here, so there's no labeling for the desires.
So how do you know it's a desire then if you didn't label it?
I'm just using common language to try and convey a point here, so that's irrelevant to
you
the
don't
argument.
have any common language. You're on an island.
No, I'm talking about common language between us today and modern English. Not the island has no language. There's a guy on an island, and he has a desire to make the
How
things.
does he know it's a desire?
Well, he doesn't. He didn't label it at all. It's just the common feeling every animal has.
He doesn't have a desire because there are other people on other islands that have that same feeling that call it a schmadire, and he is incorrect that it's a desire. So how do you know he's right that he's having a desire? Well,
the desire,
he's having a feeling of a certain sort.
Every single animal has desires. We just call them desires.
How do you know that? How do you know they don't have schmadires?
The animals like eating. They get a dopamine response, and that's the desire. So they eat
and
food.
So schmadires are those kinds of dopamine responses plus some other stuff which hasn't happened. So how do you know which one it is?
That's not a part of anything I said. So my analogy is just about the screaming. The screaming. The desire is describing the event.
How do you know? So he made a noise. How do you know it's a screaming? He has a feeling. How do you know it's a desire? Those are not. So you don't have any reason to say he had a desire.
No one needs to know anything.
You don't have any reason at all to say that. There was an action.
No one needs to know what the feeling is. He is an animal, and he reacts to the feelings just like any animal does. And this animal, like most animals, refer to a desire as something they do. They want to do the thing that they desire. Whether they know it's a desire is irrelevant. They have a compulsion to do an action, and we call that a desire. So he has a compulsion to make the other animals go away.
No, because on the other island, they call a desire the compulsion to get the thing you want in the case where it's successful, or to be angry in the case where it's a failure. So so this guy's incorrect. He's not having a desire. He's having a schmedire.
So I'm not describing meaning here. I'm only describing ontology. This guy has a feeling.
You can't call it a desire.
I can't call it a desire. So
you can call it a feeling.
Call it a feeling. Okay, it's a feeling. Yeah, he has a feeling. Yes. He wants the animals to go away. And then there's some
action that happens, right?
Yes,
exactly.
He has a feeling. Exactly. Feeling to do something, and he does the something.
And the feeling causes him to do something.
Yes.
Yes, good. So far, so good.
Okay, so he has a feeling, and the feeling causes him to make a noise, and the noise is to make the animals go away.
No.
No.
You can't say it's because of anything. You can just say there's an action that was caused by some other action.
Yeah.
And that action has, as a result, some further consequence. But you can't say that the reason he did it was because of anything, because you haven't taught. He doesn't have reasons. He doesn't have desires. You just said there's causes and effects. Cause A produces effect B. Effect B produces effect C. Effect C produces effect D. That's what you've described. It's no different than a ball shattering a window or any of those other things. So there's no meaning or anything like that there.
Okay, so he has a feeling, effect, he makes a noise, gets a dopamine rush. He likes dopamine. Dopamine makes him happy.
What's liking? How do you know he likes it as opposed to schmikes it? What you mean is it causes certain behaviors, like the lips move in a certain way and the eyes dilate in another way. So all you've described is a very large causal sequence. Good.
Yeah, so he has a proclivity to pursue actions that cause a similar effect.
Okay. What do you mean by pursue? And what do you mean by proclivity? So what you mean is he's caused to these behaviors because of the dopamine and so forth and so on?
Yes, like
so
a bacteria.
The tree has a proclivity to fall when chopped.
Yes, and bacteria have a proclivity to go towards a food source, and they tend to avoid things that kill them.
Right, exactly. But they don't desire the food source, and they're not afraid of the thing that kills them. They simply are causal mechanisms.
Okay, so
so far so good. All causal effect stuff. Yeah,
All right, so where is the problem with that?
There's no problem.
Okay, so there's no problem with
everything
that.
You said is fine.
And then adding meaning is a problem. Adding feelings is a problem because why?
Because of all the things I've said for the last 7,000 hours. Because you can make up a rule, but then there's a question about how you know you're applying it.
Why is desire rule-based? How does desire tie into the rule thingy?
Say what again?
How does desire tie into the rule thingy? He likes dopamine. How does this tie into...
What does liking mean?
What does liking mean?
Are you saying that it's true that he likes something? So what does that mean, that it's true that he likes something? It means he's caused to behave in certain ways?
I'm not saying it's objectively true. I've just made up my own language, and by that language, I mean the common
You haven't
things...
made it. See, you haven't. What language have you made?
The society. I invented the American society, so I invented our language, and here's what it means. So I'm using these words to describe what we commonly use them to mean in our community.
Right. In our language, you would be saying correct things.
Right.
But there are other languages, other rules that assign different meanings to those same patterns of sound. And the question is, how do you, TJump, know right now that you were speaking English as opposed to Sminglish, and all you've said is that English exists as an answer? That's not an answer. How do you know which language you're speaking?
I don't care what language I'm speaking. I'm just trying to use the common...
Well, then what are you talking about?
Him. I want to know what language he's speaking. He's not
speaking any, because you just said there's a billiard ball rolling down a hill bumping into a rock. That's all you've described so far. There's no meaning of anything. There's just a billiard ball bumping into a rock, causing a glass to fall over, which causes water to spill on the table. That's it.
Yeah, so that's the presup argument. Yes, we're all just soda fizzing. So the soda fizzing...
No, that's not the presup argument. That's your argument. That's what you just said. That's what you're telling me, dude. That's not what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
That's what you just said to me.
That's literally what presups say. Presups are saying that there's no meaning or purpose. We're all just fizzing bottles or whatever, fizzing soda bottles, and so there's no reason to debate.
Well, that's why this is related to that. Exactly.
Right. So going.
But I'm saying there is meaning in a community. So I'm not going the presup route. I'm just saying you're not taking the argument seriously, which gets you, because you've already admitted basically what they want to say, but you're pretending like you haven't.
Well, yeah, so I'm going to start with the guy on the island. Let's say if we can get meaning into him without any...
Yeah, and you haven't yet, so keep trying.
Yes, so to me it seems like he has dopamine, he has desires. These are in our language, not his language, so he doesn't have the meaning. This is just our general language in our community has the meaning.
Well, then I say he has schmadires, because I speak a different language, so I don't care what language you speak. The question is, what's the right description of this dude? I'm saying he has schmadires. He doesn't have any desires.
Well, I want to know if he can get meaning.
He has desires.
I want to know if he can get meaning on his own. The words we use to get him meaning doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what words we use to get him meaning. If he gets meaning, your position fails, essentially, or your presuppposition.
It's not my position. It's Kripke's position. And I don't really hold this position. I'm trying to get you to understand the argument. So right. You're right. I failed in that, but this is not my position.
No. So that's my point, is that if I can use any words and any meaning I want, and if I can do it in any way.
No, you can't. That's the argument.
No. So if any combination of words I can use get that guy meaning on his own island, your world, the Kripke's argument fails, because he has now got meaning on his own.
You haven't even come close to doing that.
That's where I'm going to. So he has a feeling. He has, which are emotions, which have nothing to do with words.
He has a schmealing.
There are no words here. This is all physics.
I'm describing it in my language, man. I'm just describing it in my language. So he doesn't have a feeling. He has a schmealing. But we agree on the physics, but there's no feelings there. There's a schmealing. You don't get to say it's a feeling. That's the whole question.
No. So all I care about is the physics. I'm just trying to generalize the physics. So only physics.
Don't talk about feelings, because I say they're schmealings.
I think feelings are physics. So the brain. So it's physics.
But they're not. Schmealings are schmizics. So I don't really care about your physics. I'm talking about schmizics.
So remember, you agreed there's a difference between ontology and epistemology, and if all I'm saying is ontological facts, you can't disagree with those.
You're not saying ontological facts. You're labeling them, and that's the whole argument. So as soon as you label the fact, the argument applies. That's the whole point. As soon as you try to apply a label from English to what this guy is doing, I'm going to tell you you're making a mistake. And that is not the correct way to describe what's happening there, even though we agree on all the physics stuff.
Okay, but I don't want to know about my mistakes.
There are no physical facts we disagree.
I want to know about his mistakes, not my mistakes. I don't care about my mistakes. I want to know how he is making a mistake.
You are incorrectly describing that situation as him having a feeling when he is not. He's having a schmealing, because I'm speaking a different language.
Okay, but I don't care about either of our languages. I only care about him. What mistake is he making? Not me.
He's having nothing. He's just having some cause and effects. That's it.
Granting he's having cause and effects.
Experience, maybe some, phenomenal properties or consciousness or something like that.
Yes, I agree. He's having feelings and experiences, and
they're not feelings.
Or
you have no reason to think that.
I don't understand here. So that guy isn't making any mistakes. He's doing everything fine. He has sounds and words, and he uses them to do things, and he does just fine.
Yeah, and he's wrong about the meaning of all his words, or he can't tell if he is or isn't. So I don't know what to say.
Well, he gets the animals to run away.
That's fine.
He gets the animals to run away, just like I get the light bulb to turn on.
Right.
So in our community where we have meanings of I want the light bulb to turn on, it works, and we have meanings. He has a meaning if he wants the animals to run away, and they run away. You have meanings.
He doesn't have a meaning at all. You haven't said anything which grants him a meaning. What you've said is in our language, we would describe him as having these states. You haven't said anything about him having a meaning. I don't know why you keep conflating a description in our language of him with what's really the case. That's the whole question, is so I describe him with my language, you describe him with your language, and that guy down there says, I'm doing it TJump's way. How do we know he's right? What facts determine that he's correct?
We can literally see his brain, and we can see the fact that this neuron is lighting up, which literally means he wants those things to run away.
And that neuron would light up in both cases. That's the whole point.
So
the neurons that are lighting up are the same in this case and in all previous cases. So there is no physical fact outside of community stuff, which doesn't exist, which you can appeal to and say, this is what determines that he meant this by that.
Like we have godly powers. We can go into his consciousness. We can feel what he is feeling. And his desire definitely wants him. Makes happy when animals go away, unhappy when animals get closer. We know exactly what he's feeling. He wants animals to go away and nothing else.
I mean, don't you see that? Like what you're saying is like, we go into the world where they do quaddition and we add up the numbers under 57 and 2 + 2 is 4 and 6 + 8 is the 14. Like it's okay. So, but that's not the point. Yes. All of that stuff, the stipulation is all of that's going to be the same. The question is, how do you know you are correctly applying a rule versus incorrectly applying a different rule, given that your past behavior is the same and any physical fact about you doesn't distinguish between the two cases? So what distinguishes between the two cases? You say there's a neuron. I say no, that neuron lights up when he's doing quaddition. It lights up when he's doing addition. So it doesn't distinguish.
So like, was there meaning up until the point we've done so far? So we'd be doing, let's say we're doing indeterminately either addition or quaddition, but we've done something up until this point, and whatever that thing is there
a community or not?
No, this guy on an island.
Then no, you haven't been. You don't know which rule you've been following.
Right, we don't know which rule we've been following, but we've been following a rule, right? There is a rule there we've been...
There's no way you could know which rule you're following.
We don't know which rule we're following, but we are following a rule, right?
Well, if you don't know which rule you're following, and there's no facts that you could ever point to which would answer the question, which rule are you following, then why think that you're following a rule? Now, you could just stipulate, well, in fact, you happen to be following a rule, but then you've admitted that understanding the rule is not what guides our behavior. And that the reason we are doing addition or quaddition is not because of my knowledge of the meaning of the words, but because of some accidental fact. And I will never know whether I'm getting it right or not.
Yeah, I think that is kind of what I'm saying. So I'm saying that it is a fact of the matter that we are doing a rule prior to us thinking about the rule. We are doing something. We have no idea what we're doing. We are doing something, and it is a fact that we are doing this something before we know anything about a rule.
Well, if there's a community, that's true. If not, then there's no reason to think that.
Well, a guy alone on an island is doing stuff, whether he thinks it or not.
He's doing stuff, but what is he doing?
He's doing stuff, but what is he doing?
He's doing stuff. Yeah, what's he doing?
Making
which rule is he following?
Run away, getting food.
Exactly. So which rules is he following? I mean, that stuff isn't rule governed. It's only when you talk about meanings, like when he says, that fucking bear is back again. Or when he thinks something like that. Same bear is here again, stealing my food. It's only then that you get the problem. I don't know why you keep talking about some dude just doing stuff. That's not meaning. All he's doing is there's causes. But as soon as you say he built the fire because he wanted to be warm, then you get the problems that we're talking about. Until you say something like that, there just isn't an issue.
And you're saying
because there's no issue for billiard balls. So the billiard ball is not thinking to itself, dude, how am I able to follow the law of gravity? Isn't that weird? Like, why am I following that rule? Like, my behavior, am I following the law of gravity, or am I following a different law which agrees with the things I've seen up till now? And which is actually true, because the law of gravity is false, and the Big only agrees with like things that people saw up till Newton's day. Once you make other observations, that law technically is false. But the billiard ball is not doing that, because there's a separate question about how physical reality could be such that mathematical laws describe it. That's that's a separate question. But the question we're asking doesn't show up for the billiard ball following the laws of physics.
So the argument.
So it only shows up when you think that there's some meaning around.
So the argument would entail that the billiard balls can't get to meaning. It's impossible. It's logically impossible for the billiard balls to get to meaning.
No, it's the way that, so the argument, if you really follow it all the way out, is that the way, so we show up, there's a practice where people do various things. We say modus ponens is good. We say modus tollens is fantastic. We say this other thing is bad. And then we go around saying things like, don't do that, do it this way, and so forth and so on. So in that situation where there's a community practice, then everyone agrees there's a fact of the matter in that community about which rule you're following, whether you're getting it right or not in that community, given those rules. There's an answer to this question. So it's not about whether we can say true things about mathematics or which rules we're following. The question is about whether understanding the rules are the reasons we do what we do. So rather, the picture here is that what happens is like there's just a bunch of stuff that we do. It's like, training the dog not to pee on the carpet. And then you train that dog by, giving it a treat and saying bad dog. And then the next dog comes along and then it trains this dog to do the various thing. And then eventually there's a group of dogs that are like, doing this, but they're not doing it because they understand the rule. They're doing it because there's this practice that's been built up for other reasons, like in the community, in my case of giving them treats or rewards. And the rule, the fact of the matter comes into existence in this kind of other way. Now, all right, so let me put it differently. Even if the rule exists non-physically in the mind of God, the fact that we come to obey that rule or follow it is a result of being trained in a certain way in a non-rational way, in the way that Hume thought that we come to know about cause and effect. Like we don't understand necessary connection. It's just that we're like, being classically conditioned. We see A, we see B, we see A, we see B, we see A, we expect B. But that's not a rational thing. That's just a training thing. So the idea is that the reason we follow the rules we do is because of those kinds of things, not from an understanding of the rational connection of the premise to the conclusion. Or so it's even whether you think it's a physical thing, a non-physical thing, whether God's involved, anything like that. The skeptical challenge is the only way that we could count as following a rule is if we just kind of get trained by being rewarded and punished, or train, in the way you learn how to do any kind of skill. But then you've admitted defeat.
Why is that? Yeah, that makes more sense to me. So that I think the only reason we follow any rule is because we've been trained like a dog. Why is this a problem?
The problem is because at least in the case, some people, like mathematicians, but also I'd say ordinary persons, think that they're doing what they're doing because they know the meaning. Like I say, that dog is brown. And you say, why did you say that? And I was like, because I meant to be talking about that dog. And I know what the word dog means. But nope, you don't. That's not why. The conclusion of this argument is that's not the reason why you said that. It wasn't from a knowledge of the meaning of the word dog that you selected the word dog to say dogs are brown. It was from some other thing, but it wasn't knowing the meaning of the term, which was guiding you, or which explains, that's a better way to put it. It's not knowing the meaning of the words, which explain why you're doing what you're doing. And so a lot of people find that to be like a challenge, because it's like, the precepts of the world are going to say, see, so all this stuff is you self-refuted yourself. Whereas I would say to the precepts, actually, you self-refuted yourself too, because it's a problem for all of us, whether God exists or not. It's a question of, even if God exists and Moses came down with modus ponens written on the tablets instead of these other things, then how do we know we're correctly applying that rule as opposed to incorrectly applying some other one or whatever? You get the whole thing all over again. So if you're not worried about like it being the fact that like it being objectively true, that there's a fact of the matter that modus ponens is a good argument form, then yeah, nothing, it just doesn't matter. And that the knowledge of it being good is the reason why you do this and not that. If you're fine with that, then there's no issue. But a lot of people are not fine with that.
Yeah, I think that way you phrased it makes a lot more sense to me. So yeah, I totally see the dichotomy between is the reason we're doing X because of the law itself or knowledge of the law itself, or is it because of evolution? It's evolution for me. 100%. It's all evolution. Our understanding does nothing. It's all emotion. If we lose emotion, we can't even do logic anymore. It's just the emotional part of the brain and nothing else. So I see no problem with admitting that at all. And
yeah. So then, but there is a problem, which is that there are no facts of the matter.
No.
Objectively about any of these things.
Of meaning, you mean? There's still facts in reality, right?
Well, what's a fact?
What's a fact?
Cats are not facts, so maybe there's cats, but cats are not facts.
Yeah. So I would expositions. I don't know, what would you call that? Cats.
I call it an animal.
Okay, yeah. So animals.
But it's not a fact. I mean, things might exist, sure. But we can't say they're true or false, or that if this is true, then that will be true, or that A equals A, or any of the other stuff that you like to say. Those are facts, and that's not a cat. Cats are not those things.
Okay, so could you say something like, given this set of rules, this thing would be true, regardless of what I mean by, well, I don't know what any of these mean, but given this set of rules, that thing could be true.
Yeah, of course. That's what we've been saying the whole time. So there's a set of rules called the addition rules, and in that set of rules, 57 plus 45 equals some definite number. Then there's a set of rules called the quaddition rules. And in that system, 57 plus 45 equals some other number. They're just two sets of rules. And then the question is, which one are you doing when you are doing all your math and like saying, okay, well, I got to pay my rent, so I need $1,500 for that or whatever, and I got to buy these groceries I need. So when you're doing all that day-to-day stuff, the question is, which of those two rules are you following? And if your answer is there's no objective fact of the matter, then that seems bad. Or if you could avoid saying it, that seems good. So, and the way you get to no objective fact of the matter is by saying, well, look, if there is no way you could know, and there are no facts which determine one way or the other which one you're doing, then what reason on earth would you think that there is a fact about which one you're doing? You just said there's no way to tell, there's no way to know. So what you end up saying is maybe, possibly, hopefully there's a fact about logic and stuff like that. But don't ask me, because I just live in this community where we say this and that and the other thing.
Right.
And that seems very dissatisfying.
Well, I would just go with the evolution answer. I'd say I'm doing what I'm doing because of evolution, and what I label this, there is no effect of the matter of which label or rule thingy there. I'm doing what I'm doing because of evolution, and the labeling of the rules isn't a thing. I'm doing what I'm doing because of evolution.
You're doing what you're doing because of evolution. No, digestion is doing what it's doing because of evolution. You look. So, is there a fact of the matter or not, on your view, about whether modus ponens is a valid argument form?
Given the system, yes. Not given the system, no. So given
so in reality, there's no fact of the matter whether modus ponens is a valid argument.
No, I'd say that's all definitions and made up, and not a fact of reality.
Yeah. Then so presupps win. Why argue with anyone? You can do anything you want. There's no reason to do it one way or the other. Let's go home. I mean, we're done.
Why do presupps win with that? Why is that a problem? Because my argument is logic is a language made up by humans.
Here's a way there could be a fact of the matter. And then they give you an answer. And you've just admitted, no, there's no, I can't. Maybe there's a fact of the matter. Maybe there isn't. So I don't know if my arguments are valid, because I could be wrong about modus ponens. I could be saying a bunch of dumb shit, and I have no idea whether I'm saying dumb shit or not. So why should anyone ever listen to you if you're just saying a bunch of dumb shit? So if you don't know whether your arguments are valid or not, if you can't support, that's the whole, like if I was I won't be Dawkins, I'd be Darth Hitchins. If I was Darth Hitchins, that's what I'd say. You don't know whether your arguments are valid. I'm not, by the way. I'm an atheist, or agnostic about rational things, and atheist about the irrational stuff. But anyway, I'm not really defending that view. I'm just saying if you really say that, then that's what that's the whole opening shtick of every Darth Dickhead's anything. Is like Darth Dickhead's a much better name for that guy, by the way. So his opening shtick is always the same. Try to get the person to admit that there's no fact of the matter on their worldview about whether modus ponens is a valid argument form. In which case, why should anyone give a shit about what you're saying? Because you can't even justify it. Because logic is what you use to justify all the things you're saying. So if you can't justify that, if what you say is hopefully there's some justification for it, then that seems like that's bad. I would say that's definitely bad.
Okay, so why is that bad? So I say because my argument is logic is nothing but a language, literally just words people have made up and nothing more than that. So sure, if you want to say
but that's not what you really say, because what you actually say is logic is a correct description of reality. So the correct part is the part I'm talking about.
The correct part.
Yes. That's the normativity stuff. That's why we've been talking about this stuff for a million years, which is fun. By the way, I know I'm all excited, but I'm actually enjoying this conversation. I wouldn't be here for 3 hours. Probably if I saw the chat, I'd change my mind. They're talking shit about me. That's all right.
Yeah. So how can I say I exist and be wrong? Let's talk to Darth Hitchins and say, okay, so I'm granting logic is nothing but a language. Validity is a term we've made up, nothing more. There's no objectivity there. I exist. How could I be wrong?
How could you be wrong? Well, what do you mean? How could you be wrong? So what, are you just existing?
Am I just, well, sort of?
Then there's no wrong or right. What do you mean?
So I exist.
If you're just existing, then you're just existing. It's only when you start to try to make a claim about something being true that you get into the issues we're talking about.
It's true that I exist?
Okay, there you go. So how do you know you don't schmuzist? There's no objective fact which you could appeal to, which would determine whether you exist or schmexist. Where to schmexist is to do the thing that you call existing, plus some other stuff that you've never done. So you are incorrect that you exist. You actually, so here's schmexisting might be to, not exist on Tuesdays, but to exist every other day. So how do you know you don't schmexist as opposed to exist?
I don't, but I don't need to. So
then there you go. So you can't say it's true that you exist.
Well, by exist, all I mean is the exact present moment I have an experience.
Well, so then that's boring.
It is boring, but I can know it's true.
But well, you don't know it, and you can't tell if it's true, since even in that exact moment, you can't tell if you exist in that moment or schmexist in that moment.
So in that moment, I may not exist on Tuesday.
Exist in that moment, but to schmexist is to exist in that moment or on Wednesdays.
Or on Wednesdays.
Yeah, or on Jupiter on their thrice days or whatever. Who cares? But you get it. It's some other stuff. It's like you could append anything. And then the question, so you say, it's true that I exist. I say, no, it's true that you schmexist.
Well, I would call that a straw man. Right. I'd immediately call it a straw man because my intention of the word is just the necessary condition, not the sufficient condition. I don't know if it's sufficient or necessary.
Says why? How do you know you had an intention and not a smuntention?
Well, I'm having it right now. So even if I was not
how do you know that you're not wrong? So you have something, you call it an intention. I say you're wrong. You've never had an intention. You've only ever had smintentions.
So
how do you know you're right and I'm wrong? See, this is all we're just starting at again. Because you can't escape from trying. As soon as you say that something is true, you get these skeptical worries. And if there's no thing,
I want to go through this. I want to go through this a little more detail. So I say it's true that I exist, and by exist I have the intention of meaning the necessary condition of my experience in the present moment, and anything else in the future is a-okay. Both smushisting and blazisting and all of the different changes, all okay, don't care. They're all perfectly fine. They all fit within my definition because it's only the necessary condition of exactly in this moment I exist and nothing more. It says literally nothing else. And
you can say that, but how do you know you're correctly applying that term is the question, Tom. Of course, you can define a maximally specific term, which if applied correctly would apply only to the thing that you're talking about. The question is, how do you know that you are applying that term correctly as opposed to incorrectly applying a different term?
Okay, well, so starting the presup argument is that
well, I forget about presups. I'm just talking about the exist thing.
Well, I want to put it into the form of presup just to see if it works.
Right, fine.
So,
yeah.
Presup argument: you can't know anything. I know I exist. Okay, so by
you
exist,
don't know you exist. I just proved that.
So we're just going by that. I know I exist because I have an experience, and by experience I mean by exist I mean the experiencing thingy. So there's the tautological. They mean the same thing. Now,
then you just asserted a tautology, and that's not interesting.
It doesn't need to be interesting. I don't need it to be interesting.
Well, then it doesn't mean anything. Tautologies are meaningless. They don't tell you anything. So if I say it's raining or it's not raining, I haven't told you any information. The whole point of a tautology is that they contain only information about the logical operators, not about the proposition statements, whatever fucking you want to call it, facts that they relate. So stating something tautologous is not helpful.
So I say I know I exist. You say you don't know that because existing or there could be other kinds of existing which entail other things in the future.
No, I say you don't know that because you can't tell if you're correctly applying your word exist or incorrectly applying this other word schmexist, which has a different meaning, but whose meaning overlaps to the degree that you've ever experienced with the word that you think you're using. So there's no way for you to tell. There's no fact of the matter. There's nothing you could point to which would ever tell you whether you were intending or schmintending, or adding or quadding or treeing or shmeeing or whatever. Because every time you say, here's a rule that I'm applying, the question will always arise, how do you know that you're correctly applying that rule as opposed to incorrectly applying a different rule? Like when I made my mistake in adding and I said 7 plus 5 is 16. I didn't say that, but let's suppose I did. Well, did I incorrectly follow the addition rule and so therefore get the wrong answer? Or did I correctly follow some other rule to which 7 plus 5, the answer is 17 or whatever I said? So how do I know which rule I was following in that instance where I just wrote down the answer? Well, everything that I've ever done is consistent with either interpretation.
How can I not exist and be following a rule?
How could you not exist and be following a rule?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. You might subsist and follow the rule. I don't know. So how do you know what's existence? There might be different kinds of existence.
Sure.
There could be levels of existence. There could be grades of existence.
Every possibility, any possibility of all kinds of existing, all included in this thing. So how can I not be doing any of those things and still be following a rule?
I'm not sure I follow what you're talking about. Because if you didn't exist, then you wouldn't be around to follow a rule. So, like, what's the point?
So I know I exist, don't I?
No, you don't.
So this is the sticker where I kind of win in most of the presup debates. If they say you can't know you exist,
this is where you lose, like in a real rational debate.
Well, so help me to lose. Help me to lose. So I think I've won here. I think it's so. Yeah, I say I know I exist, and exist means in all possible meanings of the word that entail the current experience. All possible meanings that entail that. Now you can make up your own definition. I don't care.
That's what the ordinary person on the street means when they say the word "I exist." Dude, come on.
I'm not talking about the ordinary person.
We're talking about English, like the words of English, not some made up language.
So again, presup is you can't know anything. I say I know I exist, and using my definition here, so you can't say other people's definitions. I don't care about other people's definitions. I don't need to know what other people's definitions are. I don't need to know if I'm using other people's definitions. I don't care because I'm using this one.
You do. Nope, you're not. You don't know if you're using that definition, Tom. That's the point. You don't know if you're using your definition.
How do I
prove to me that you're using that definition? Can you prove it?
Yes.
How do you know you're doing it?
Because I can tell you I'm using this definition.
You might be wrong. Like when I said I'm doing addition and I was wrong. So it happens that sometimes you think you're following a rule and you're not. So the fact that you think you're following the rule is not all by itself conclusive evidence that you're following that rule. It's just that simple.
I'm not
like, what's happening here?
Even if I made the mistake in that past sentence and used it incorrectly, if we steel man the argument and use it the way that I want it to be used, hopefully.
You don't know which way you want it to be used. Steel manning is called question begging. That's not steel manning. The whole point is you don't know which way you wanted it to be used.
I don't
Because
know.
there's no fact of the matter which will ever determine whether you wanted it to be used a certain way or schmonted it to be used a certain way.
Okay, so argument
so any word that you pick, the skeptic can play the same game.
So I'm
picking a different word does not save you.
So you claim I can't know anything. I claim I can know I exist. You claiming, well, oh, you just don't know what the word exist means.
No, you say I can know something. I say, no, you can't. You can schmo something. You say, I know I exist. I say, no, maybe you know you schmexist. So if the trap is, like I said, you could know something, then I'll just play the game with no. So no, you don't know you exist. You schmo you exist. Where to schmo means like what you think of as no, justified, true, whatever. But also this other thing. So you don't know it, you schmo it. So you can't say that you know it. You just cannot say that without proving to me that you know what no means. Without saying that you're using the word no correctly in the way that you meant to be using it as expressing knowledge, as opposed to using it to express smallage. So your assumption that you know it is question begging. It's the same question that you're begging this whole time, which is that you don't know what the meanings of your words are unless you appeal to a community or something, in which case, that's fine. But you weren't. You were appealing only to your experience and saying, I have an experience, so I know I exist.
Yep.
And I'm saying, nope, you don't. You schmo you exist. You don't know it. So how do you know that you know it, as opposed to schmo it?
Well, I imagine the presup would say that you can't schmo anything without God either.
Well, I don't really care about God because God doesn't save the presups.
Well,
so the fact that even if God existed, they would still lose. Like the presups still lose in this debate because God existing, the world existing, anything at all existing, except a practice of doing something in a certain way, doesn't address the problem.
Right. So
it's not a presup thing. The presups lose too for the same reason.
Right. So but that
they don't know.
My response.
They can't know that they know that God. So Darth Dickhead does not know if God exists. He might schmo that schmod schmexists, and he does not know it. He thinks he had revelation. He might have had schmevelation. He cannot tell. That's the point. So maybe if there is a God, he comes down and smites you for doing it wrong, then you will obey the rules and worship God because of that, but not because of a recognition of God's goodness or greatness or kindness or supremacy. None of those things will be ever counted as the reason why Darth Dickhead does anything unless someone comes up with a answer. So he loses just as much as you do. Everybody loses. It's called skepticism. Nobody wins.
Okay, so the argument is that I don't know I exist because schmoing is something different than knowing.
Yes. And so you don't know.
Well, I have this feeling that either way I still win. So if I schmo or if I know, I still win. I still exist. I still have the thing I want. I don't see why this is a problem.
No one cares if you exist. What we care about is whether there's objective facts about logic and meaning, which can be used to guide your behavior, so that what you're doing can be explained or be understood as you doing something in accordance with a rule. And the conclusion here is that there's nothing physically or non-physically which anyone could ever point to which would determine which out of the infinite set of rules which are possibly written down in other countries, planets, dimensions, or whatever, that you happen to be applying in any given instance. No matter what you say or what you think, you don't know unless you can point to some physical fact or something which you could, which your connection to would explain why you're doing what you're doing. but then there'd have to be some fact of the matter, something you could point to, what you were accessing and was guiding your behavior. And you haven't said anything like that. You just said,
right. I grant
experience.
Yeah, I grant that it's just evolution. Evolution is causing me to do anything. The laws don't exist. There's no like physical connection.
You can't grant that. All you've granted is that there is experience and that you know that you exist. So I've said you don't know that. So jumping to evolution and all that stuff is you know, not the point, because how do you know about evolution? You don't even know if you exist. What do you mean?
Yeah, I was going back to the earlier part in the conversation where we were talking about.
Oh, I thought we were still stuck in your Cartesian landscape of eternal solipsism, where you don't know anything, you can't tell whether you mean anything and whether your thoughts have meaning or whether you're. I mean, yeah. So that's kind of a solipsistic.
Yeah, in the solipsism argument, since the only goal of the argument is to say that I have some, let's say, justification or something for my current present existence, and you want to say that's not knowledge, it's smallage, because it's, you know, you exist today.
It's not even existence, it's schmexistence.
Yeah.
Or possibly. There's no
Sorry,
way
I said
to know.
smallage.
Fact of the
Smallage,
matter.
schmexistence, whatever. You can replace them with anything. Anything you replace them with, I still get the thing I want. The thing I want is the I believe I exist now kind of a thing. And
no, it's not, because you don't. The whole conclusion is you have neither of those. You have neither belief nor schmelief, because all you have is an isolated consciousness with no meaning. So you don't have any of that stuff.
Well, so in all of your examples, addition and quaddition, knowledge and smallage, whatever, they all do the same thing in the first step. You like add 1 + 2 3 4. They all do the same thing there, and then there's some difference in the future, right? So if all you want,
it doesn't have to be in the future. It doesn't have to be in the future. It's just that there's some other condition appended to the meaning, which makes it such that it overlaps with everything you've done, but adds other things to it.
Right. So the everything you've done
Changes
part,
something.
the everything you've done part has to be the same in all of them, right? You can't change something in there.
Yeah, it doesn't work without that.
So if all I want is the things I've already done, then it doesn't matter what definition you use. I get what I want either way.
No, you don't, because the whole point is everything you've ever done is meaningless, and there's no fact of the matter about anything you've ever done having this meaning or that meaning. So you don't get anything you want. You get the exact opposite, which is that there's you by yourself. There's some rules, and then you have no idea which one you're doing or whether it's good, corresponds to reality. None of that stuff.
Well, if all I want is the 1 2 3 4, and I've already done the 1 2 3 4, I've already gotten what I want.
No, you haven't.
How? Because in addition and quaddition,
that's not addition.
Well, my goal isn't to do addition.
Not getting you up to 4. Addition is not getting you up to 4. That's not what addition is.
Well, I don't care about addition. I care about getting to the 4.
Well, you just said addition.
Well, so again, there's addition and quaddition. Both of them get you to 4. I don't care which one I'm doing. I care about the 4. If I get to 4, I'm good. That's all I care about. So like that's.
But you can't even get to 1.
I can't even get to 1.
So getting you, I mean, the fact that we picked you, we let you go up to whatever is like, it's arbitrary. Like you can't even start. It's like saying, oh, I'll beat Zeno by, you can't cross an infinite distance. Oh yeah, well, I'll take this first step. No, you can't take the first step either if he's right. Like you're not taking the argument seriously. If the argument's correct, then you can't do what you're saying that you're doing. Well, you cannot do it.
Well, the argument says that all the things in the past you've already done them. We agree on that, right? Both of them already do the things you've already done, right?
Yeah, and the conclusion is there's no fact of the matter about what you were doing.
Right. So, but if all you care about is that you did it, who cares?
Well, then you can't say there's a fact of the matter about whether you were adding or quadding, or and if someone comes along and says you were doing it wrong, you can't say no, I wasn't, and stuff like that.
Sure. But if all you care about
that, that's fine. So you're irrational then, I guess, because you've never thought rationally, unfortunately, Tom. You thought you have, but you haven't. You thought schmationally, and that's fantastic. And if you're okay with that conclusion, that there's no fact of the matter about whether you're rational or not, then fine, great. I'm not. I mean, that worries me. I would be bummed if that were true. But if you can live with it, that's fine.
Well, it's like if you say you're holding a piece of gold and you have no idea how you got it. Maybe you stole it. Maybe it was given to you. Like, I don't care. I have the piece of gold. Who cares? Like, what difference does it make? And so the same thing seems to apply.
Because you never had the gold. You never had it.
Well, that's
That's not
I'm
what you
lost
ever had. Like, I don't understand what you're talking about.
in
So
the rule
if you
following
just
argument.
write down 1 and then a cross sign and then a 1 and then an equal sign and a 2, that means nothing. It means nothing unless it's interpreted. What does that 1 mean? What does that cross sign mean? What does that equal sign mean? Well, there's definitions of all those things. That's where the meaning of them is. So writing down just like the multiplication table or the addition tables or whatever, if that's the reason you do what you do because you memorized some list of things, then you don't understand math. And if that's something you're okay saying, then that's fine. I like to say I understand math. And not even like hard math, just addition. I understand addition. But you can't say that you understand addition. You only have memorized this list of things up to 4. That's not addition.
Yes, some people want to memorize addition. Some people just want the answer. They have the answer. They don't care if they've memorized addition. They don't care if they understand it. They got the answer, right?
They don't know if they got the answer because they don't know what they weren't doing anything. They memorized a list of things. And if they write down this thing in the community they exist in, people will say, okay, go on with your life. And if they're in a different community, people will say, no, you did it wrong. So, but they don't know what they're doing. They just memorized the list. And in one group, the list is counted as correct. And in the other group, the list is counted as incorrect. So if that's all there is to math, then, have a lot of fun. If that's all there is to logic and reason, then, I mean, maybe that's all there is to it. I don't know, but at least, that doesn't seem like a happy thing to say.
I don't know. It seems like fine with me. Like, I don't see a problem with that at all. But
well, then Darth wins.
I don't see how Darth wins. Well,
because you don't know anything. You're not rational. You can't prove anything. You have no justification for anything you believe. That's why. What do you mean?
So like, because you agreed that we could create a system of rules and then say if these rules are applied, they have some conclusion or whatever. But we don't know if we're following some other set of rules.
Right.
But we could say that these rules are fine. It doesn't matter if I'm following them, right? These rules are fine on their own, right?
Sure.
Well, then why do I need to know if I'm following them? Why does it matter if I'm following them? Why does the following make a difference? You say those rules
because
are good.
when somebody comes along and says, if God exists, then there is no suffering. But there is suffering, therefore God exists. We want to say they did something wrong, that they reasoned incorrectly. But on your view, you can't say that. They reasoned correctly. And there's no way that you could ever disagree with them or argue against them or try to show that what they believed was false, because your words have a different meaning. You can't even state the propositions that they are asserting. You are talking to yourself, arguing about something else. And if that's interesting to you, that's great. But there's no way for you to say to this person, you're incorrect about the thing you just did. It's actually not good what you did. And that's in other words, you reason poorly. You shouldn't have. That conclusion doesn't follow logically from those premises. And they say, yeah, it does. It just turns out that by logical they mean schmogical or whatever. So it's like the whole thing starts over again. If you're okay, if you're in your bubble and there's no way for your words to have meanings which the other person can understand or grasp, then there's no way for you to contradict them. I mean, to take this in the more like consciousnessly way, which is the way Wittgenstein first meant it. Like if you say by pain, you simply mean the private personal experience, then there's no way for me to ever say, no, you're not in pain. Because when you say I'm in pain, you're simply expressing that experience. But my word pain means my experience. So in fact, there's no way for me to ever talk about your experience. That's the other kind of solipsism that people don't talk about as much. The idea that I'm never justified in believing anything about other minds. All of my evidence comes from my own mind. I have no reason to believe that. I don't even know what it means to think that you have a pain. All I understand is what pain means in my case. And the word pain is applied to you means a bunch of behavioral stuff. But I could disconnect them in various ways. So so that's the private language argument in the more traditional Wittgenstein way. When you say I'm in pain and I say, no, you're not. This is something that happened. I told you about this happened to me at the dentist. It's called dental fear. I was anesthetized. They were drilling. I was like, ouch. He stopped. He was like, did I hurt you? I was like, yeah, I felt something. He was like, oh, let me give you more Novocaine. And then he put the needle in my mouth and I was like, okay. And then he started drilling again. He was like, good. And I was like, yeah, better. And then at the end, I was like, did you really give me another shot? And he was like, no, I just put the needle in your mouth and pretended to give you a shot because you weren't really in pain. So he contradicted me. I said, I'm in pain, but he thought, no, you're not. But if what you're saying is correct, then there's no way that that could actually happen. Because by pain, I can only mean my personal experience. How could he ever say I'm not in that? All he means by pain is his personal experience. So when he says you're not in pain, what he means is you're not in the state that I am in. Yeah, duh, that's true always. So there's no way even for him to disagree with me. He can't even talk about the same thing if the meanings of the words trace back to this private thing. That was, you know, the beetle in the box, Wittgenstein, blah, blah, blah.
That part
but
I granted.
This is not applied to that. This is applied to these other things, but it's a similar idea.
Right. So the beetle in the box argument I granted, I was trying to use that to say that, in that case, there's two languages. There's two private languages, your private language and the doctor's private language, but still, both still have meaning. They have the meaning of your personal experience and the meaning of his personal experience. Both have meaning.
Well, that was a different, so the argument I was making there was a different argument. It was that we can't talk to each other.
Right.
Like, because our words mean different things.
Right.
And on your view, that's always the case. So therefore, no one can ever mean, you can't rationally engage with anyone ever. Because all you can mean are the things you experience, and all they can mean are the things they experience. And so when you say there is no God, all you mean is like, in your experience, there's no such thing like this. Whereas when they say there is a God, what they mean is, in my experience, there is such a thing like this. And you guys are just talking about different things, and you're both right. So therefore, you lose.
Well, right. So
you can't ever argue with anyone. You can't ever say you're wrong, or and it gets even worse when you add the Kripke stuff in, because it turns out not only the stuff generalizes not to from experiences, it generalizes from there to logic, rationality itself. Anyway, so yeah.
Right. So those are two separate arguments. The first argument is, can you have a private language on your own? In which case the doctor argument works just fine. You have meaning with your experience. Even if the doctor can't know it, doesn't matter if the doctor can know it.
Or you don't. Like, what do you mean? So how do you know? Anyway, so that's where that would apply. So there's two steps. So one, if you sort of ignore this other problem, then there's this question about how we can talk to each other even if we grant your assumption.
Yeah.
So you can't argue with Darth Dawkins if you're right. You can never disagree with him. In every conversation you've ever had with Darth Dawkins, you have not disagreed with one word that he has said, if you are right now. Well, and that's the point that he keeps constantly making to you, by the way. So, okay, that's, if you're fine with that, great.
Well, wait, no. So wait. So you could still coincidentally happen to mean the same things, whether you intended or not, right? Still possible to, like, coincidentally.
No, it's not possible, even logically not possible, because the thing you're talking about is necessarily private. No one else can have it, see it, or know about it. So there's no way I could accidentally talk about that thing.
Well, remember, like you said, that you could try to be doing audition, but to be doing quadition, which they're doing on the other country, and not know it, right?
Well, that's, so you're mixing the two arguments up. I thought we were trying to keep them separate. So the one is the private language argument. Yeah. And the conclusion of that is you can't contradict anyone else about their experience. You can't even talk to them about experiences, and that's a whole mess, and so forth and so on. So but then you might say, well, at least I know I have a pain, right? And then that's when the second stage, the other Kripke considerations come in. And the argument is, no, you don't even know that you have a pain. So not only can you not talk to Darth Dawkins about his pains, you don't even know if you have pains. You don't even know. No, I mean, so yeah, and then you just do the whole thing all over again. So I can't talk to the other person because I can only know my own private experience, but I can't know my own private experience because what I'm saying could actually be what they mean. That seems like a contradiction. That seems like contradictory positions. Why is it a contradiction?
Well, because if what I'm saying is actually what they mean, that means it's by coincidence, it happens to be the case that what I'm saying is what they mean, right?
Well, that argument, the they mean part is always been the background assumption with communities in place, which is why we don't start from the Cartesian position with the argument. We start with there's two groups of people. They use the same word in different ways. One says plus and they mean addition. One says plus and they mean quaddition. So the argument always starts that way, with two communities using these words in different ways. So if you don't want to start that way, then things get a little messier. But you can start like internally and you still get the same sort of problems. But you can't say, oh, Darth knows that he's using these words in this way. What you can say is you can write down like 6 rules. Like you personally can write them all down. And then you couldn't know which one of them you're following in any given case.
But it could be coincidentally I'm following one and not realize it, right? It's possible.
Sure.
So in the same case,
and if you say that to the other side, it's possible I'm rational, then they'll say it's possible I give a shit what you're saying, but like you've already really weakened your position. So
I'm just saying that it's possible that if me and somebody are having a debate and neither of us can know what we're saying or what each other is saying, it's possible that we're actually having the exact conversation we wanted to have and just didn't realize it.
Yes.
So I can't disagree with him. It's possible. Still possible.
But so, oh wait, so, I mean, I'm being too nice because actually the answer is no. So if it were possible, then there would have to be something which distinguished the 2 cases. So which thing is it that distinguishes the 2 cases? Is it just that in one case, accidentally, it just so happens that there's a fact of nature that this way of doing it is right?
So would that apply to your previous statement? So I write down 6 rules. It's not possible for me to even be following one of those rules without realizing it?
Yes. So there's 2 stages. The first stage is you don't know which one you're doing because there's no facts which can answer the question which one you're doing. The second stage is if there are no facts which tell you which one you're doing, then there's no reason to think there is a fact about which one you're doing. So your answer is, but maybe even so, there is a fact about which one I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, but you don't have any reason to believe that, or why do you think A equals A as opposed to A equals not A? Why you have no reason to accept that? Maybe you got lucky and that's the way things are. That's your only answer. So it just seems like not a good answer.
So I wrote down 6 rules analogy. So let's go with that one. So I wrote down 6 rules and I did something like math, 1 + 1 = 2, whatever. I did something. Now, logically, there has to be something that caused that, right? Or some rule of some kind to have that occur. I mean, or
no, there has to be a cause, but not a rule. Why does there have to be a rule?
What's the difference in this case?
What do you mean? So the laws of physics aren't rules. They are laws of physics. They're descriptions of how like physical things.
Well, I mean, so like I said, I did 1 + 1 = 2, or I wrote down a bunch of rules to try to describe this or something, right? That's the analogy. I wrote down 6 rules, something like that. Would that work?
6 different rules.
Yes. Addition, quaddition, global addition, whatever.
Yeah.
And I did this thing on a piece of paper, 1 + 1 = 2. And so this is one of those things, hypothetically, right?
Well, for the purposes of reductio ad absurdum, yes.
Okay, and
so you grant it, but not because you think it's true, but because you're going to show that something absurd happens.
Okay, and so you're saying, and I said, it's possible that I'm doing one of these and don't realize it, and you said, no, it's not logically possible for me to even be doing one of these and not realize it.
Right.
But there has to be some rule that, or randomness.
Why?
Like, so,
what are you talking about? Why does there have to be some rule?
Well, I did something.
So like imagine Hume, right? So here's Hume and there's Kant, and they're both like watching this pendulum swing back and forth. And then they lengthen the pendulum and it swings at a different rate and so forth. And then they write down an equation and it describes the relationship between the length and the swing. And you go, yay, pendulum. This mathematics describes this pendulum. And then Kant says, now I know that it is a necessary fact about reality, that all things like this will behave like that because this math, hamada blah. And Hume says, what are you talking about? All of your past experience is consistent with like this just randomly happening for this period of time, and then tomorrow will be different. So you have no reason to believe that this will be that way tomorrow, simply because it was that way yesterday. That's the problem of induction.
Right, but there needs to be a governing rule there. We just don't know what the governing rule is.
No, there does not. That's Hume's point. So it could simply be that there are no governing rules at all, and everything is just blah, hamada fuck blah, and yet accidentally, because of randomness and hamada fuck blah, some pattern coalesces. but it's completely random, unconnected, disjointed, and tomorrow it will disappear. It happens because of no rule. It's just randomness. That's possible, and it's consistent with everything we've ever experienced.
Okay, yeah. So like randomness would that not be randomness would not be a rule in this case? It would be opposite of a rule.
Well, how is it a rule? I mean, I don't know what you mean by a rule, I guess, because you seem to me like laws and rules, and you treat them differently. So, or you try to treat them the same when they're not the same as what I mentioned. But, a law is not a rule. A rule is something that you, well, I don't know. So what is a law? A law is like a description of some stuff we see, which holds over time.
Yeah.
So Hume says, we don't know if those laws will continue to be that way tomorrow. So tomorrow, gravity may stop working the way it has always worked. And you're okay with that? You're fine with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So then you have no rational reason to expect that when you sitting in that chair will support your weight, as opposed to turning into a marshmallow black hole, sucking you into the fluffernutterverse where you live a life as a fluffernutter. But yeah, you act every day as though sitting on the chair will simply support you in the normal way. And so Hume says that's irrational. There's no rational reason for you to expect that. You're like the dog being trained not to pee in the room. There's no rational reason for the dog not to pee there. There's a different kind of reason. So here too, there's a different kind of reason. So that's Hume's argument. So in a way, there's a similarity, because it's a skeptic. The reason I bring it up, because that's a classic skeptical argument. And the things we're talking about are all skeptical arguments. So of course, it's how do you go from there to there's no fact of the matter? Well, Hume says you can't know. There's nothing that would ever account for this difference. So then, is there a fact of the matter or not? Well, it's never clear what Hume really says. But for Kripke's argument, the point is much clearer, because what he's saying is, if there's nothing we could ever point to which tells you which rule you're following, then what reason is there to say that there is a rule at all which you are following? There doesn't seem to be any reason. Now you could say maybe, hopefully there is, but that's not a reason to believe it.
So I'm still stuck on the part where you said it's impossible for me to accidentally be following one of those rules. So that would be like in the Hume analogy, it's impossible for it to be the case that induction works, that it will just continue to be the same. That's impossible. That cannot happen, which seems wrong. Like obviously, yeah, it could be the case that the chair is always the chair. So why would it be not the case?
But so it's impossible because what makes it possible? Like if there's no facts ever which determine which thing you're doing, then how is it possible that you're doing one thing versus the other? Like what do you mean? Like you can that's like saying so you know this argument about walls implementing every finite state automaton computationally. So like my wall right now, says some philosophers, is computing Microsoft Word. So there's a bunch of electrons and quarks and shit moving around, and all we need to do is find a mapping from like those structures to the computer program in the right way, and then we can interpret the wall's motion as implementing that computation. There's always there's always a way to do stuff like that. So so is the wall implementing every computation? Well, if it is, then it's not doing any. Like it doesn't. It's like if it's doing everything, it's not doing anything. Like the whole concept doesn't make any sense. Like if how could you possibly be following one of those rules if there's no facts which you could point to which would tell you which rule you are following?
Well, I mean, so
saying
like,
they accidentally line up is not telling you that you're following that rule.
So in the case of induction, we want to say that why don't I turn into a jelly marshmallow or whatever? Every time I sit in the chair, I sit in the chair. It's possible that everything is just random. There's no rules guiding anything. I might turn into a jelly marshmallow tomorrow, but randomness would include the possibility, like every time I roll a dice, it always lands a 6. It's possible. That's a possibility. So every time I sit down in the chair, I may not turn into a jelly marshmallow, even though there's no rule guiding it. It may just be the case that randomly it's normal. Right?
Right.
So in the case...
Randomly it's normal? No. So randomly there might be an indefinite period of time where things seem to follow a rule, but why think they're doing it? So it's just some stuff. If it's random, then the rule is not the reason they're doing it.
Right. That's all I'm asking about. That's all. Is it possible for the conclusion to be the same even if there's no rule guiding it? Always. But I sit in the chair.
It's called cause and effect. It's called the laws of physics. It's called spanking the dog when it pees on the carpet. Yeah, there's tons of ways to do that. They're just not rational ways. They don't have anything to do with reason or logic or argument.
Right. So you couldn't say it's impossible for me to always be able to sit in a chair and not turn into a jelly marshmallow. It's possible that just randomly, I always don't turn into a jelly marshmallow. It's possible. Just from randomly, no rule is guiding it. It just happens to not occur, essentially. So,
yeah.
So why would that not also apply to the 6 rules case?
It might, but it wouldn't count as you following that rule.
Right. So I wouldn't be following the rule. It'd just be coincidentally happening to do something similar to the rule. The rule isn't causing it. It's just randomness, essentially.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I never disagree with that. What I disagree with was that you have any reason for thinking you're doing that, or that it's true that you're doing that, that there's a fact of the matter about whether you're following that rule as opposed to one of the others. So of course, yeah, that's what I just said about the wall. That's why I brought up the wall. There is a mapping from the states of the electron to like the computer program from Microsoft Word. That doesn't mean I should think that the wall is implementing that program. That's absurd. That conclusion doesn't follow. So simply because there's some arbitrary mapping from like the states of you to some other thing doesn't mean that you're doing that or that correctly describes your behavior, as opposed to one of these other rules incorrectly describing it. So it doesn't establish that there's a fact of the matter, like that it's true. But it doesn't establish that they correspond in the sense that is needed for truth makers and all that stuff. They just are. There's an arbitrary mapping, like the wall to the program. But no one, maybe Searle really did think this, but I don't think anyone really believes that the wall is computed. That is a word processor, but also a calculator. But the wall, it's not doing any of those things. So the fact that there's this arbitrary mapping is irrelevant. It's just there's cause and effects. There's like electrons and protons. But it's not computing anything. It's not doing anything right or wrong. Electrons don't do anything right or wrong. They just, do stuff.
So it's possible that I think I'm going to, using induction, I sat in my chair yesterday, I'm going to sit in my chair today and not turn into a jelly marshmallow. And it's possible that I'm doing addition and not quaddition today, and I'm going to do it tomorrow. And
no, it's not possible that you're doing quaddition. See, you're getting it wrong again. No, it's not. That's not possible.
Okay.
What's possible is that there's an accidental mapping between things you are doing and something called addition. But there's also the very same mapping between that and some other thing. So there cannot be, unless you specify some other thing, a fact. You can't say it's true that you were doing one versus the other. It's just like,
But I was doing something, right? In both cases, I'm doing something.
Yeah, so are the electrons, but they're not computing anything. And nothing they're doing is true or false or anything like that. They're like, positive charges do this and negative charges do that. That's not computing. That's not true, false. That's not rationality. So you could be doing stuff like that. Sure, no one's denying that. But what we're denying, and what I'm trying to get you to see that's a serious and pressing concern, is that if that's all that there is, then it's not possible for you to be doing any of these other things.
Not possible for you to be doing any of the other things.
Yeah. Following like addition versus quaddition, meaning tree versus Shumri, or any of those things. Even if they accidentally line up, just like with the wall, that doesn't mean it's computing that function. It just accidentally lines up. You need something more than that to say that it's actually doing it. Like you need to say it's doing it because the rules say this transition should go to that, and this transition should lead you to here. And that rule is that's how computers work. Computers aren't just random shit fucking happening left and right. There's a program which tells it what to do. If it equals 6, go to line 43, else go to line 69. whatever the fuck. So that's a rule. It tells the system the reason it did this and not that is because the rule is the program guides the fucking things. That's why it's computing that function. But the wall is not computing that function because, well, those things aren't true of the wall.
Okay, so what would be the difference between the computer meaning and our meaning? Like,
oh, the computer, the difference is that we built it with certain rules in mind based on our community practices. That's the difference. We built the physical system so as to mirror or implement a certain abstract structure in computational space. So there's a mathematical thing, an abstract mathematical thing, and then there's a physical structure. And we built the physical structure so that it mirrors, but the computer is not following those rules. We built it so that they mirror each other, and then we count as the reason why it's following those rules. So that's the way that they think about the precepts, think about God. They're like the computer designer, and it's because he intends these rules. But I would say the same argument could be applied to him, her, or it, or whatever. But anyway, so
right. I'd say the computer isn't doing what it's doing because the rules are making it doing it. Obviously, the rules.
Yeah, of course, and neither are we. Right.
I'd say we're like the computers. I think we're no different than the computers. So
exactly. So I don't know what we're arguing for 4 hours about because he just granted the whole argument.
Yes.
If we're just like the computer, then there's no objective fact. I mean, Kripke's got an argument that a different argument that there's no objective fact about which function the computer is implementing, apart from the person who wrote the computer program. But if a computer fell out of the sky today and landed on your front lawn and had something which you thought of like Pong, you couldn't know, Kripke thinks, that it was computing Pong as opposed to some other program.
Yeah, Alien could have made a different program that looks like Pong to me, for sure.
And it would be a different program. Yeah, exactly. So there's no fact of the matter about which one it's doing.
Yeah, I would agree there.
Yeah, so the same is true for us. How come you don't see that?
Well, I mean, but you're saying more, you couldn't just ask the alien, what program did you make? Like, I made not Pong, and that would be insufficient.
Who are you going to ask with respect to us?
Back to us? The person. Yeah. Like, I mean, by exist, that my experience. That's like
but see, you can't do that because when you ask the programmer, they give you an answer which depends on their community, their environment, the way they were taught, brought up, trained, disciplined, rewarded, punished, all of that stuff, which I thought started this. I thought we were going to have a short conversation about this and move on, but I'm not complaining, but it's like, geez, man, all of this started because you agree that you could have a CD with all the same physical information, which could be read in 2 different ways. But the conclusion of that is there's no fact of the matter about what that information means, because it can be interpreted in one way as Microsoft Office by this operating system, that community. It can be interpreted in this way as Pong by the Martians. Same physical information on the disk. So same in the Cartesian mind. All you have is the Cartesian mind. So that's just the disk, dude. You don't get all that other stuff. You have to start from just the disk. And so you don't get to say the things that you constantly say, I don't think. I think that's, and I don't disagree with you. I want you to win. I like it when you, I agree with like your point of view and a lot of the arguments I think are good. I'm not trying to be like defending them. They're just bad. I just think that this isn't, when I hear you say, oh, it's so obvious, there's this obvious answer. And this is one of the most deep philosophical ideas that we've had in our generation. I would say Kripke's work is, he's not widely regarded as the greatest living philosopher because he's a fucking dickhead. I mean, he's a smart guy. It doesn't mean he's right. It means he's serious. So all I'm trying to do is to take the argument seriously. And I don't see how anything you've said does that. You've just dismissed it as not serious and said, that's like telling Hume, oh, I know the chair will be that way tomorrow. Shut up, Hume. Like, Hume, how come you jump out of the way of the bus when it's coming at you? That's not an objection to Hume. He says, of course I do, because I'm trained like a dog to do that. That doesn't mean that my knowledge of cause and effect means that I'm rational for doing so. So it's the same here. I just don't think you're. It's not that I want to prove that they're right. I don't. I don't even know if Kripke's right. I just don't think you understood the argument. That's what I'm getting all upset about. It's just like, I'm not trying to say you're wrong or Kripke's right. I'm just trying to say, like, what step of the argument do you not agree with? And you keep saying, I don't understand it. Or so that's what I'm worked up about.
Yeah. And I usually grant that, yeah, we're not doing things because of the laws themselves. It's all evolution. Like, I'm happy to grant that in entirety.
But you can't grant that if this argument's right. So you can't be happy to grant the whole argument and then ignore it and say a bunch of shit which relies on the argument not working. You can't do that. It doesn't work like that. You can't say, yep, you're right, I'm wrong. But anyway, all of this other stuff. It doesn't know. So why do you believe in evolution? Justify your belief in evolution. You can't. That's the conclusion of the argument. So you can't be happy to grant all that stuff and then say evolution. You have no reason to believe in evolution. You have no reason to believe anything if what you say is true.
So how is this different from the we could be in the Matrix argument?
Well, what do you mean? Actually, I think we could be in the Matrix, and actually that's my new favorite argument against all forms of theism, which is that there are arguments better support the Matrix hypothesis than theism. But it's different. What do you mean? I don't understand the question. How is it different? It's very different. So I don't think the Matrix hypothesis or the simulation hypothesis is a skeptical scenario. I think it would be a metaphysical scenario. If we were in a simulation, then it would just turn out that the physical world is made of bits instead of atoms. So I don't think anything would fundamentally change about tables and chairs or things like that. So I don't think that's a skeptical scenario. A true skeptical scenario is like the world was created 5 minutes ago. So
yeah,
that's
so let's go with that one.
scenario.
How would this be different from saying the world was created 5 minutes ago?
Well, how would what be different?
The rule following argument in this case. Say we can't know what words mean. We can't know that we weren't created 5 minutes ago.
I don't understand the question, but if I was like not thinking about rule following considerations, then I would say knowledge doesn't require certainty, and we can't know with certainty that the world wasn't created 5 minutes ago, but we have reasonably justified belief, blah, blah, blah. But all that depends on me like having an answer to these things we've been talking about, which so far no one has given.
So we can't reply the same way. We don't have certainty about what meaning is, but we have justified belief, and so same answer.
Well, no, you don't have certainty. You have schmertenty. You don't have justification. You have schmustification. So no, you can't do any of that stuff.
You could have been made 4 minutes ago or 3 minutes ago. Like, how is this different?
Because if I could assume that what my words have meaning, then knowledge means justified true belief. So therefore, if it's true, and if I have some reason to think it's true, then I can have knowledge. And nowhere in there is the required of certainty. But the question we've been talking about is whether I have knowledge or smallage, which is justified true belief plus some other condition which I've never had. I mean, so if the rule following considerations come in, then you don't know the world was created 5 minutes ago or not, or 4 minutes ago, or just now after I start. Maybe it was created halfway through this sentence, and nothing existed before I said halfway through this sentence. The rule following considerations say you don't know that. You might schmo it or something else. So there's no, I mean, you have to keep these separate. So if I was to give the like community answer and say, okay, by knowledge, we in this world mean this, blah, blah, blah. Well, then, that sucks because when the precepts come, they mean something else by knowledge. And you mean that by knowledge. And so how do you know you haven't been, so here's the Darth dickhead. He's probably going to sue me. Is this liable? I don't think so because it's factual. He is a dickhead. I never even met the guy and I fucking hate him. It's sad. I shouldn't hate anyone. I don't like that about myself, but I really don't like that guy. Anyway, okay. I listened to another thing with him and I just was like, dude, whatever. Okay, yeah. You know what, to be honest, I don't like some of the other people on the other side that troll him a lot either because it's like taking advantage of a disabled person. It's not cool. Anyway, I shouldn't be, sorry, I'm going off the rails here.
We can just do another show of that. Just Richard rants against Darth Dawkins for 2 hours. That'd be great.
Well, I told him I'd talk to him. Someone invited me to talk to him. And I said, yeah, I'll do it, but you got to turn your camera on. so that if you're gonna fucking talk to me that way, I can look you in the
I
eye.
think that's an
tell you to
unfair.
fuck the fuck up.
I think that's an unfair request because he would get
Why?
doxxed. He'd get doxxed hard by all the people who hate him. So I think it's for his own safety.
Oh, he'd get. Oh, is that true? Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, like
people don't dox people still, do they?
Oh yeah, all the time, especially in that community. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of assholes that are against him and on his side. They are very mean people. So I can totally understand why he doesn't want to show his face, and I respect that a great deal. So like,
I never thought of that.
So I would retract that request for sure. Because if he showed his face and somebody found out about him, he would get a lot of shit. He'd probably have to move.
Yeah, well, I wonder if that speaks to his character or not. But I didn't think about it that way, actually. To be honest, I'm remiss. Yeah, yeah, doxing. It's like the '90s, dude. People suck. Anyway, okay, so I didn't think about that. What I was more thinking is I'm not going to let anyone talk to me that way anonymously. Like never. That'll never happen. I'll fucking Jay and Silent Bob someone before I let that happen. I'll show up at everyone's goddamn door. Are you fucking kiss my ass 6? Oh, fuck you, dude. Like that's how I feel, dude. Like no one's gonna talk to me that way, and have no consequences. Sorry, bro, ain't gonna happen. Like, come over here, look at me, and say that shit to me. Like don't. But I agree. So we'll just never talk then, because I am not gonna let an anonymous coward speak to me in those terms, dude. That'll never happen. I always come with my real name. You know where the fuck I'm at. LaGuardia Community College. Come over, dude. Fucking hang out with me. So that's fine. But anyway, so I don't need to have a conversation with him. I retract that request. So that maybe that was unfair of me. And I apologize. But still, he should not speak that. Maybe if he promised never to speak that way, I don't think he can though.
It's too late.
Anyway,
even if he became like a really great person, he would still not be able to show his face in public because it would be so bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I guess, yeah, I know I listened to one thing where people were calling him evil, and I could see why, because of things he was saying, like that, you know, it's fine to stab pregnant women in the belly, and who are we to say it's wrong to do that, and like, all right, dude, cool. Evil, yeah, sounds right to me. Anyway, by the way, I don't really go around punching people anymore. At least I try not to. The point, though, that I'm trying to make, I forgot what the point I was trying to. I don't even know.
Yeah, we were talking about matrix arguments and fallibilism and how the meaning of the words.
So that's how the Darth guy got in here. So the first move, well, I think there's two moves that he typically makes, that presups typically make. One is to try to debunk the idea that you could be agnostic. And so they're very keen on trying to get you to see that no matter if you don't believe in God, then that's the equivalent to saying God doesn't exist. That's their first. I think he does that a lot. I've seen that a few times now. The second thing that they try to do is to say that you can't justify anything that you're saying. You don't know anything. And the way that they do it is sort of similar to what we've been saying, because you say, I'm using my definition of knowledge. It means this. And they say, no, actually, you're misapplying my definition of knowledge. My definition of knowledge is that it depends on God. And you are wrong. And you say, no, this is what knowledge is, and I have it. And they're like, nope, you have smallage. Smallage is what you have. You've always had it. You've never had knowledge. And so that's how these arguments kind of, I don't think Kripke's a presup. No. He's more serious. But that's the way that they try to use these things, I think, is what they want to do is to say, look, you don't even know if you're right about what you think knowledge is.
Well, so the first part you said, yeah, absolutely. I've literally had that conversation with many presups. Like, you seem to mean something different by knowledge than what I mean, or justification different than what I mean. And we go through that conversation, but they never say, you don't know what you mean by exist. That's not a thing they've ever said. Not a thing any presup.
Well, they don't, I mean, they haven't. So the Kripke argument never gets past, plus with you or something. But so the point is, you have a definition of knowledge. They have a definition of knowledge. And you both go around saying that you know things. So, well, what is it? Are you disagreeing with each other or not? If you're disagreeing with each other, then you should mean the same thing by no. If you don't mean the same thing by no, then you aren't really disagreeing with each other, because you're saying, I knowledge sub Tom that there is no God. And he's saying, I knowledge sub Darth Dickhead that there is a God. And you aren't even contradicting each other. You're not even disagreeing with each other. In fact, you're agreeing with each other.
Right. Normally we say is that my definition works better than your definition to filter out real and imaginary things, something like that. So we do disagree on that. We think that this definition works better to filter out imaginary things.
So you're missing the point again. So there are these two definitions of knowledge. So I'm not talking about presup. Now I'm talking about the thing we've been talking about is it really 4:30? Jesus, okay. So you say you know something. They say, no, you don't, because knowledge really is this other thing. And so you're wrong when you say that you know something. And you say, no, I don't. I'm using my definition. To which I would now say, how do you know that? How do you know that you're not misapplying their definition and calling something knowledge when it isn't? So you say, no, I know what I mean by knowledge. I mean justified true belief. But then the whole Kripke argument kicks in. No, you don't. Like, what do you mean you know? How do you know that? How do you know that you don't mean by knowledge what Darth means? How do you know you mean by knowledge what you said, what you think you mean? So what fact do you appeal to which tells you that you're right and Darth is wrong? All your experience is consistent with either one. So who's right? What's the real definition of knowledge? When he says you don't know it, is he correct? When you say, no, I do, are you correct? Is there a fact of the matter? If so, what does it depend on? That's where the shit hits the fan, the rubber hits the road, the fist hits the jaw, whatever you want to say. That's the point of contact. So how do you know you're not misapplying their definition? You think he's misapplying your definition. I've heard you say it. That's not what knowledge is. It's just justified true belief. So you think he's misapplying your definition. He thinks you're misapplying his definition.
Well, I don't say that. I don't usually say that. I say that we just have different definitions. I grant that they have a definition, and I just think theirs is worse than mine.
But you think they're wrong.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. So in what sense is it worse?
It's less able to differentiate real from imaginary.
How so?
How so? Like, I'd say that using that definition can allow more imaginary things.
What does real mean? How do you know what you mean by come on, man. You can't see the trap already before you step in it. So what do you know? You don't. I mean, everything that you're going to say, what you think you know the meaning of, the skeptic is going to say you don't know the meaning of, and there's no reason to think that you know the meaning of it. And so you could say a bunch of stuff, but why do you think that you know that that's what you're doing?
Why do I think I know that's what I'm doing?
So you say, I want to differentiate reality from imagination.
Yeah.
Darth Dawkins says, nope. Or Darth Hitchins now says, nope. You are just differentiating shmeality from shme-imagination, which is a different thing. You're misapplying the concepts of reality because reality applies to, I mean, God, the ultimate source of all that's possible, hamada fuck blah. So you're misapplying you're not talking about reality. You're talking about shmeality, and you think you're talking about reality. So why do you think you really are talking about reality? It's the same question over and over and over. So if you really believe the things you're saying, the answer should be, there is no answer except in the community, which just gets you to basically properly basic belief. And you can just say, any community, you believe any batshit crazy thing. And in that community, it's okay because they have that definition of knowledge and this definition of justification. And there you go. So it's true for them, that blah, blah, blah. But
so
relativity.
I think I'd say something like, yes, what I mean by the word is completely contingent on how I learned it in my culture. Yeah. But the argument on its own is true regardless of the meaning of the word. So if you imagine...
Yeah, you can't say that part.
Why not?
Well, why can't you? What makes it true?
Correspondence to reality.
How does it correspond to reality?
How does it correspond to reality?
Yes. Because think of my wall. My wall, there is a correspondence between the states of the wall. Like, let's just even take a simpler example. Suppose that you're trying to find a part of my wall that implements the negation function. So the negation function has a truth table. It says if phi is some proposition, then if phi is true, then tilde phi will be false. And if phi is false, then tilde phi will be true. So they're just that. So now we look at the wall and we see this set of electrons. interacting in such a way that this one becomes positive and that one becomes negative. And then so we just map. We say, well, this was positive, now it's negative. We map the positive to true and the negative. We say, it's computing negation. It's computing this, not that, not this, not that. But is it really? No, all I did was find some causal structure in the thing which was out there, and then arbitrarily map a subset of it to some thing which I defined. But to say that the wall is really computing the negation function is like a stretch of the imagination. There is no real correspondence between the negation function and those electrons. It's not a real correspondence. So saying that there is a mapping between one and the other doesn't get you correspondence, because correspondence says, well, if this had happened, the other thing would have also happened. And if this hadn't happened, then things would have been like blah, blah, blah. So in other words, it tells you more than like what is happening. It tells you how things will happen. And not only that they will happen that way, but they happen because the rule is doing something.
Yeah. So why can't you say that? Why can't you say that if I'm right, when you die, you won't go to heaven and see God. If you're right, you die, you will go to heaven and see God. Now, obviously, we don't know any of the meanings of these words, but there's a physical fact of the matter in reality now that we're talking about, hypothetically.
Why think that?
Why think that there's an afterlife?
No, why think there's a fact of the matter? Because you just stated something which has meanings, which I dispute. So I don't think there's any fact of the matter about the meanings of your words, except insofar as you're part of a community. But I'm part of a different community. So you just said something totally different to me. But you don't seem to care about us communicating.
Yeah, I mean, so if Christians die and don't get to heaven, they're obviously going to be pretty disappointed. They're dead, but if they still existed, they would be disappointed. So they obviously had some. How do you know
they'll be disappointed?
How do I know they will be disappointed? Because I was one, I died, and I was disappointed. That's how.
How do you know you were disappointed?
It's the feeling.
You had a feeling. Yes. You had a conscious experience.
Yes.
How do you know that was disappointment, as opposed to schmissappointment?
Schmissappointment.
Yes.
Why would they differ in any way? Since the word only refers to
one means disappointment and the other means disappointment or some other thing which you've never experienced.
Some other thing I've never experienced.
Yes.
So the experience I had. Well, the experience I had was the experience
you had is indeterminate as between those two things.
Indeterminate. But if I'm a Christian and I die and don't go to heaven, I will have an experience, and that experience is the experience I had.
Sure. And if an electron causes something else to happen, then it will happen. And that is the thing it caused to happen. Yes. You can't say it caused it because of the laws of physics. You can't say it caused it because of the negation function. All you can say is there was one thing and then there was another thing.
Right.
Great. But there's no meaning. And there's no disappointment. No. There's no happiness. Because those are things with meaning. Those are words. Those are concepts.
And if I'm just making up words to describe the things that happened, and nothing but the things that happened, I may or may not be using them correctly. I may be intending them incorrectly or not.
Yes.
But I don't see why that matters. I don't see
why it matters is for all the reasons I just said. Because if you want to argue with someone who thinks that they know that God exists because they have a certain view about what knowledge is, and if you think that they are wrong, then it would be nice if you could disagree with them in a rational way, as opposed to get a gun and shoot them or join a crusade or blow up a building. But if you're right, there are no other alternatives really, except culture and influence in non-rational ways. Because really you can't even say that, you guys disagree or that you have this. I mean, you don't know, you can't say there's a fact of the matter.
Right.
The word means one thing or the other.
So let's say that a guy comes to me and says, where is the nearest cat? And by cat, he means Home Depot. I don't know it. And I say, the nearest cat is 3 blocks left and 3 blocks over. And by cat, I mean Home Depot. I just don't know it. We just mistakenly use the word cat there. But he gets to Home Depot just fine. Who cares if we know what the meanings are?
Yeah, all right, cool. I mean, who cares? Yeah.
Well, I mean, that seems to be like a thing. Like if I'm having a conversation with Darth Hawkins, like I treat my conversations as the same as if I was talking to a computer. It really doesn't make a difference if they understand me or if I understand them. It's essentially mostly entertainment value. So,
well, that's your problem then, because you don't even know what the meanings of your own words are. So what do you mean by entertainment? What is value? You can't, like, the things you're saying contradict the things you're saying. It's like, dude, come on. So what facts determine the meaning of the things you just said?
Maybe I have a different definition of meaning than you do. And so by my meaning, I can know what I mean by my meaning, and I don't care what you mean by you meaning.
Great. Then you can't ever disagree with anybody, and you can't talk to anybody. You can't convince anybody of anything, because you're only talking about your private thing that no one else knows about, and we don't know what you mean by it, because there's many different interpretations, and we can never tell, and you can't tell us. So if in fact, I would say there's no reason to think that there is anything that you mean.
So that seems, I think
what reason is there to think that you mean something, given what you just told me?
Reasons.
Why should I think that you mean that the words you say have meaning?
The definition, meaning just means like an abstract word used to refer to something, right? That's the meaning.
Whatever you think the word meaning means is fine with me, because then I will tell you that you really have been talking about schmeaning. So it doesn't matter what words you pick, the same game will be played. So if somebody comes to you and says, I know that there's a God, and you say, no, you don't, you have the wrong definition of knowledge, I differentiate imagination from reality, laws of logic are based on my understanding of reality, A equals A, blah, 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 all of that's meaningless according to your own view. So great. That doesn't seem like a good outcome. Like, where's the meaning?
So to try to explain this, it's like if we take my argument that I exist and you say, no, you don't exist, you exist or something. In all the different variations of existing, you must exist now and some difference in the future. Like you exist on Wednesday, right?
No, you don't exist now. Look, come on, dude, be serious. When you're doing quaddition, you're not doing addition up to a certain point, then doing something else. You never do addition when you do quaddition. There's no time at which you ever count as doing addition when you follow the quaddition rule.
So they share some parallel up to a point, something like that, right?
They share some list, or like there's some overlap.
Okay, so if let's call this overlap exists, and then the non-overlapping
no, that's question begging. No, that's question begging.
Question begging.
You don't know what exist means. You can't call it that because you don't know if it's accurately applied in this case.
Well, I don't care if it's
how do you know you're applying it correctly?
So there's some shared property that's called P, right? Some shared P. So I say I exist, and maybe I'm not existing, maybe I'm schmug existing, but in both cases I'm still P'ing. Great choice of letters. So P is still there in both cases.
No, it's not.
No.
I keep trying to tell you the same thing. It's not there in both cases. What's there is, you can't even describe what's there, because in one description, it's addition. In another description, it's quaddition. They're not the same.
But they have to share some quality.
Addition is not defined in terms of some finite subset. It's it's defined in terms of the successor function and the axioms which govern the application of that function.
Yes.
So a finite set list of 1 + 1 = whatever is not ever going to be addition.
Right.
That's not what addition is.
Granted.
So you can't say there is a thing there even. Like, what you mean by thing I will do, that's not a thing, it's just mean. So anything you say, like, we're just trying to focus on addition because it makes it very clear, but you keep moving to these other concepts thinking you will escape the argument, but then we'll just do the argument on that concept. So it doesn't help you.
Well, I'm changing topics to things that might hopefully make it more coherent. So, like,
But it doesn't. You're just begging the question and calling it more coherent.
well, I don't. So it's like when I say I exist or math or whatever, there is the minimum requirement, the 1 + 2 = 4, which you say isn't a thing. You can't describe that as a thing. That is not a thing. But
So if if the clouds in the sky, if the wind blew in such a way that the clouds made some shapes, which I looked up and it looked like it had written the words Tom Jump, would I have any reason to believe that those words were actually written in the clouds? The answer is obviously no, because some random particles were blown around in a way that to me resembles a word that I would say Tom Jump does not mean that the clouds wrote that word.
right, they were not trying to represent
Right.
something with an abstract label. Right.
Exactly. So having a list of things does not do anything because it might be like the clouds. So having 1 + 1 = 2, 1 + 3 = whatever written down all by itself could just be like the clouds, like not meaning anything. So you cannot assume that it has some meaning unless you give me a reason to think that it does.
And the same thing
But
applies.
I've given you lots of reasons to think that it doesn't,
and the same,
except insofar as it's in a community.
and so the same thing applies to a person on an island creates a word in their head or a sound to describe an object. You're saying it's the same as the clouds.
What I'm saying is that the rule that they invent is not like the clouds.
The rule that they invent.
But them following the rule, them thinking they following the rule might be like the clouds. The clouds are not following a rule. The clouds are following no rules. They are not writing a name. They are not capitalizing the letter T and the lowercase o. They are not following any conventions of English. If it just looks like it spells Tom Jump, and that's totally accidental, randomness. I wouldn't ever explain what happened there in terms of like conventions of English. Okay. So the list of things that you write down might be like that. You cannot just say, I have that, therefore I have what I want. No, you might just have the cloud. No meaning, meaningless. Like, suppose that you're like a superstitious person and you're laying on your back and you look up at the sky and there's the words Tom Jump. And you think, fucking God's talking to me, dude. He's telling me to repent. Oh shit, I got to change my life. Is that like, okay, so that's one hypothesis, that those words that have some meaning. Another hypothesis is they aren't words. They don't have meaning. They're not words. There aren't words in the sky at all. So one hypothesis is they are words. They do have meaning. The other hypothesis is they aren't words. They don't have meaning. And what I'm saying is you cannot assume that from the overlap that you have one of those versus the other. Right. So the fact that there's overlap between the two cases, there's also thousands, billions, trillions, quadrillions, infinite other rules which overlap in this limited extent as well. So the fact that there's this partial overlap, there's also no rule and the overlap could be there. There's this rule and the overlap could be there. There's that rule and the overlap could be there. There's infinite rules and the overlap could be there. Therefore, what fact determines which rule that list was generated by?
Okay, so I would see it as like guy on the island experiences something, and that experience with enough electricity will generate signals in the brain to light up the letters and sounds that are associated with the word, and then there's a connection between those two things. And that's, I don't see why that wouldn't be sufficient for meaning.
Say it again.
So a guy experiences something in the forest, and that lights up the neurons for sounds, and then he makes the neurons have an association. They build a connection between those sounds and that thing. That seems to be sufficient for meaning.
Why? Because there's another situation with another guy who's a twin of that guy, who's in the very same physical state, as the previous guy who makes the very same sounds but has completely different meaning associated with them.
It could be different meaning, but that's still meaning. So even if there's different meaning, it still has meaning.
This is so you can't play this game, dude. This is assumption for reductio. I'm not granting there's meaning. What I'm saying is assume that this is the case and then see what happens.
Okay.
Here's what happens. You have no reason to think that you mean this and not that. That's what happens. So where's the flaw in that argument?
Well, the meaning is between these neurons and these neurons. So the meaning is...
The neurons are the same.
Okay, but the association between them is not. And so...
Why is the association between them not the same?
They have different experiences that lit up the neurons or whatever?
No, they're the same experience. Like, what do you mean? There's two guys in two different communities. They have the same experience.
Same experience.
That experience is connected to the same words, but in that community, the words have different meanings. So the brain states, the words, the sounds, they don't determine the meaning.
Well, I'd say the meaning has to be determined in the brain. Like the meaning has to be determined in the brain.
I know what you're saying, but you're not giving a reason for thinking it's true, given this argument, which I've repeatedly said to you. Of course, I know what you think. Why are you allowed to think it?
Why am I allowed to think it?
Yes.
I'm not sure what I mean, allowed to think it.
You're not allowed to think it.
Not allowed to think it.
It's wrong to think what you're thinking. It's wrong. It's incorrect. You're making a mistake. So tell me how you're not making a mistake.
I don't know how to say it, how to answer that. Tell me how you're not making a mistake.
Yeah, explain. So here's your mistake. There's two individuals which are physically identical.
Yep.
They have exactly the same brain states.
Sure.
Exactly.
Yep.
They make exactly the same sounds.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. In this guy's community, the sound means quaddition. In this guy's community, the sound means addition.
Sure.
Okay. So which fact of the matter, which physical thing, besides the community, which are not allowed to appeal to, which thing determines whether or not this guy is correctly following his rule or incorrectly following the other rule? Which thing makes it true that he is correctly following his rule and not incorrectly following the other rule? You can't say correspondence because I can generate any random correspondence and that doesn't give you the answer.
And you're saying the rules aren't in the brain states?
No. How could they be in the brain states?
Like represented by things in the brain state. So like if they had different rules.
Every physical thing is the same.
Right.
So where are the rules represented in the brain states?
Right.
Because every physical thing is the same.
Yes. So
okay.
Every physical thing is the same. I grant that. That part makes sense.
Good.
But I don't think like for the rule to exist or to have different rules, I would say they have to be physically different. I don't think they could be physically the same.
Yes, obviously. But the argument here says there is no physical difference, so there can't be rules. Exactly. That's the point. If there were rules, there would have to be a physical difference. We cannot find any fucking difference. Therefore, no fucking rules. That's what I've been saying for 4 hours, man. Like, come on.
Okay.
You just agreed with me. Except you want to beg the question and go the other way, where the argument says, no, you do it that way.
So why can't meaning just be the connection?
Why can't meaning just be what connection?
Between the neurons. Make a connection between this neuron and that letter.
Because they have the same connection and different meanings.
Same. The fact they have different meanings doesn't mean they both can't still have meaning. You can still both have meaning. There's not one just isn't objectively correct.
If all the physical facts are the same, then there's nothing you could point to which tells you which one it is. And if that's the case, then there's no reason to think there is one versus the other in any given case. That's the argument. Like, where do you disagree? You've only said, well, maybe possibly there is something, but we don't have any reason to believe that because you can't point to anything at all. which would be different between the two cases.
So they both have meaning. There's just no objective meaning there. That's where they neither have meaning.
Well, we could say that in their community, they mean things given blah, 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 but that there's no fact of the matter about, you know, what these things mean. All you can say is, you know, if you do it this way, it'll mean that. And if you do it this way, it'll mean that.
Yes. So meaning could be a result of the brain. If you do it this way, it means that. That's meaning. Meaning is just the process in the brain that produces that. That's meaning. And there's not an objectively correct
so
meaning.
How do you know in any given case that you're doing that as opposed to this other thing, which is a different definition of meaning, which doesn't say that? Exactly. That's the point. So you can define anything you want any way you want. The question is, how do you know you're applying those definitions correctly? How do you know you're applying those definitions, in this case, correctly, as opposed to misapplying some other definition incorrectly? Saying there are definitions and that you apply them simply begs the question, how do you know which one you're applying?
So it's a distinction between your recognition of a rule and your application of the rule?
Yes. It's a question of whether you're doing what you're doing because you understand the rule or the meaning of the word. And if that were the case, there'd be some physical difference that would explain this. There doesn't seem to be. So there's no real, of course, reason to think there is any thing you're doing as opposed to something else.
Well, yeah, that phrasing always made sense to me. Like, are you doing it because of the rule, or are you doing it because of evolution, not the rule? Evolution, not the rule. The rule doesn't do anything. There's no rule there. It's just evolution is making you do it, and that's it. You're the dog, nothing more than the dog. That part makes sense to me. I'm happy to grant that part. I don't see any issue with that part. But
well, the part is that then you don't know the meanings of your words, and you don't know if when you say knowledge that you mean justified true belief as opposed to God told you this revelation shit. If you grant that, then you don't know the things you're saying. You don't even know that evolution is true. You just don't know anything.
Well, that's just where I think you seem to be using a different definition of meaning, because meaning is just, by meaning, I just mean the dog. The dog is the meaning. If the dog's doing it, the dog knows its meaning.
What? Wait, say that again?
So like the dog...
Look, you're not getting it, man. Look, listen. You can define knowledge however you want. I've already said that. You can do that. The question is how you know you're getting it right in any given case.
How I'm getting it right in any given case.
Yes. How? So there's evolution. Okay.
Yeah.
And it produces creatures like us. And we go around saying things like, if P then Q, P therefore Q. And we go around saying things like 2 + 2 is 4. And then we say, because we were doing that stuff first. And then we say,
doing
oh,
what,
gee, you could
doing
kind
what
of
stuff first?
saying things like, there's a cat and 2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah.
Before anyone wrote down any axioms about anything, people were already doing math.
Yep.
Check everything like that. They were already doing that.
Yes, totally agree.
The Egyptians were doing geometry, but they didn't have the Pythagorean theorem written down, and they didn't derive it from first principles like Euclid did. But then Euclid comes along and says, oh, gee, and Thales and a bunch of other guys and women came along and said, you could write down these rules. Like, for example, in between any 2 points is a straight line. You could like say those things. And then you could say, aha, all that stuff we were doing before, we were following these rules. And then the skeptic comes along and says, actually, here's another set of rules. And I think all that time you were doing that thing over here. So you weren't doing geometry, you're doing shmeometry, which like is some other system. So how do you know in the past, before you wrote down the rules, which one you were doing? Well, people were doing things, but what were they doing? The conclusion here is there's no reason to think outside of a community that they were doing anything other than what like electrons are doing. So if the electrons in my wall are computing the things you just said, I think, therefore I am, and it's true that reality exists, and then, gee, dude, all right. Yeah, that's great. I don't think walls are doing that. I would like to think that there is a fact of the matter about whether modus ponens is true or not, whether, anyway, so the question is, I'm just repeating myself. So like, why think that when you follow a rule, you are correctly following that rule? That's just a question. Like, you don't have any justification for that.
Yeah, the conclusion part, the dog part, I understand. That part I'm fine. Just grant, yeah, we're dogs. I don't mind being a dog.
Well, then great, but hold on, my earphones are dying. But let me just. Can you hear me still?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Testing. I cannot hear you now. No, I can't hear you now. I can hear me. I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
I have an echo. Yeah.
I'm
not very good at lip reading. Cannot hear you.
Check.
Oh,
check.
now it's working. Now I can hear you and not myself. I don't know. It's kind of fun listening to myself, though. I said I was always right. It was great.
Can you not hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you. We're good.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Okay. I mean, if we're like the dogs, then, you have to admit that Darth is right and you're wrong. That he does know that God exists, and you know that God doesn't exist, and then that's like, big deal. And so what? That's not what we thought we were talking about. That's a terrible result. No one should accept that conclusion happily.
Yeah, it's like
because what you're saying is no fact of the matter about whether God exists. That's clearly absurd.
Right. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that.
But you have to, given what you just said.
I could say there's no fact of the matter about the meaning of the words of the sentence, but there would still have to be a fact of the matter about the ontology if we assume there was a meaning there, even if we don't know it.
No, we don't have to assume that. There could be a schmack about the schmontology. So all of the words you're saying are just assuming certain meanings, which you're not entitled to. Unless we're talking in our community, which then isolates us from their community. And what you've ended up with is your version of properly basic belief. If you have the right community, you can believe anything and it will be true. But if properly basic belief is ridiculous for that reason, then so is what you're saying for the same reason.
Well, properly basic beliefs for definitions, I think, work just fine. For definitions, you can have properly basic beliefs. Meanings can have properly basic. I don't care about that. None of those would be an issue.
No, you just admitted that you could have properly basic belief that you know that God exists. And Darth has it. You don't. But so what? He knows that God exists and is properly basic. And you agreed that he can use the words that he wants and that the meanings are blah, blah, blah. So all the things in his way of talking come out true and your things come out false. So he'll say, you don't know it and it's false what you're saying, blah, blah, blah. And of course, that's all because of the way he set up the thing. But you're in no better position than he is. So you're equally just as rationally guilty as the Darths are.
I don't see the connection between properly basic beliefs here, because properly basic beliefs here would not apply to ontologies. They would apply to epistemologies or definitions just fine. So I'm happy if you want to have a properly basic belief about the definition of meaning.
No, properly basic belief in God existing is what I'm talking about. Planting a thing, he has that. And you just agree that he does.
No.
Yes, you have. In his way of using the words belief and necessary and everything, it is true that he has a properly basic belief in the existence of a necessary being. And you can't even disagree with him because you're using the words in a different way.
No, I can grant that, yes. By his definition, that would be true. I just don't think it's true.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you're saying the same thing. By your definition, these things are true. So that's just as bad. And you don't have any reason to think that what you're saying is true, which is even worse than their side, because at least they have some reason. Like they're saying it's properly basic, like the reason is itself. So you're saying there is no reason. It's like, the dog. There's no reason there. Or excuse me.
Well, that would go to like Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism. This method makes people live more. This method does not make people live more, and I'd say the reason is because gives us a way to correspond reality better, and so that does give us a reason to accept this method over that method.
Yeah, man.
You are frozen, and I can't hear you. Wait, oh no, you're back.
Yeah, I said you were frozen.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, my throat's starting to hurt a little bit because we've been going at this for a while. But
yeah,
I don't know what to say. Like the way you use your words, certain things may come out to be true, but you don't even know if you're using the words in the way that you say that you are. So there's no reason to think that what you're saying is true, and every reason to think you're misusing the correct words, which are really defined in the way Darth Dawkins wants them to be defined. And you have no reason to think that's false at all.
No reason.
Which is bad. Very bad.
Like, I don't think the usage of the words of the conversation matter at all. Like, I think that the argument itself, whether or not it actually gets you something, matters more. So, like, if this methodology makes us live longer, and this methodology does not make us live longer, that has nothing, the meanings don't matter here. It's just a fact of
They do, because you just said live. So I say it doesn't make us live longer, it makes us schmiv longer.
Well, I'm talking about ontology here, just like literally our organisms continuing to function.
You can't talk about ontology without talking about meanings of words. Like you can't say what stuff there is without using words. You don't have words, so you can't do it.
Well, bacteria lives just fine with no words. Like, it's alive without words.
How do you know it's alive as opposed to being alive? You don't. You're burnt. You're basic.
I don't need to. It can live just fine without any of my words.
You don't know that. How do you know that?
I don't need to. I don't need to. Things exist without me knowing.
How do you know that?
Things exist without me knowing. I don't need to know. Oops.
On what basis do you say that? You've never seen anything exist without you knowing. What are you talking about? You have no reason to believe what you just told me at all. You don't even know what the words mean, actually, because you might be misusing these other words. So unless you just say it's community stuff, in which case you get the properly basic objection, which is in my community, these things are true. In that community, those things are true. So they're going to say, no, you don't live longer. You just schmiv longer. You don't even know what living really is, because living means eternal life in the afterlife. So you don't live. The bacteria doesn't live. It schmids. So how do you know if it's living or schmiving? You don't know. You can't say.
I'm lost on the connection to properly basic beliefs because, like, properly basic beliefs.
What you have to end up saying on your view is that there's no fact of the matter about what these things mean except for in a community.
Right.
So different communities will have different meanings. Therefore, there will be different facts, different truths. Things will be different things will be true for him and for you.
Yeah, different definitions of truth. Sure.
Therefore, that's the properly basic shit. It's just as bad.
Right. So you could say that knowledge is anybody who's holding a potato has knowledge. That guy's holding a potato, he has knowledge. That's my definition of knowledge. Like, definitely, I can understand that. And so by that definition, anything that guy says is true. Sure.
Right. So the point here is there's no fact of the matter about which one you're doing. So you could say lots of things. Which one I'm doing. The question is, which one is true of you right now?
Which one is true?
That question. What you said is there's no answer to that question, but there is an answer to that question, which is a contradiction. So that's bad, unless you're a dialethist, which is good. So.
Which is good. So yeah, I definitely, like, it seems to be the case that I know what I mean by knowledge is not anybody holding a potato. That seems very clearly obvious to me. It
seems that way, but
properly basic.
Could be wrong.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, so it seems that way, but you could be wrong. So there's no way to tell if you're right or not. So there's no fact of the matter about whether you're right or not.
So it seems to me the case that I don't mean anybody holding a potato has knowledge. Yeah. But I could actually mean that without realizing it's what I mean.
Yeah, you could mean like by knowledge, I mean justified true belief or holding a potato. So you thought knowledge was just that first part, but you could be wrong. It really is the or holding the potato part is an important part of knowledge. There's no facts in reality anywhere on your view which could ever determine whether you meant knowledge or potato knowledge. So therefore, there's no fact of the matter about what your word knowledge means. That's the argument. So how do you know that your word knowledge doesn't mean this other thing that I just said, namely justified true belief or you're holding a potato? Or no, sorry, justified true belief, or if it isn't justified true belief, then you're holding a potato.
And I can't just say because it's not possible for me to mean something that isn't in my brain yet.
You can say whatever you want. That's a bunch of nonsense, gibberish. That's great. What's in your brain is the same between the two cases. You've agreed to that already.
Right.
1,000 times you've agreed.
Right. So I'm saying that
in your brain which determines which one of these things is the case.
Right. So if I've never seen a potato, never conceptualized a potato, and it's still somehow possible I'm using the potato definition of knowledge and I just don't know it.
Yes. That's the whole point. Yes, exactly. And therefore, since there's no fact, no thing you could point to which would make it true that you're doing one versus the other, the inference is there is no truth about you doing one or the other, except in a community where there's a practice and by this you mean that and that's how you were taught. And so accepting all of that stuff, what thing can you point to that tells me that you were doing the this and not the that?
And I can't just say that what I mean is only limited to past experiences and can't not mean things experienced in the past. So it can never, what I mean can never be a combination of things that I did not experience in the past, ever. That's not, I couldn't say that.
I don't know it. What'd you say?
I can say by meaning, it is not possible for someone to mean something they didn't experience in the past. All of their meanings must necessarily be some combination of things they've experienced in the past. Therefore, you can rule out any non-potato knowledge.
So then maybe you think you're applying you think you mean by meaning, but maybe really you've meant meaning this whole time. So the question would then become, do you mean this or shmeen that? So you just get the same question. It just always happens at the next level. You haven't got out of the circle because any way you try to answer it, the skeptic will play the same game saying, you were wrong. You thought you were meaning this, but really you were shmeening that.
Right. And that's where we apply
the same.
That's where we apply the properly basic and we say this definition is properly basic. And then you said that, well, that means that you can say anything is properly basic.
Yeah, because any community, that the rules are arbitrarily mapped from the syntactic structures, the brain states in this case, or whatever physical thing it is, to what they stand for. You know, I mean, this is common. You know, my favorite example is from advertising. It's the Chevy Nova, which was popular in LA, so they tried to market it in Mexico. But the Chevy Nova sounds like the Chevy doesn't go in Spanish. So the sounds Nova in English means exploding star, Nova. But in Spanish, it's not exactly the same, Novas, but you know, it sounds similar to Nova, doesn't go. So the car was a flop and people made fun of it, calling it the Chevy doesn't go. And that was because there is no, the things, the squiggles, the sounds that we make, it's arbitrary how they're connected to the meaning. It's totally arbitrary. There's no principle in reality which says this sound must mean dog. You know, Plato thought that actually. He's like, the word dog can only mean dogs, and the word cat can only mean cats. And there's something about the word itself which is important. And we're like, no. It's just a syntactic structure. It can be interpreted in any way. So the thing in your brain is just that. And it can be interpreted in different ways. In different communities, we'll have different practices whereby that thing is interpreted in one way versus the other.
Right.
So the skeptic, then the skeptic comes and says, you can't tell which one of these two things you were doing. And then you say, no, there is something that determines, but then they say, which thing? Like, which thing makes it the case that you meant this and not that? And then you say, well, I intended. Well, which thing made the case that you intended versus intended? Well, I desired. Well, which thing made the case that you desired versus desired? So all of these things, the words that you eventually get back to the position where all you have is the community. And then there are different communities with different practices. And there's the properly basic objection. That anyone can believe anything, because there can be some community that says this is what we mean by these things, and this is what we mean by knowledge, and this is what we mean by truth. And so in our way of thinking and talking, these are true, and this is false, and what you're saying is false. And then you say, no, you guys are wrong. That knowledge isn't that. And then the skeptic says, okay, so what fact of the matter? What makes it the case that they're wrong and you're right? Is it just the practices? Well, then you get the skeptical scenario, the result, which is anyone can believe anything in their community. They're right, and you can't even disagree with them because you don't even mean the same thing. You can't even talk to them. So even if you accepted everything that you said, you still have this problem, which is that you wouldn't be able to disagree with anyone.
Well, suppose that
wouldn't know whether we're getting anything right or wrong, and no one would have any reason to listen to you or accept what you were saying.
Well, if two people shared a community, like they shared a common definition that knowledge is supposed to correspond to reality, that's something they shared, then you could disagree with them, right?
Yes. Well, if you were in that community.
Yeah. So me and Darth Hawkins were both in that community. We agree on that part of the definition.
You're not. He's in the community where knowledge means given by the ultimate principle of reality, the foundational, ultimately real thing, the source of all possibility. So that's what reality is, according to him. You don't mean that when you say reality. So again, you're playing that game. You don't agree on what the correspondence to reality is. Because he says, no, your thing is correspondence to shmeality. It's not reality. No. I want correspondence to reality. And that's God, blah, 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 hamada, possibility. So you don't agree on that. You'll never be able to agree on anything given the way you set up everything.
Well, no, because me and Darth Hawkins, we agree on that our goal of knowledge is to correspond to reality, whatever.
No, you don't. I just explained why you don't.
Well, we definitely do. Like, that's something we have.
We definitely don't. Because you don't agree on what reality is. You don't agree on what correspondence is. And therefore, you can't mean the same thing when you say correspondence to reality. So you aren't even disagreeing with him because you have a different meaning for your word. According to you, that's your view, not mine. You have a different meaning for your word than he does. So you can't even disagree with him. You're not even talking about the same thing.
No, we definitely have the same definition, and we're in the same community because we have the community definition.
You're a Christian?
Well, the Christian, it's not the Christian community, it's the Western community of all people who speak.
He's in the Christian community, and by knowledge, they mean the source of ultimate possibility, reality, hamada blah. And you're in the secular community, and by knowledge, you mean justified true belief. And he says, that's not knowledge, that's smallage. And you say, no, yours isn't knowledge, that's smallage. And the skeptic comes and says, what facts determine who's right in this debate? And you so far haven't told me anything that answers that question. Right,
but we agree that the goal of that word is to describe what exists and what isn't imaginary.
No,
we agree on all those.
No.
Dawkins would agree with me this every single time. Everybody who's a Presup agrees with me on this.
I'm sorry, dude. He's an idiot.
Yes, I understand that.
This argument, which I am making to you,
right?
Which is that listen. I'm not saying Dawkins thinks this. I'm saying this is what you're committed to based on what you told me today in the last 4 hours. I'm not saying this is what he thinks. I'm saying has to be your view. This is now your view because you've argued for it for the last 4 hours. This is the conclusion of your view, which is that you cannot even disagree with him.
If we were in a different community, in my worldview, we're in the same community.
Say what?
We're in the same, in my worldview, we're in the same community. Everything I've said says we're in the same community.
So he'd say we're not in the same community. You are in a shma-munity. Community means God, like in the company of God. So you're not in that. So you're not in the same community.
This wasn't part of the argument here. So I'm just like, we know.
The argument is the meaning of your words. Okay, I'm just taking what you say seriously for reductio. Your view is the meaning of your words trace back to something private, which only you have. And Darth Dawkins' meanings of his words trace back to something private that only he has. And we can't interpret those things except in terms of the various communities we're in. So you guys are in different communities. So you have different meanings for the word knowledge. So when you say you don't have knowledge, you're not even contradicting him, because by knowledge, he means something else. And you're not saying he doesn't have that. You're saying he doesn't have the thing that you call knowledge.
Yes.
You're
So
not agreeing with it.
I agree with that part, but we can look at our communities, and our communities do share something else. Very, very, very explicitly share this other thing, which is that reality. We share reality. We both agree on what reality is. We just disagree with what it's made of.
You don't. You do not. Why don't you get this? This is a very simple point. You don't agree on what reality is, because reality, they think you're talking about shmeality. So you say, no, I'm really talking about reality. But
Christians and atheists agree that reality is everything that exists. They agree on those things.
They think, no, you're talking about shmexist, not exist. Dude, get it? Come on. No, your words are defined by, you just said, in terms of your private experience. They have in a different community with different meanings of those words. So that's like, you're like someone who's saying, like you hear someone saying, I'm going to rob a bank. And the other guy says, I'm taking a nap by the bank of the river. You say, I'm talking about the same thing. Can you hear them say bank? No, they use the same word. They have different fucking meanings. That's the whole point. You're using the same word. They have different meanings. So therefore, your word with its meaning doesn't mean the same thing as his word. You're not using the same word.
But we can be. It does occur that we use the same word to mean the same thing. It does happen.
As far as you know, you have no reason to believe that. What are you talking about? You have no reason to believe that you've ever used the same word as somebody else.
This isn't the reason. I'm not making the argument that I have reason to believe this. This is just a hypothetical. So hypothetically, since we're in the same community, this does occur. So it's possible, if this did occur, hypothetically, that we could have a conversation.
You're not in the same community. So you
if we were,
basic point, any given community can believe any silly thing they want. So you move off into the woods and you start believing a bunch of silly things, and you use words in those ways, and those things are true in that community. And you can't say they're wrong because you're using your words in a different way.
Okay, so my point is, if we are in a same community, which doesn't matter if we are or not, I don't care. If we're in the same community and in every single part of this, or if all the different communities agree on this one aspect, reality and knowledge is that which corresponds to reality, and that's the only thing they agree on, that's all I need. I'm for the sake of the argument, I'm saying they do. Hypothetically, all communities that accept this, we can all have conversations about knowledge.
That's impossible.
If we agree.
Given the last 4 hours, what you just said amounts to a basic, like, fuck all that shit, I'm just going to do what I want. Dude, no, you cannot do that. Like, what do you... okay. What do you mean by community? You can't say you're in the same community. What do you mean by it? What's a community? How do you know you're using that word in the right way? How do you know that your word community means community and not shmumunity? You can't say you're in the same community.
I'm not arguing for just any meaning here. I'm arguing a very specific case. So in this very specific case, that we're just granting the arguments right now. We're saying, so, all right, so private language, great. We can't know meaning without a community. So we have a community so we can know meaning in the context of that community. So we're in this community that we know the meaning of in the context of this community. And in the context of this community, knowledge and exist have these particular meanings. Okay, so now we can have conversations in that community about those meanings.
Yeah, but they're not about objective reality or about things which really exist or about what things are true. They're just, a certain practice which has arisen, what you guys are doing, which is wonderful, but there's no reason to think that you're getting it right or that anything is corresponding to reality or that there is such a thing as reality. So the community unless they accidentally hit upon the only one possible way to write down rules, which is not, it's just absurdly false, then there's no reason to think that those people disagreeing with themselves has anything interesting to do with reality.
What was that again? The only way to write down rules? The one only way to write down rules? What does that mean?
Unless you think that there is a fact of the matter about what the correct rules are. But the whole argument here is trying to convince you to take seriously the idea that maybe there aren't any facts of the matter about meaning or which rules we're following, independent of some community and their practices, which any way the community does it is arbitrary. So there, even if there are no other communities that happen to do it different, there could be, and you don't know if you're following one of those hypothetical rules or not. So it doesn't matter how many communities there are or what they're doing in it. If there's nothing that like objectively makes it the case that these things are true and those things are false, then you lose. Okay. So they can define anything they want. Maybe they're doing quaddition. And then we aliens come along and we go, no, you've been doing this wrong the whole time. You should be doing addition. How do we know which one they were doing this whole time? Were they incorrectly doing math or were they correctly doing schmath? What fact determines what's the case?
So could you just say something like B theory of time? So if you're doing addition and you're going to do it in the future at some point, that time t on the B theory of time will tell us.
Sure. Yeah. So time t in the B theory of time could be addition or quaddition. You have no reason to think either one. So B theory of time doesn't help you. It's irrelevant. It's not the point. The point is, how do you know right now what you're doing? There's no reason to think that there is anything that you're doing. Sure, someday I'll know. It's like, okay.
Well, yeah, if we say somebody's counting 1, 2, 3, 4, so they've only gotten up to 4, they haven't gotten up to 100, so we don't know if they're doing addition or quaddition. But if we look at the B theory of time, they've gotten past 100 at some time, and so we would be able to tell, right?
That's not true. No, that's not true.
No?
How do you know that? So whatever, so there are finite things. So the B theory of time doesn't mean that you're infinite. It means the time that you live, you know, is in some sense timeless or, you know, laid out already or something like that. But there's a finite duration of time during which you live and during which that time you could only count up to some finite number. So we can never know whether you were counting or schmounting. Even if all you ever did was count or schmount or like enumerate numbers. So that's irrelevant. The B theory of time doesn't matter because you're not an infinite mind.
Okay, so an infinite mind would be able to solve this. So there's an infinite mind who's counting, and he would be able to solve this problem.
Exactly. Now you're a presup. That's their argument. Exactly. You need God. Yeah, exactly. An infinite mind. Exactly. So boom. Welcome, Tom. Darth Jump has arrived.
So why couldn't I know if because you said that God doesn't work, right? So God wouldn't answer the question.
Yeah, well, that's what I think. Yeah, I think that God wouldn't answer the question for you, except for insofar as like maybe like he designed you in order to follow some rule, which he interprets as this way or that way. But then you can do the same thing, I think, with kind of God's knowledge. Like, does he follow the rule?
Yeah, that's the part I'm asking. So we apply the rule to God himself. If there was an omniscient being who existed throughout time, would he be able to know for himself?
Yeah, that, I mean, I don't know why. Maybe not. I think you can go either way. I think they think yes, and I'm like a little bit skeptical, but because if there's no community, like what determines whether he's getting it right or not? And how do we know that God isn't following some alternate rule? But I don't know. So I think there's moves that you can make there maybe, but you have to add that he knows everything and like all kinds of shit, which we don't have. But maybe he doesn't know everything. Maybe he schmoes everything. I don't know. So I think that's an interesting question. You know, I think that you can like kind of form liar's paradox sentences about God's knowledge. Like God doesn't know this sentence is false. I think God should know that, but does he know it or not know it? I don't know. Maybe God's a dialethyst. I don't know. Like, who knows? That's not the issue. The issue is whether we're doing addition or quaddition, whether the fact of the matter about us or not. So there you go.
So yeah, the question, well, where I would be leading to is that, so if God could know this somehow, then there's no reason to think there wouldn't be a fact of the matter that could just be instantiated by nature somehow, naturalistic pantheism, that it could know it somehow.
Well, yeah, there is. I mean, pantheistic nature is not a mind, so can't know anything.
Well,
the second law is no consciousness, so it can't. So yeah, that pantheistic nature thing isn't going to work, I think, in this case. Unless this is what we were talking about last time, which after 5.5 hours, we've sort of got 4.5 hours maybe, which is, are there normative facts out there in nature that exist independently of us? I would say they have to exist independently of God too, for exactly these reasons. But that just means maybe in reality there's some like primitive normative facts that modus ponens is the correct way to reason. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. Then how does it connect to us, and how does it matter to us, and so forth and so on. So yeah, it still seems like you need somebody to align us to it in some way. And this simple idea that reason is like sensing something or seeing something with the mind, I don't know if it works. But anyway, so I don't know if God solves the problem, honestly.
But so you said if we have this something that aligns us to the normative law thingy, that would work.
Yes, like the way we build a computer. So we write down a program, and then that's an abstract mathematical structure. And then we take a physical system and we align it. We build it so that the causal transitions between the states match up to the logical transitions in the mathematical structure that we have built. And then we can say the computer is implementing this program because we built it in such a way that we tried to make it implement this set of counterfactuals. If this state, like, Turing machines, like the if-else things. If you're in this state, go to here, else. So if the computer goes from one transition to the next, if it goes from state A to state B, for example, it might be implementing a line of code that says, if the value 65, go to line 32, else go to 42. So it actually goes to line 32. But the program says, if it had been something else, it would have been going to a different line. So we have built the physical system so that counterfactual is implemented. Therefore, we can say that computer is running this program because we align them so that the causal transitions in this state space match the transitions in the mathematical space. And that's the idea that the precepts want to say about God, that he's the ground of all these rules. And he built our minds in such a way, like we build a computer so that we mirror these rules. But my objection to that would be, why think that God knows which rules he's following? I think you could just rerun the argument up there. So I'm not sure even that would work.
Yeah, last time we didn't talk about what your solution is to having normativity without a mind. What was that? What was your solution to that?
What was my solution to what?
Having normativity without a mind. Ultimate normativity or something.
Well, I don't think you can.
Okay.
That's it. I think normativity is the product of minds and reason.
So how do we have normativity?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean. So the way that like in the best case scenario, which who knows if you can make it work, but the way you would like it to work is that we have this ability called reason to discern that certain things are the case, like that modus ponens is valid. And I can just kind of tell by thinking about it that it has to be that way. So that's just like intuition, right? A priori mathematical intuition, that there's just like, it seems like it's got to be the case that this is the way things are. So reason just tells you, like, you kind of have to respect that. But the source of it is reason itself. That's it. There's nothing outside of reason.
How is that different from properly basic belief?
Well, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, as a lot of people think that you have to take like the normativity of reason itself as a presupposition. I mean, there's a whole presuppositional movement in epistemology, which has nothing to do with God at all. It has to do with like, to even like do science, you have to presuppose the laws of logic and reason working in a certain way. And that's presupposition. That's a presupposition because, I mean, so
Induction, uniformity of nature. Yeah.
last time, but yeah, like what does justify the acceptance of certain rules, certain basic logical rules. So the Quinians of the world, the anti-exceptionalists of the world, want to say that logic is just like science, empirical science, and that we can like pick it, we can write down any mathematical theory we want, and then run off with it. And so that we do that with physics, we can write down relativity theory, write down quantum mechanics, write down string theory, and then you just take up the theory and you start thinking, well, if these things are true, then I compute like this. And the Quinians of the world said logic's just like that. Like it's a language, we make it up, we describe reality with it, and we can pick any language we want. And if our experience changed, we would change the rules of logic. And if quantum mechanics turned out some way, we would revise the law of non-contradiction. We can do whatever we want. It's up to us. Like it depends on how that stuff is out there. And then the Kripkean response to that is, well, no, there's a real big difference actually between like the laws of nature and the laws of logic, in the sense that if you didn't know the laws of nature already, you could be taught them and then use them. But if you didn't know the laws of logic already, you couldn't be taught them and you could never use them. So they seem importantly different. You know, to say that, yeah, anyway, so that's the basic idea there, is that there's a big problem there. Look, I don't have answers. I'm not looking for answers. I'm looking for recognition of problems. I don't know what answers there. I know there's like this answer and that answer, but I want people to take these things seriously and recognize that there's a real issue here. And so the issue, this is all related to Kripke's work, so it all bundles together. But Kripke's idea is that we can't revise logic. There's no way to revise logic or to adopt a logic or to change which logic we use, because the practice comes first. We were already doing something. And that's the kind of the point of the rule controlling considerations too. The practice comes first. In every case, there's something people are doing already. And then we get brought up in that tradition, and then we think of ourselves as doing it too. But then anytime we try to say objectively, what are we really doing? We can't.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing would apply to meaning. So I understand that part.
Yeah, exactly. So the solution to normativity in nature is to say, look, there is something called reason, and reason is something that we do, and we do it before we ever learn logic. You don't have to learn logic in order to reason. People do it already. It's something that people are engaging in. And then, so this is sometimes in the tradition what's called the difference between logica docens and logica utens. So there's the logic we use and the logic we teach. So docens means like doctorate, means teacher, and utens means utilize, to use it. So there's the logic that we use in our day-to-day life, and there's the logic that we teach in the classroom. Like I teach logic and I write down all these rules. So there's modus ponens, here's modus tollens, there's the law of non-contradiction, here's many valued truth things, dialetheism. We're talking about relevance logic today, and relevance in certain systems. Disjunctive syllogism is not valid. So there's all sorts of these like things that we can write down. Everybody knows that we can write these things down. But is reasoning doing that? Is reasoning just implementing a formal system like that, following those rules? Well, all of these considerations seem to suggest no. That reasoning is somehow prior or first, that it's there already. And so, yeah, I mean, it's the best that we got. I don't think they're in any better position. So that's why I'm a skeptic about the a priori, and yeah, I'm a skeptic even about skepticism. I'm a skeptic about induction. I mean, I'd say agnostic more than skeptic, but yeah, I think this thing cuts all the way down. It's like universal. And you can ignore the problem and go on, but it doesn't go away.
And couldn't you say the same thing, that meaning is just a process that we do, just like rationality, before anything starts?
Yeah. So there is a view called meaning primitivism, um, which just says there's primitive facts about meaning, but then how do we know them? We say, well, we just have an intuition. And I've heard there are people, because I just had this seminar. I was taking this class with Kripke and Romina Padro. I wasn't taking, I was sitting in on it, but it was like online on Zoom. So there's a lot of people there. One of the good things about the pandemic is all this, things like that, although it doesn't outweigh all the bad things of the pandemic, obviously. But still, I was able to sit in on that class, and there were people in there like Hannah Ginsburg and someone else whose name I'm blanking on. I should know her. Mahatma Gandhi, I think is her. I shouldn't say that. I don't know. Anyway, I'll look it up. Anyway, she's extremely smart. But they argue for a kind of
Gandhi was in your phone call? That's impressive.
Not the real Gandhi. No, not Mahatma Gandhi. No. I think it's Hatton. H-A-T. I should look it up anyway. Hatton Gandhi. I think that, am I getting that confused with Mahatma Gandhi? I hope I'm not making a blunder like that. Anyway, I don't know. But anyway, so they were arguing that, there's a kind of primitive semantic fact that plus means plus and not quas, and that we can know by intuition that we're doing that. And I think Kripke's response was that doesn't solve the problem, because even if there is such a primitive, I think that is kind of his ultimate view is, like some kind of, there's an intuition here, but you can't get that just bottom, bedrock. That's it. You can't go past that. But does that really solve the problem? Because how do we know we're applying that rule that we intuitively think is correct as presenting it? So I think that the response that was being made was that you get the same problem. And I don't really see, I'm not sure 100% whether you do or don't. I don't know. It's all above my pay grade at that level. But I don't really think that even, I guess I have some hesitancy saying, even if there were primitive facts, you still want to know, like, how does it correspond to my doing what I do? So what's the relation of those primitive things to me? So in other words, all of this stuff, there's no good answer to it. That's why it's a skeptical paradox.
Yeah, it sounds like the Platonist argument that there are these things that we don't know how to explain yet, and they could just exist as Platonic objects, and they somehow interact with us somehow.
Right. You could say that, but the Platonic objects would have to be very strange because they'd be normative, which is and Plato thought that because he thought the good was a Platonic object, which is normative. And everyone said that's kind of weird because it has this motivating character, but it's timeless and eternal and doesn't exist in space and so forth. So how could it motivate me to do anything? And yet it seems that it's supposed to be intrinsically motivating. And the same is true here. Like modus ponens is like a command saying, reason thus. Never like that. So how do I know I'm obeying that command? How do I know that I'm in correspondence with that rule? So even if there are these primitive Platonic objects, and even if you could say that somehow we could interact with them by reason, I still think you would wonder, how do I know I'm following that rule and not misfollowing this other Platonic object? Because that's the thing about Platonic objects. They're all up there, even the contradictory ones.
Contradictory ones? Like what?
Yeah, contradictory ones.
Wasn't there like a limited number of Platonic objects that Plato said existed, and they're not all Platonic objects or something?
Well, Platonic objects, according to Plato, everything which any two or more objects can have in common, there's a Platonic object for. Yeah.
Okay, so.
I mean, look, there could be true contradictions, maybe, possibly. So one is the liar's paradox, obviously. The sentence is false. Seems like it's both true and false. So is that a true contradiction? I don't know. You could say the Gödel sentence is a true contradiction. The sentence is improvable. Some people have even argued that maybe, I think Graham Priest has argued that you could count the TJump urinal as a contradiction. It is art because it isn't art, and it isn't art because it is art. So it's a true contradiction. It's true that it's art, and that's also true that it's not art. So maybe there are true contradictions in reality. Like you don't know that there aren't.
Yeah, sure. I technically grant that, but so could there be a platonic object that was like a force of nature that could just force us to obey it?
Yeah, I guess you could postulate some very strange platonic object like that, which would sound a lot like God. I mean,
Yeah, it's just not a mind, but there's a platonic object with no consciousness that forces us to obey this meaning or logic or normativity.
I mean, I think that was Plato's view. It's just that everyone in the universe has said that sounds like an extremely strange view that no one takes seriously because it describes reality as just being extremely bizarre, and we have no reason to think it's that way, and we can't even really make sense of the objects they're talking about. And so I guess you could, if you wanted to just parody. That's what I was trying to get you to see last time. If you really wanted to parody their argument, you have to say that there are these non-physical, weird things that force us to obey them in some non-physical way, which just is like very bizarre. But you could say that, and I think that's what Plato thought, that the form of the good was. That what he thought was, once you recognize the form of the good, that somehow it forced you to do the good. Like you just couldn't, like it knowing it had the power to like push you in that way. And that's what I said in our conversation last time. You could say that. It's just that's a very strange thing to say. And it's not just pantheistic nature. You have to deny physicalism. There's no physical thing like that. There's no laws of physics which are normative. You could say there's some strange law. I mean, look, this is the kind of thing that Philip Goff says. He says, so maybe there's some normative law in nature that the universe fine-tunes itself because it's conscious, and so it's trying to. So, I don't know. You could say shit like that, but like, what reason is there to take any of that seriously? So yeah, you could say that, but there's no reason to think it's true.
Why can't you add in physicalism too? It's just some unknown physical stuff that we just don't understand yet. Physical can do more than what we imagine it to do. So there can be normative physics also strange, but why not possible?
Yeah, you could say that. I would have been. Our conversation would have been 2.5 hours shorter if you had said that. But you said no, not that. There's no such thing as normativity ever. But now you have to admit that there is, and that it exists as a primitive fact, and somehow it's primitively compelling, and that somehow this universe is set up such that we're compelled by that one and not this other one, which is equally compelling, but isn't modus ponens, because it's out there too. Modus morons is out there, remember? Modus morons exist, and it's primitively compelling. So what explains why you're primitively compelled by this one, the good one you claim, and not the other one, the bad one you claim? I don't think you have a good answer to that on that view, but anyway, yeah.
And that would lead to the question, what is normativity exactly? Like what, because I still don't understand what exactly normativity is in the worldview.
It's a fact of the form that X ought to do Y. So it's a true statement of the form that X should do Y. That's what normativity is. If there are norms, then there are true statements of the form X ought to phi. For example, this is obvious. If one wants to keep one's teeth, one ought to brush them twice a day. That's a normative fact. But it's not a primitive one or a really compelling one unless you buy the assumption that you want to keep your teeth or whatever. But that's like the idea is like that it's true that you ought to brush your teeth if you want to have healthy mouth. That's an ought claim. You ought to do that if this. So the claim here is that there are things like that, but they're just primitive. There's no if in front of it. There's just you ought.
So that's the sentence exists and is true. And that's
no, not the sentence, the fact.
Fact.
Yeah. Like there is a fact in reality, and that fact is you ought to reason according to modus ponens, or you ought to mean by plus the addition function as opposed to quaddition. So those are facts, according to this primitive normative view. They are true. It's true that you ought to mean plus. You ought to mean addition by plus, not coaddition. So that's a normative claim. You ought to mean this, not that, because the word means this. So the normative claim maybe follows from like some fact about the meaning, or some people will reverse that and say, no, the normative claim gives you the fact about the meaning. And I think that's the way Kripke is thinking about it. I think Kripke is thinking that what it means for there to be meaning is for there to be some norm. You ought to use the word this way, not that way. Which is really, things are all connected, I would say.
And what do we lose if we don't have normativity?
All the things we were talking about. You can't be arguing with anyone. Every community can do whatever they want. You can't disagree. There's no fact of the matter about whether you mean plus or you mean knowledge or schmallage, all of that stuff.
So like, because I would say I disagree with Darth Dawkins. That seems to be an event that occurs in reality.
Yeah. You guys yell at each other, but are you really disagreeing? In order to disagree, there must be something you think is true, which he thinks is false, or vice versa. But given what you said, that never happens.
How would that never...
There's no thing what you think is true, which he thinks is false. And there's no thing which he thinks is true, which you think is false. Given what you've said so far.
How does that follow from what I've said? So objectively, the definitions don't have objective meaning, but we can have pragmatic meaning to them, and so they could pragmatically have truth value, right?
So the truth value of your sentence would given relative to a community that you belong in,
yep.
and the meaning is established by that community.
Yep.
So your sentence will be true under those standards and criteria.
Yep.
His sentences will be true according to the standards and criteria of his community, which assigns different meanings to the same words that you use. So when you say correspondence to reality, he says, yeah, but he doesn't mean the same thing that you mean. So you haven't really disagreed with each other. You think you have. It appears as though you have. But given what you've said, you haven't, because your assertion is true, and so is his. His assertion is not true given your meaning, but his assertion is true given his meaning, and you're not using those meanings. So he said something true in his community, which is where his words get their meaning from. So it's just a fact that he said something true. And your words get their meaning from your community. So in that community, it's just a fact that the words mean that. So you said something true in your community. So you both said something true, so you haven't disagreed.
So a scientist and a flat earther are having a conversation. One says the world is flat, one says the world is round, and they both say the other is wrong. And they both agree that the other disagrees with them. And they agree about pretty much everything, or they say they agree about the words that they mean.
Yeah.
It seems like we have good reason to believe they are actually having a disagreement and not just a linguistic
what are those?
What?
What are those good reasons that we seem to have?
Because when they say have a flat earth, they show a picture of a flat piece of paper, and the other shows that it's curved, showing a ball, and they say that doesn't exist and mine does exist.
And so why do you think they mean the same thing by exist? And why do you think they mean the same thing by curve? And why do you think they mean the same thing by know? And why do you think they mean the same thing by evidence? And why do you think they mean the same thing by anything? You say they're in the same community. I say they're not. They don't accept, they disagree. Like I saw this debate you had with a flat earther, if you call it a debate. And you kept saying, look, there's lots of evidence that the earth is round. And he said, no, there's not. I never seen it, because he has a different meaning for the word evidence. So in his community, in the flat earther community, the word evidence means I saw the shit for myself. He doesn't have that. So it's true he doesn't have evidence. In your community, the word evidence means what the scientific community accepts. So it's true that you have evidence. And it's true that he doesn't have evidence, because you don't agree on what is fucking evidence. Right? So you haven't disagreed. And it's not just that you don't agree on what is evidence. You don't agree. You're not using the word evidence with the same meaning. So you think there's a common meaning there. I don't see why you think that.
Yeah, so it's possible that every single word we're using is completely different, and so we're completely talking past one another. That's definitely, I grant that as a possibility for sure. And there's no way to prove it's not the case. So I grant that.
Well, there is. There's the community and the practice and all that stuff.
What?
In the community, it is a fact that this word means that. And in that community, it is a fact that that word means that. So there are those lowercase f facts. Given the practices in the community, it is true that they mean this and that and the other thing. It's just that you can't disagree with the other community.
And you could define community as each individual, essentially.
You could define community however you want, and then you'll say we're part of the same community, because by community I mean Western blah blah blah, and they'll say we're not part of the same community because I mean Christian Hamadadah, and so you don't even agree on what the word community means. So it's true that for you that you're part of the same community, and it's true that they're not part of your community. They're both true, so you haven't disagreed with them. You just said something true, and they said something else true, but that's not disagreement.
Right. So we say
something is true, and I say no, it isn't. It's false.
So we have these lowercase f facts about how communities use words, and both of them agree on 99% of all of those words, or they say they do.
They say they do.
Yeah.
But there's no way to know. And there's no fact of the matter whether they do. That's the point.
No fact of the matter whether they do. Well,
where is it? Like, if there is one, point to it.
Yeah, so I would say something like the idea, the visual image in their head literally exists in their head somewhere. That is a physical thing that exists in their head. And so one has an idea of a flat earth, one has an idea of a round earth. And so it literally physically exists somewhere in the brain. We just haven't found it yet. So there would be.
That doesn't answer the question. That just begs the question. So that's not relevant. That's completely besides the fact. I've already granted that like 70 times. That's not the issue. So there is some state of the brain. You know this. So you know Wittgenstein's argument about the, or his quip in the investigations about the picture of the guy on a slanted incline. And he said, "What is this a picture of?" So is it a picture of a guy walking up the hill or a guy sliding backwards down the hill? There's no way to know from the lines on the page what it is a picture of. So you can't say there's a fact of the matter about what it's a picture of.
Right. I'm saying
some community, blah, blah, blah. So just the paper. So that doesn't, so just the state of the brain doesn't tell you the answer to these questions that we're talking about.
Right. So I'm saying in the case of the flat earther versus the round earther, there is actually a demonstrable physical difference in the brain. They can't have the same.
No, there is not.
Well, so this is my argument. My argument is that whatever you're envisioning, like your visual image, is literally a physical thing in the brain. We just haven't discovered it yet. So there must necessarily be a physical difference in the brain for every single idea like that. It has a visual instantiation.
So how do you know that they they say this is flat earth, and then they draw the picture, and I say that's not flat, that's curved. We do that all over again, buddy. So you can't, like, what are you talking? You can't do what you're doing doesn't work. So yes, there is a brain thing, sure. But is it a picture of a curved surface or a flat surface? You must define flat and curved in order to answer that question.
Yes. So I grant that part.
No, that they are not because if reality is non-Euclidean, then there are still straight lines, because a straight line is the shortest distance between two paths. So there are straight lines, even if they curve. So telling me they both agree there are straight lines doesn't answer what we're talking about. The picture they have in their head, is it a picture of a straight line or not? You can't tell me that until you define straight and line.
Sure.
Okay. So how do we know they agree? And if we know they agree, how do we know they're applying the definition correctly?
So if I say the word straight and I say, imagine a straight line, and we can literally go into their brain and see their Daniel Dennett's little like miniature man guy sitting in front of a screen. So we see the screen.
Yeah.
One of them is of the non-curved flat Earth, and one of them is of the round Earth.
So then I come along and say, well, actually, no, you're mistaken. That's not a flat Earth picture. It's a schmatch Earth picture, which is really a curved Earth. You're misapplying the definition of flat. Flat, that's not flat. That's schmatch, which is what you're talking about. So there's no reason to think that they agree here. You're just importing an assumption, but you're not backing it up. You're saying, look, let's assume they agree.
Disagree. So they disagree.
Whatever. You're just assuming that that's the case. But the point here is that you can't assume that because you haven't established that it makes sense to say, from your point of view, Tom, this is why the presuppositionalism, this is their shtick. What they want to say is, look, given your definitions of the terms, you refute yourself. Okay, so that's what they want to say. Given your definitions of the terms, you end up not being able to say the things that you want to say. And that's happening here.
Yes.
That's bad.
Right, yes, the self-contradictions are bad. I agree. So,
well, but I'm saying, what's a self-contradiction?
What's a self-contradiction?
Yeah.
Saying one thing that would entail its own invalidation, I guess.
Okay, so I don't call that a contradiction. I call that a smontradiction.
Okay.
Because contradictions are good. So if it's bad, then it can't be a contradiction.
Yeah, but the question,
what a contradiction is, we don't look. So it's like you. See, here. Can I? God, it's already 6 o'clock. I gotta feed the dog and eat dinner and have a life. But let me try one last time. Okay. One last time. Suppose that you are a dialetist and you think that there are true contradictions. And somebody else is not a dialetist and they deny that there are any true contradictions and they assert the law of non-contradiction. And then they give you an argument and they say, this argument is valid and the conclusion is that your view is false. And then the dialetist says, no, you're wrong. That's not what validity is, because you're assuming this definition of validity that I reject. And so in my logical system, which I accept, that argument is invalid. And then I write down the rules and I say, see, your argument's invalid. You didn't disprove my system. You gave a valid argument in your system, but it doesn't say anything about my system. My system says this is a valid argument. And so, for example, in Priest's work, he has the three-valued logic that he calls K3. No one cares, but it allows that there are true contradictions. You assign them the truth value I, which stands for both true and false. And then you define the truth table for that in such a way that it blocks explosion. So it's not the case that from a contradiction anything follows. The result is that disjunctive syllogism, modus ponens turns out to be invalid. Okay, so whenever you use modus ponens, the priests of the world, grand priest, will say, you're using an invalid argument form, and what you think follows from it doesn't follow from it logically. Because here's the true definition of validity. And then they define this thing, well, there's the designated values, true and I, and as long as those are preserved, that's what matters. And you say, no, what matters is truth preservation. But you can't give an argument for that because your argument presupposes your definition of validity. So you can never argue against someone else's view because they don't accept your definition of validity. So there must be some common definition of validity that you guys can both compare your formal treatment of and their formal treatment of and see who's getting it closer to the way things are in reality, right?
Yeah.
But you can't do that. So therein is the problem.
Right, I agree. If we had that Platonic object thingy, that would just solve the problem.
It wouldn't. Well, maybe it wouldn't. But so that's the point about how you can't disagree with people, but put in terms of logical systems. You can't argue against Grand Priest by showing that a contradiction follows from his view, because he thinks contradictions can be true. So any argument you try to give him that assumes the classical definition of validity begs the question. And any argument that he tries to give against your classical definition of validity begs the question against you. All right?
Yeah.
So that's an analogy to what we're talking about here with respect to you and the Darth Dawkins of the world.
Right.
The analogy is like he's doing classical logic and you're doing non-classical logic, and your arguments can never connect to each other because they don't agree. They're using the words, the definitions are fundamentally different. And yet there's no facts of the matter, now to continue, that determine which is doing it right. So therefore, there's no fact of the matter about who's doing it right, except with respect to communities.
Right. I mean, I understand that part, but the goal of the disagreement is an internal critique. So the goal is to try to adopt their language, and they are trying to adopt your language in order to show that in your usage, you have a problem.
Right. That's what I've been doing to you for 4 hours, and you don't seem to see the problem in your own field. So exactly. Yes, that's the whole point. So we adopt your view and then show it leads to this thing I've been saying. And you don't want it to lead to this thing I'm saying, but nothing you have said shows how it doesn't.
Right. And so we go back to my flat earther guy. So flat earther versus round earther. And we say the world is flat or straight or whatever. And we want to know if they're having a disagreement. And when we say, I think the world is not round, it's flat, he imagines the picture of the earth we find on Google when we say Google, and then he finds the picture on Google we find when we say flat earth. And the scientists will see the exact same thing. So they picture the exact same thing for the exact same words, and there's the exact same neurons.
Solve the problem in exactly the same way that I've said 60,000 times. You have exactly the same problem. The picture doesn't solve the problem. Picture is ambiguous. Because what are you looking at? Because you show them a picture and you say, see, this is a 3-dimensional sphere. And they say, what are you talking about? I see a 2-dimensional circle. You say, oh, laws of perspective and cameras and shit like that. And they go, what? I don't have any reason to accept all those things that you are well, optics? Fuck all that magic shit, scientist mumbo jumbo. That's a circle. It's a pancake you're showing me. So prove that I'm wrong.
Pancake, not a circle.
Oh, not a sphere. Because that would be a flat Earth scenario. Like you're looking at a drum from the top, not a sphere from the side. Or whatever.
Right. So the picture is ambiguous. So they're picturing both. Here's the globe Earth, flat Earth. One is like putting a big red X through one or whatever and say not, and this one is the correct one, essentially. So they agree. If we say imagine the globe Earth, they both imagine the same thing. We say imagine the flat Earth, they both imagine the same thing. Imagine which one is true, they imagine different things.
How do you know that?
We're looking at their imagination.
They're not. How do you know they're imagining different things when they think of which one is true? That depends on knowing what the meaning of true is, for example, and so forth. So you're assuming a bunch of stuff here, which I don't, like, where's the argument that says you can have those things? Right,
so we just go through true and say, well, what are true things? True is the unicorns, they say nope. Sasquatch, they say nope. Horses, they say yep.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
How do you know that? How do you know? How do you know there's no unicorns?
How do we... well, this is just the communal assessment. We're saying in their community, do they share the same definition of truth in their community as the thing we're assessing here, not whether unicorns actually exist.
Right. Exactly. So how do you know that they mean by true what you mean by true and not something else? That's the question. So you say they imagine, when I say imagine this true thing. So how do you know that they're not imagining the false thing? So they come up with the same picture that you do in their mind, but they have a different meaning associated with it. That's the point. Same physical state, different meaning. Nothing in the physical states will tell you which one is which. You say, so they picture the globe. You say, aha, you're imagining the true thing. They say, yeah, I know. But how do you know that doesn't mean that they don't think false? You don't know. Like what? You assume that they're in your community. But why? You assume that they mean the same thing as you. Why? I've just given you 9,000 reasons to think they're not in the same community as you. They disagree on what the meanings of all these words are. What is reality? What is evidence? What is truth? What is justice? They don't agree with you on the meanings of these terms. There is no overlap between, you can't agree. There's no such thing as an agreement on correspondence to reality. As they'll say that, but they don't agree with you. So they'll say something true in their language, you'll say something true in your language, but you are not saying the same thing. So you're not agreeing with each other.
Sure.
Like if I say today's Monday and you say my name is TJump, then we both said two things, but we're not agreeing with each other.
Sure. So, right, if we just had two beings that we knew nothing about and they just came together and had a conversation, we could definitely conclude that. But isn't it reasonable to say that since evolution, that evolution guides us towards certain beliefs and things that we do share? So we have a good reason to believe that we share beliefs in some way, meanings?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean. So does evolution guide us to have certain beliefs? Yeah, I mean, I guess I could say, I could see. So what are you saying now? Because we evolved, we're all part of the same community by definition. That's what you're saying?
Something like that. So yeah, there could be some beliefs
okay, so then let me introduce you to my alien friends who evolved in a totally different way, in a totally different environment, who mean totally different things when they say water and plus. And so how do we know we're not applying their rules and words? So the evolution thing doesn't help, I don't think.
Well, I mean, if evolution gives us the definition, we have to believe this because of evolution. Well, then if we are products of evolution, then evolution would answer the question, wouldn't it? Evolution would be like the natural law thing.
It wouldn't answer the question why it's objectively true that we should do these things. It would answer the question why we do them.
Yeah.
That would be like answering the question why the electrons move in the way that they move in my wall. But it doesn't tell me whether they should be moving that way, like if they are computing the negation function or Microsoft Office or whatever. So yeah, you get the same problem, I think.
But I could justify the belief we're in the same community because we're all the evolution community, something like that.
I mean, you could mean that by your term community. So you think. I mean, I don't know why you think you mean that, given everything we just said. But you have no reason to believe that that's what you mean by that. Like, say that's what you mean, but you don't have any reason to think it. You haven't given anyone any reason to think that what you've said is true. You just said, evolution could do something. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but that's not a reason to think it's true. So it's the same argument against the God people. They say, well, look, this explains it. You're like, well, maybe, maybe not. Why down to this other thing? That's not a good explanation. So the thing you just said is not a good explanation for the same reason. It just isn't.
Right.
Because if it defines community, then there are non-evolved things, like, the things the non-evolved creatures from planet Centauri, blah, blah, 6 alpha. Whatever.
Artificial intelligence, because we have no idea what artificial intelligence is going to interpret our commands as for exactly that reason, for sure.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's somewhat different. But anyway, so I do have to go. I see it's too late. But, anyway, so...
Yep, that's totally fine. I'm gonna probably get something to eat too.
At least you can't say I was destroyed because I mean something different by that. So no fact about what the meaning of that word is.
It's okay. You were destroyed by what Darth Hawkins mean by destroyed.
The here is that we don't want to say there's no fact of the matter, but yet it's hard to say how there could be a fact of the matter. That's the paradox. That's why this is a skeptical puzzle.
Yeah, I don't see how it's possible for me to mean something other than exactly what I mean. Or intend to mean. I think those are necessarily the same. I'd say I'm happy to beg the question there and say what I intend to mean is what I mean, and what I mean is what I intend.
Yeah, great, but that doesn't help anyone or anything because they intend to mean something different. So therefore, you can't agree with them, you can't talk to them, and everything we said still follows. So I know that's your view. I know. I've heard you say it. But the things which I have told you follow from that view, in fact, follow from that view. So simply telling me that that's your view doesn't tell me why you think you can, that you haven't refuted yourself by having it. Because you did. You just refuted yourself.
Well, you said I could justify that we're in the same community because of evolution. So if I say I mean what I believe, or I mean what I intend, and I intend what I mean, and by that I mean evolution and all that stuff, well, then I can say I've justified my belief we're all in the same community. And so we can disagree and
Exactly.
debate.
And people in the other community who mean something different by community don't agree with you, or excuse me, aren't disagreeing with you when they say they're in a different community because they mean something different, which you just agreed to. So you're not disagreeing with them. You're in fact just saying a true thing, and they're saying a true thing, and there's no objective fact. I mean, look, it's like relativism about ethics. It's as crazy as that. It's like, okay, so in this society, raping people because they didn't follow some rule is permissible. In this society, it's not. There's no objective fact of the matter. For them, it's true. For them, it's not. That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, sort of, yeah. And I agree that if there was aliens that came from Alpha Centauri and we were having a discussion, that would be a relevant concern to have. But I think that since talking with Darth Dawkins, it's not a relevant concern, and I can dismiss that.
It is a relevant concern because you don't know which community you're in, because you don't know what the word community means. What are you, dude? Why do you keep saying it? What does the word community mean?
Whatever evolution caused it to make it mean for all of us is the same
How
thing.
do you know what it means?
Because evolution did it to us.
How do you know that evolution did it to us?
How do I know? Because evolution told us it did it to us.
When? So you're a presup. That's just revealed. Like nature revealed itself to me. Presup. I'm gonna vote for Trump next year. Fuck 2024. Like, all right, you could say shit like that, but it's absurd. Like evolution told you that. No, come on. So you don't. The word community can have a lot of different meanings, all of which are consistent with your past usage of that word. So, okay, you say I meant one, not the other, but an evolution somehow told you that. But I don't see why you have, what reason you have to accept that. Because Dawkins said God told him it means some other shit. So he has just as much reason to accept that. It's just as rational for him to accept that as it is for you to accept what you just told me. But to me, they both seem patently irrational. I wouldn't want to be either of you. Because I don't want to say either of those things. So if you're happy saying that, great. But then, you can't talk to anyone. You haven't even disagreed with anything I've said. You haven't presented any evidence. You haven't argued. I mean, you've schmargued and presented evidence, but that's I don't have any reason to. You say you sound confident, like I know what I'm doing. Like great. And so says the person who's like making 100 mistakes on their math test. I have students like this every day. Oh, I know logic, and then they write a bunch of shit that's like, really? Nope, you don't know logic. Sorry, you thought you did, but you don't. The rules are not. You're not doing it. So you can tell the difference. One likes to think, but then you start thinking about these cases. You're like, how do I know they weren't doing something right and following some other rule? How can I tell? So therefore, what facts are there about which rules are being followed by anything? So evolution can't follow rules. You can't follow rules. I don't know. So it's like, yeah, I'm not sure why you think the things you're saying address this puzzle. They seem to me to make it worse. But I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just thinking through it because I don't see it as a problem. I don't really care if we're all just dogs and trained by evolution to do stuff. So for me, it's just
but look, it's not whether you care about that. The point is whether you have evidence and can think it's true, all of which I've argued that you don't and you can't. So the fact that you think it is wonderful. I think I'm a fairy, and I think that I turn into chocolate chip cookies at midnight, and I'm eaten by Santa Claus on Christmas, and then reincarnated each morning as myself. That's what I think. Anyone can think any fucking crazy shit they want. Good, wonderful. So you think something. But what are the reasons for it? You haven't given any. You haven't justified it. You haven't told me why it's true or why you're allowed to think it. So why can't I think what I just said? I'm a fairy, dude. I turn into a cookie. Santa eats me, and then I get reincarnated every morning. Happened this morning. Will happen again tomorrow morning.
Well, you can. Again, I'm happy. Possibly.
Okay.
So yeah, I grant.
Cool, but now you're just being disingenuous because I've heard you a million times say to people who say stuff like this, that we have lots of good reason to think that they're wrong.
Yeah.
And that anybody who said something like that, it would always be more plausible to assume not unicorns, not fairies, because of science and blah, blah, blah. But everything you just admitted undermines that. So you can't say it, which is why you didn't just say it right now, because you know you're not allowed to, given what you've argued for in this discussion.
Well, no, so I admit that you could be a fairy. That's perfectly fine. You can think that. I don't care. I've said that you could believe anything you want.
I said it's rational for me to think that. I didn't say it's true or what. I said that's what I think, and it's rational to believe it.
Rational to believe it.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I would say it's not rational because it doesn't meet our known social standards of rationality.
Yeah, but you're in a different community than me. You're talking about schmationality. I'm talking about rationality, and my standards are rational, and yours are not.
Right. We had that conversation about it can be rational for a kid to believe in Santa because his best source of knowledge is his parents, and they said Santa is real or something.
Right. What I'm saying is that two people could have all the exact same evidence and yet believe different things rationally.
Based on their prior communities and how they relate the information.
And therefore, there can't be an objective truth, a fact about what in reality is actually the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't say that they can agree on all the physical stuff and yet disagree about the meanings and so forth.
Right. I think there's many cases where that's absolutely true. But I think there's
never been a case where that's absolutely true. Like, what are you talking about?
Like
where people have, where they have exactly the same history, they're duplicates of each other with the same physical states. They mean different things by them.
Like two people who both watched Star Trek, one thinks Picard is the best captain, one thinks Kirk is the best captain. Like, okay, you're both correct. Fine.
Well, no, that there's no objective fact about who's the best captain.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Agreed.
So that's what you've admitted about reason and modus ponens and logic. It's the same. There's no objective fact about what's reasonable, what's rational, what's logical. So my rationality is just as real rationality as yours is. Your irrationality is just as real irrationality as mine is. And just never the twain shall meet.
But some rationality could lead to false conclusions, and right? It's possible.
No.
No.
No. Schmationality might, but not rationality.
Smashionality might, but not rationality.
Sure. So it's just the same stuff all over again. Like, here we are, like 6:30 almost, so we're doing the same thing.
Well, like so there's some set of facts that accurately describe reality, regardless of.
No, where? Prove it. Say, how do you know that?
How do I know that?
Yes, that's the whole point. There, you have given no reason to think there's a set of facts which accurately describes reality. You have given zero reason to believe that. What you have said is there could be communities, and given that community, they can mean certain things. None of that has anything to do with facts corresponding to reality. That has to do with communities and practices and being dogs and so forth. There's no facts there. Objectively true things.
Right. In many cases, there's not, like Kirk and Picard. But in many cases, there are.
So if you think logic is like that, then, good luck. Great.
Right. But there, in many cases, there are, like...
That is your position.
Right, but in many cases there are, like the Earth is a circle. If you know what those words means, you know the conclusion, and there it is either true or false. There's not. It's not.
Don't know what that word means.
Doesn't matter. So if we just grant it what the community means by the word, there is a fact of the matter in reality, whether or not it is in fact
in that community, not in reality. There's a fact of the matter in that community.
About what the word means.
There are other communities where that same thing is different.
I don't care about the meaning of the word here.
There's no real fact.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the meaning of the words here. I'm saying whatever you mean, whether you know it or not, the reality is a certain way, and what you mean.
You don't know that. You can't assert that.
That reality is a certain way?
Yes, exactly. You don't know that. You are incorrect that you know that. You have given no reason to think that you know it. In fact, I've argued that you don't know it, that there is no fact of the matter about whether you know that. So you could just assert like the opposite over and over, or you could try to like where in what I've said does the chain of reasoning go wrong? Like, why do you think there's a fact of the matter in reality after the argument suggests there isn't?
But the argument isn't talking about ontology. It's not a part of it.
It is. The argument is saying there's two steps. The first step is you don't know which one you're doing. The second step is if there were a fact, you would know. So there is no fact. That's it. If you cannot point to something which tells you which one you are doing, then how could there be a fact about which one you are doing? There can't be. Otherwise, you would be able to say what it is, even in principle. But you can't.
So objects don't exist.
Define the word object. Define the word exists. And then I will tell you whether that's true or false. Then define true. Then define false. Then define tell. So do that first, and then I'll answer your question. It's a trick question. There's no fact of the matter about those.
Yeah, that's usually the way I start with cogito is like, none of the words matter. I don't care about the words. I'm talking about just the direct experience. That thing.
I know. I granted that. That's fine.
Okay.
So there's an experience. Big deal.
Okay.
What follows from that?
Lots of things, like reality exists.
Nothing. That's the point. Nothing follows from that.
Yeah, not getting it. Doesn't seem like.
I mean, you just assume there's an answer to your question and say, I don't see why there isn't an answer to my question. So I've given you all the reasons. I don't know how to rehash it. Like, there's an experience. What do you deduce from that? It depends on what reason is, what evidence is, which arguments are valid, what truth is. You don't have an answer to any of those questions. So you can't do anything with the experience. It's just there. Without these other things, nothing will ever happen. You will just experience, but you can't know anything. You can't say something's true.
Right, but if I say by know, I mean it's there and it's there, then I know by that definition, right?
No, you don't. Why is this so hard? What do you mean? No, what's there mean? It's there. What's it? You don't know what those words mean. You have no reason to think that there is a meaning there.
So
all you have is an experience and you want to deduce something from it, but nothing follows from an experience without reason, meaning, rules, norms, things you should deduce. Like, for example, if I have an experience and then I conclude that I don't exist, did I do something wrong?
Depends what you mean by the words and the logic.
So exactly. That's exactly right. So how do you know what you mean and why think there's anything that they mean? If all you have to start with is experience and nothing else, then you have no reason to think there's meaning. You don't have any reason and you can't think. There's just experience. There's just experience.
Well, if I'm doing it, I think that does give me meaning. Like if I'm doing meaning, if I've made meaning, then there's meaning. I think that works.
It doesn't work. How do you make meaning? What do? You define a rule. How do you know if you're following it?
Yep, still not getting it. Still seems like pretty obvious. Like, yeah, if you're applying words to things, there is now meaning, whether you follow it or not. It exists.
Look, dude, why is this so hard? No one's saying that there's no meaning. What we're saying is that the things you say, the things you think, There's no fact of the matter about what they mean. There's lots of abstract formal systems that define relationships between syntactic structures. They're fucking everywhere, dude. They're every fucking where. They exist anywhere. They're there. Okay? So that's not the question. The question is, how do you know what the words mean? Not, can you define things such that in a formal system, there's meaning in that system? Obviously you can. How do you know that you're using that system and not a different one? How do you know you're speaking English and not Swinglish? And all this shit we've been talking about. You haven't given me any reason to think that you know that. You just said, if there's meaning, there's meaning. Okay. No, if there's meaning, there isn't meaning. So I don't understand why you think this is so easy. It's not easy. Like you can always dismiss Hume as a dipshit and just go live your life. Great. But that doesn't solve this problem, and it doesn't answer the precepts, and it doesn't get you the things that you want to say that I've heard you say a million times. Like just yesterday, I heard you say, you get logic just from experience, A equals A, and the rest of all. No, it doesn't fucking follow. Like what? No, wrong. That is not the way shit works, man. You need an argument for that. Like, what's the argument?
I don't think you need one. Just it does. It follows from the experience. I don't think you need an argument. Arguments are just descriptive. They don't do anything. They accomplish nothing. You don't need normativity.
It follows means. What does it follows mean?
It's just a description.
Experience, but there's no argument. So that's nonsensical, because it follows means there's an inference. A logical thing has happened. Otherwise, it doesn't follow. It just happens next.
I think those are synonyms.
They're not.
In my worldview, they are.
Well, great. You can mean whatever you want, but it's absurd to say that because of the things about the wall. I've already been through this 1,000 times. Having things happen one after the next is not the same as having them happen for a reason. It's not the same as having them happen because this thing says it should be like this. So you're saying, well, there's X and then Y and then Z. Great. So did Y happen because of X?
Yes.
You don't have any reason to think that.
Yeah, I still fundamentally I don't see any problem with that. With saying it follows being it occurred after. I think those are is correct and incorrect or whatever. I don't see any fundamental difference.
Incorrect or correct or whatever. One's absurd and the other's not. One is talking about logical consequence, that this happens because of something else. It made it this way. And if it had been different, it would have happened in a different way because the rule is controlling what happens next. In the other way of thinking, the rule is not controlling what happens next. It's just shit happening. Those are not the same. They agree on the things which occur, 1, 2, 3. They disagree on the explanation for why they occur. So they're not the same. So saying it follows logically is not saying it happened next. They just demonstrably, obviously, clearly do not mean the same thing at all.
What's that view that everything that happened, necessitarianism?
Yeah.
So my view would probably just take the same approach with all of it. It follows as just necessitarianism. All of the events are necessary. And there isn't such a thing as the all possibilities. It's just...
So I don't understand. You keep thinking you can trick your way out of this problem, but you're not even addressing the problem. The things you're saying are just restarting the problem all over again, just one step back. So you haven't made any progress here. It's like saying you can't count from 1 to infinity, and you're like, maybe if I start at 100,000, I can. I'm like, no. You're like, well, gee, maybe if I start at 500,000, I'll get there. No. Maybe if I started at 1 trillion. Nope. Maybe if I started at Googleplex. No, you can't count to infinity in a finite time. It cannot happen. So saying maybe if I start later down the road just generates the same problem. That's what you keep trying to do. Can't we start this back one step further? It's just the same problem all over again.
Yeah, so I think just my fundamental position is meaning is nothing. It doesn't exist. It's just imagined and nothing more. There's nothing special about it whatsoever. It's just rocks. Nothing.
Good. then Darth Dawkins, you don't disagree with him. He's right. There is a God. Yeah, great, wonderful. I mean, that stuff's all true. It's just not true for you.
Yeah,
not true for your meanings.
I don't.
But I don't know why you think you have meanings. Like you said that, but I think you're misapplying Darth Dawkins' meanings. And you haven't given me any reason to think that that's not the case. You keep saying, well, I mean this, but that. No, you don't. You mean that. You're just fucking wrong, dude. Like, tell me how is that wrong? How do you know, like, what fact in reality makes it true that you're using your definitions right now correctly and not misapplying Darth Dawkins' definitions?
I think it's logically impossible to intend to mean something and it actually means something else.
And what reason is there to think that?
Because they are synonymous terms. The meaning and the intention are synonymous, and you can't do one without the other. Not possible.
Great. So how do you know which intention you're having? You just pushed it back there. I'm going to start at 2 trillion. Okay, I'm going to count to infinity from 2 trillion. You're not going to get there, dude. So it's the same problem. You say, an intention can't come apart. So look, here's another way of putting it. It's like similar to an argument from Chalmers against Quine. So is cats or animals analytic or not? Is it true by definition that cats are animals? Kant thought yes. That it was true by definition, or conceptual containment, or whatever the fuck, that cats are animals. Then Putnam comes along and says, no, because what if we find out that all the things we call cats are really Martian robots? Then we would find out from experience that there are no cats, that cats really are not an animal. So what do you say, that cats are animals is analytic or not? So Putnam says no. Okay. So Chalmers comes along and says, well, actually, it's quite simple to solve because there's just 2 different concepts here that sound the same. There's cat 1, which is all cat 1s are animal. It's true. Then there's cat 2. All cats 2 are animals is not true. So what we found out was that we've been using the wrong word. We were using cat 1 and we were wrong. So we found out another analytic thing, that all cats 2 are not animals, but we still found out something analytic, true by definition. So in a way, it's similar to what we're talking about here. Not exactly the same, but in the ballpark. So now, once you do that, then how do you know which one is which? And what you're doing? And how do you know you're not misdoing the other one?
Yeah, I think I'm fundamentally happy with saying that meanings and intentions can't be synonymous, and you can't be wrong about intentions. It's not possible. Like, I think that having the intention itself makes you right about the intention.
I just heard you say that, and I asked you, how do you know you're having the intention? Like, dude, come on, man.
It's a direct experience. I can't.
Look, I'm listening to you, Tom. I hear what you're saying, man. I do. And I understand it. It's just not relevant. It's not addressing the issue. Sure, you can say, by intention, I mean thing that can't come apart from the meaning. And then I say, great, but you've never had an intention. You've only had smintentions. So you've never had that thing you're talking about. So now what reason is there to think you've ever had that thing you're talking about? Point to it. Where is the reason to think that you've had that thing as opposed to the other thing? So I agree, if the intention can never come apart from the meaning, great. But you've never had one of those. You've only had smintentions.
It's impossible for anything to be a smintention and not an intention. That would
say what?
It's impossible for there to be such a thing as a smintention. Intentions are the only things that could possibly fit.
It's not impossible. People have them all the time. Or you don't know, right? Why? So
I'd say that's like, to me, that sounds like you're having a square circle. So I don't think it's just logically impossible for such a thing, and I couldn't comprehend it in my worldview.
Great. Your worldview sucks then. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's the whole point. You're isolated in your worldview where your words don't have any meaning. You don't know, like, what you're saying. You can't justify anything that you're talking about. All you can do is say, maybe there is some justification, but what do I even mean by justification? I guess I hope I mean like the thing I think I mean, because that's all like grasping in the dark, fumbling around. That's not serious. So if you're happy with that, that's great. Then other people will come along and say, well, you're happy misusing the correct words. So you're misusing the word knowledge. You're misusing the word intention. You're misusing the word reality. And you say, well, I'm happy using them this way. Okay, but they say, no, you're wrong. And we can prove it because there's a fact in reality about what is right, this one or that one. So they win.
I don't see it that way. I just see fundamentally every word, every meaning everyone ever has corresponds to a physical shape in the brain, and the shapes and how they physically fit together has nothing to do with meaning. Not a damn thing. The meaning is just irrelevant. The meaning is just a made up thing in the brain to make those colorful. It's just irrelevant. So it's all a physical shape and no meaning.
So is rationality, and so is all that stuff. Great. Yeah. So you're rational. Wonderful. I'm not. I know about real reason, and I try to align my thinking with it. So I'm not irrational, but you are. So that's wonderful. I mean, that's great. But I like to be guided by the rules, and I think I know which rules are the correct ones. And I try to align my behavior to those correct rules. So what you're saying is, I don't think there are correct rules. I don't care if there are correct rules. I do some stuff, A happens, then B happens, and I make up a story about it, and I call that correct. Cool.
More fundamentally, I'd say there's a fact of the matter of the shapes in my head, and no meaning is involved in here.
Why do you think there's a fact of the matter about the shapes in your head? Because you have to say what a shape is, what a fact is, what of the matter means. You don't have any way of doing that. So what you just said is refuted by what you just said. It's like the same thing over and over and over and over. You can say it, but those words have no meaning. What you just said was like, great. So you can make those noises, but they don't have any meaning. You didn't say anything. There's no meaning there.
Sure, I'm happy to grant that reality exists, and words don't have no effect on reality. And if you don't grant that, then that's crazy.
No, you can't grant reality exists because there's no meaning to that word in your language, dude.
I don't need that in my worldview. I can just say what I colloquially use that word to mean. If you don't grant this, then your worldview is crazy and wrong, and I win.
You don't win because your view is crazy and wrong, and you can't prove that mine is.
It seems obviously wrong. So like, since I grant reality and you don't, so if I grant reality, you don't, and you're just playing word games, I've won the argument. Like there's nothing left there.
You're the one playing word games because you don't understand what reality is. You're trying to define reality in a way that isn't correct. That's not a word game. That has to do with like reality. You don't understand it. That's the point. You don't know what the word reality means. So you keep saying, well, reality this. Well, what's reality? What is it?
Again, I don't care about the words. The words don't matter. The words represent things, and the things are what matter. What words don't matter. The meaning of the words don't matter.
How do you know what's a thing?
It's just a word. I don't care about the words. I'm just saying where we're using colloquial language.
To think there are things.
It doesn't matter. If you can generally understand the intention I'm making in the communal usage of the words.
You can't understand the intention you're making, and neither can I. You don't know what understanding is or an intention.
That's fine. If you want to take that route, you can. I don't care because it doesn't make a difference to my position. So my position just uses the communal
thing.
You
can lock yourself in a room and that you can't know anything, and you'll talk to yourself and people who agree with the way you use words, but that any other conversation is meaningless.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to say reality exists, and I can grant that.
And I say reality exists, but you don't know what reality is. And you don't know what existence is.
You could say that.
So I win because I know the real definitions of these things and you don't.
You could say that. It's just not a meaningful position.
It is, and I've given you the meaningful reasons for thinking it's true. You just don't understand them.
Yeah.
Because you're using the words in your way.
Yeah.
So you can't even say the things. So you have no way to connect to reality. Because reality is like, well, you don't know, I guess. You just admitted you don't know, and you don't care that you don't know, and you don't care about reason. You don't care about being rational. All you care about is talking to the people who agree with you about how words are used. That's what you just said.
Well, it's more like, so you're saying I can't have meaning. I do have meaning. Don't need to understand it. Therefore, you're wrong.
No, I'm saying you need to provide some reason to think you have meaning. You haven't, so you don't have it.
The reason to think I have meaning is that I am experiencing meaning.
Great. and you're experiencing the wrong meaning and you don't know it.
Seems like a contradiction to me because I'm saying the thing I'm experiencing.
I've already explained. I did math. I thought I was doing math. I did it wrong. I didn't know it. I experienced it as being right. It was incorrect.
Yeah, I can't be wrong about my experience. It's not possible.
It is possible. You never haven't done enough math or logic, because people make mistakes all the time and they experience that they are doing the right thing. They think they're doing the right thing. And when I like get a math test back and there's a big red X, I'm like, well, how'd I get that wrong? I did it 4 times. I checked my work. It's got to be right. But no, I made a mistake and I just didn't notice it each time. So the feeling of correctness that you're asserting. Anyway, all right. So great. Now it's almost 7. I probably should get going.
Yeah, but anyway, it was great talking to you. Interesting as always. But yeah, I think I'm just going to take that as a fundamental of my position. Like, I can't be wrong about my existence. Doesn't matter what word games you play. I'm just going to
say you're playing word games and you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know what reality is. You have no reason to think that you're right. You're just playing a word game where you define evidence in a certain way and knowledge in a certain way. And as long as you stay in that circle, you can say those things, but you don't have any reason to think that you're correct, whereas I do.
I think that's a good point to agree to disagree. I think taking cogito.
I agree to think that you're wrong and that you shouldn't say these things because the presupps win.
We can agree to disagree. I disagree with you on that thing, and I think it's fine. But
I disagree to disagree. I disagree to agree to disagree.
I agree to disagree to agree to disagree. Haha.
But you don't know what those words have no meaning in your mouth. That's what you've been saying for 4 hours, 5 hours now.
I disagree.
I know, but that's meaningless. Good.
Well, yeah, I think that it's. I understand your position better, but I think that it's wrong, and I don't think I need to adopt that. I don't think you understand
the position, really, actually, honestly.
Possibly true, but I still think.
Because if you really did, you wouldn't be so glib about just accepting the consequence. But whatever. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, maybe, but yeah. Again, thanks for coming on. Just let you go.
Definitely. You know, sometimes people. Never mind. Anyway, yeah. Take it easy, man.
Yep.